As the shivers of early spring move into warmer times, welcome back to PF International for the opening round for the IAMI classes in the 2024 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's the first time the four classes across the IAMI platform have taken to the track this season, and the first time we'll see the double round format weekend take place. Event 2 of 2024 welcomes a number of drivers back to either start their ranking defences or an assault on the next rung of the karting pathway, including 23 Bambino frontrunners Harry Chapman and Henry Algar, now both in IAMI Water Swift Restricted. It's a mix of new and familiar faces across the classes, including drivers running strongly in Europe so far this year. Those include Will Green and the ever-proving Sukmani Kira, both in IAMI Water Swift. X30 Junior is a stacked grid, including last year's Water Swift champion Jesse Phillips, along with a host of international drivers looking to this autumn, where PFI will host the FIA Karting World Championships. Several of the world's best are racing here this weekend in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Can anyone dethrone the king of X30 Senior? The PF International Specialist, Gus Lawrence. Champion the last 2 years, he starts his assault for a third title this weekend with the likes of Lewis Bird, third last year, another driver who's been strong in Europe so far this year, challenging him for that crown. We also welcome the Tillotson T4 Series to the paddock this weekend. This weekend serves as the qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup in Spain later this year for the senior category. You can watch it all here on the Karting UK platform of channels provided to you by Alpha Live. Let's get ready for Event 2 of 2024 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
And a very, very warm welcome indeed to Lincolnshire, to PF International. It's been long awaited, the first time in 2024 that we see the IAMI classes in action for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships Event 2, Day 1, the first day of the first double header weekend of this season. The weather conditions are resplendent. It's hard to think that 3 weeks ago we were shivering, there was ice falling out of the sky. It is perfect conditions here at the Premier Kart circuit in the UK. My name is Andrew Mather. I'll be your lead commentator for this weekend, joined by Nicole Sutherland as well. Here is your track for this weekend, just short of 1.4 kilometres. A classic circuit with everything that the drivers enjoy. Bit of elevation change, of course, 32 feet of it round and over the bridge. This circuit is celebrating 30 years, having been opened in 1994. There is your weather forecast for today. Perfect. It's dry. There's a few scattered clouds in the sky, but it's not too warm. Great conditions off the back of the club meeting here last weekend as well. A lot of drivers are really enjoying how much grip there is out there for this weekend. Things getting going shortly. We've got the first set of heats coming up, 5 of them before we go to the break. But for now, let's head to Nicole Sutherland, who's out there in the paddock. Nicole, where are you? What can we expect across the course of this early afternoon?
Thank you, Andrew. It's Nicole Sutherland here, sat down in the paddock at PFI. Won't lie to you, I am sat down here waiting for an ice cream. So that's why I'm down here outside the cafe. Fantastic to be here again this weekend, this time with IAMI. 30 years of racing at PFI this weekend for these drivers, or this year even. So new year, new drivers in the category, but of course always same level of competition, if not higher. We've got a lot of returning drivers this weekend. We have Finn McLaughlin, Noah Wolf, Gus Lawrence, all back in this grid, and to make the competition very high. Also Gus Lawrence, king of senior Rotax. I think a big question on a lot of people's minds this year for IAMI is, will he be dethroned? That is the question. We'll find out this weekend and later on through the year. Also got absolutely glorious sunshine this weekend. Track looks fantastic conditions for these drivers. Lots of rubber down, which means these drivers can be going into these corners so late on the brake, so hard, really pinging off these corners and getting some fantastic lap times in. We'll wait to see if any lap records are broken. We'll find out. But in the qualifying, all very, very close. You literally couldn't probably fit the width of a string of thread in between each driver. We'll go back up to Andrew now in the comms box. Looking forward to joining him a little bit later on, and make sure you don't miss a second of the action.
Absolutely great stuff, Nicole, down there in the paddock. Bring us an ice cream as well if you can, because it's quite warm already in the commentary box. There's a sight under the bridge here at PF International. On screen at your moments, practice for Tillotson T4. More from the Tillotson T4 paddock tomorrow. This is their first day of running. They weren't here yesterday for when all the IAMI classes were running, but really great to have Tillotson T4 here this weekend. This is their qualifier, single qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup, the world level event for this class. That's held in Valencia at Cartodromo Internacional de Lucas Guerrero later in the year. So we'll have more from Tillotson T4 across the course of the weekend. Really interesting class there. But as I say, the first heat will be out shortly. Time is 11:42 local time here at the circuit. About 3 minutes time we will have the rollout for the first heat of the weekend, which will be Senior X30 Senior. Hello in the chat. Let's just give the computer a whirl to pull up some of your comments. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. I'm going to have a look at the Alpha Live comments first. Thanks once again, of course, to Alpha Live for their hard work so far this weekend. But yeah, brilliant conditions here at PF. As Nicole said, not too hot at the moment. Although we did see yesterday the level of grip that drivers have had. Some of them were picking up the inside wheels going through hairpin number one. I've also just been handed some stats by Ian Rogers from Motorsport Timing UK. It is still, we've got to keep telling ourselves this, Nicole, that it's a British Kart Championships event, and it's great to be here for that. But it almost does feel like a European event. We've got 25 nations represented here this weekend. I think that's about as many as myself and Anthony Jordan had last weekend in Italy. And 44 rookies as well. Now the comments are up on my screen. Hello to Hillary, watching from Uganda, apparently. Hello. Hello to Rebecca Lloyd, Jay Larkin, David Whitehouse is in the house again. Yes, someone has got a new toy. That was James Fitchie with his drone flying skills earlier on in the weekend when the track was nice and quiet. Hello to Sam. Hello to Cosmic as well, and Trishano as well. Keep comments coming in, everybody. Great to have you on board. Nicole rejoins me in the box. Where's my ice cream?
Forgot.
You forgot?
Ate it.
Oh,
That's
dear.
Yeah, ate it.
There we go. Hello to Jay Larkin again. Best of luck to Adam Holmes and Keith Burke in X30 Junior. Relative quiet falls over the circuit. Hello to David Robinson as well, watching from Dubai in the UAE, supporting nephew Ethan Robinson, who we saw out in qualifying not too long ago. So we'll see Ethan out on circuit again for that first set of heats in. If I've got my facts correct, IAMI Water Swift restricted. But yes, just for a little bit of time, it was Chris Olcott quickest in that Tillotson T4 Senior Practice 2. All of the timing, all of the numbers, you can get on the Motorsport Timing website. For now, though, we're going to go to our first race of the weekend. Event 2 kicks off with Senior X30 Race 1 coming right up. Let's take a look through the grid then for Heat 1. This is Groups B and C heading out on circuit. The groups determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. Freddie Lloyd on pole position. Oscar Repetto from Monaco starts on the front row. Noah Wolf and the returning Finn McLaughlin start on row number 2. Row 3 is Lewis Bird and Henry Gregory. Cian Geraghty and Lewis Francis start on row number 4. Moving down through the order, Joseph Smith and Jimmy Elias is an all victory lane row 5. Off Oliver Rands and Ty Stansfield on row number 6, ahead of Josh Palfreman and David McIntyre on row number 7. Dominic Simek and Harvey Roth go from the 8th row of the grid, ahead of Archie Tillett. Good to see Archie back in a kart. On row 9 is joined by Harry Ewell. Dale Lewis and Connor McFarlane start on the 10th row of the grid, ahead of Devin Marshall and Dylan Briley on row 11. Freddie Housley and William Smith have work to do from row 12, ahead of Tony Cazagel, Dayton Coulthard and Matteo Giaccardi. How many nations have we got represented on this grid? It must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's not enough time to count them all up, Nicole. There's a lot of drivers on this grid, a lot of quality on this grid for Senior X30. But as you mentioned earlier, the big question for 2024 Can anyone dethrone the King? King Gus, champion the last 2 years, and he's looked in pretty good form so far this weekend. We'll see him later on, of course.
Yeah, Gus, of course, very, very quick around this track. There's not many people that are as quick as he is, I don't think. I just think he has such a different way of driving it sometimes, just so in control. It almost looks as if he's not even doing anything.
Absolutely. Well, he's not in this race. He's in Group A, but this chance for Groups B and C to get their weekends underway. Here we go, running towards the lights. They're red, they're out. We're racing for the first time this weekend at PF International. Good start for Freddie Lloyd. Noah Wolf straight through into P2 as well. Running on the Birrell Arch chassis, the Van Amersfoort Racing entry that he's been racing in Europe so far this year. Onto the bridge for the first time. I do believe we've got all drivers through and running, all 27 of them out there on circuit. And straight away we've got a move down the inside from Noah Wolf. Nice stuff there from Noah Wolf. Takes the lead through hairpin number 1.
Absolutely no hanging around from Noah Wolf there, and straight on the white line into the second hairpin to cover his back. Oh, we've got second place going for a move on Freddie Lloyd there, and he's got it done. Good job as well covering that, because he's still on the back of Noah Wolf after an ambitious move. Yeah,
it's Lewis Bird for Croc Promotions, another driver who's run strongly. Will have been aware of these conditions from when I saw him racing in Valencia earlier on in the spring. It does feel very Spanish right now with 21-degree air temperature. End of lap number 1. It's Wolf from Bird, Lloyd, Repetto, Gregory, Cian Geraghty is up to 6th place. Not the best of starts from Finn McLaughlin. Down to 7th place. Work to do for the driver racing for Fusion Motorsport this weekend. He's doing all of his racing out in Europe for VDK Racing. He's been in good form so far in 2024. Down into hairpin 1 once
Finn
again.
McLaughlin gone for a move there into hairpin 1, just as you've said that.
Yeah, this is we saw a lot of overtaking from Finn last weekend
Fred
in
Lloyd
Italy.
In on Lewis Bird there at the second hairpin. Sorry to cut you off there, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. So Freddie Lloyd fighting back into P2 as here comes Joseph Smith racing for Victory Lane as he's doing in Europe so far this year. The red helmet and the black suit. Good move there by Smith, cutting through the order, and that should be him up to 7th place.
Early on in the race, however, Noah Wolf is on his fastest lap, 2 laps in a row, sets a 58.01 early on.
Yeah, good pace there from Noah Wolf. Driver's already into a rhythm in this one. There is the number 54 of Henry Gregory, racing for Vismo International this weekend, who's had good starts out there. I can see Archie Tillett is up 8 spots already. It's a good move there from Archie.
Does look like, unfortunately, we have lost David McIntyre by 13 positions. Still in the race, but has significantly dropped down the order.
Yes, indeed. That's on the drivers for Mick Barrett Racing. As they're down the inside, the number 39. That's Matteo Giaccardi.
Don't know if it's just the design of those graphics, but looks like there's a bit of a dent going on in that nose cone. Fastest lap there by Joseph Smith up on the timing screen. We've also got front runner Noah Wolf. Great gap for him so far. However, you watch the way Fred Lloyd goes into that first corner so late and so hard on the brakes. And I think when you've got a driver out in the front and you're behind them and they've got nobody else in front of them, you can gauge way better how fast you can go into that corner by the way that you close the gap. Obviously, if you're out there by yourself... Ooh, bit of a crash there coming out of the second hairpin.
And that looked to be the number 11 of Jimmy Elias, one of the Victory Lane entries. Meanwhile, further up the order, as yes, there is a bit of the graphics coming off the kart there. That's the number 30. That is going to be Dominic Simek from Czechia, another one of the Forza Racing drivers in the midfield. Won't
cause any kind of technical flag. It won't be asked to come in, but I think just a bit inconvenient if that's flapping around in his face. Oh, Fred Lloyd there. We think we've missed out on a change for the lead. Noah Wolf back, trying to go back in on the first hairpin, and he's lost it to Lewis Bird. Lewis Bird down the inside on Noah Wolf.
Well, this is going to be a lot of the style of racing that we'll see here this weekend. No holds barred, a lot of drivers knowing that this is a bit of a one-off for them. And also, Nicole, your take on the double header format, because described it earlier, it's almost 2 bites of the cherry. You're not necessarily thinking as much about the longevity through the weekend, knowing that if you want to do well in round 1, it's all about today. Tomorrow is a clean slate for round 2.
Yeah, 2 bites of the cherry, like you said, or on a day like this, 2 bites of the ice cream. So tomorrow, completely separate from today. So double points, double opportunities, double the moves.
Yep, absolutely. 3 minutes to go in this one. And it's still Freddie Lloyd out front of the rest of the field.
Oh, Noah Wolf up the bank off of the bridge there.
Yeah, it's very easy to do here, Nicole, isn't it? Running just a little bit wide. And that curb on driver's left can suck you in. There's been a warning for Matteo Giaccardi in the number 39. Joseph Smith defending and attacking at the same time in that group that involves Wolf and Bird. Noah Wolf sits to the inside. Joseph Smith looking a bit frustrated there is Joseph Smith, saying, come on, let's keep working together, because the drivers at the front of this order are running away with it. Who's got the fastest lap at the moment, Nicole?
Finn McLaughlin looks very quick in the second half of this race. He dropped back a little bit earlier on, but back into fourth. No,
yeah,
he is in
up to third.
Yeah,
through that last sector. Well, we saw a lot of this last weekend in Franciacorta, and I saw him race in the Miami Euro Series. Very brave on the brakes. Did some fantastic overtaking less than 7 days ago, and it looks like he's setting up for another move here into the hairpin one, possibly. Yes, here he goes down the inside. Classic Finn McLaughlin movers out of the race is Dayton Coulthard. Disappointing start to the weekend for Coulthard. Will be classified 27th in this one. But yeah, that's not good news for the Scottish driver. But yeah, McLaughlin now up to second place. It's side by side between Joseph Smith and Noah Wolf. Joseph Smith gets the better in that one. Cian Geraghty as well, the number 73. Very familiar name to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, of course, is Cian Geraghty. But running on a slightly different livery now, under his own team colours of Geraghty Motorsport. Is there at the moment in 9th place. Another new fastest lap of the race for Finn McLaughlin, 56.69.
Look at the way he's pushing that go-kart. He is just so calm now, really on the hunt after Fred Lloyd. I think Fred Lloyd's got a bit to think about now in the next couple of laps of this race. And he's done it.
There we go.
In the first hairpin. What a move.
You're going to need a very big tally charts this weekend for the number of hairpin one moves that Finn McLaughlin is going to put in, because he has been doing a lot of this, likes it on the brakes, and that's a great move from McLaughlin. But what can he do now in the lead with 30 seconds remaining? There'll be 2 more laps. Time will expire then on the next lap, and then it'll be the +1 to see us through to the end of this first heat, this first race of the weekend for X30 Senior. It's a group of 4 clear for the rest of the field. McLaughlin, Lloyd, Gregory and Repetto in that order. Archie Tillett continuing to improve, has got up to 10th place now. So there's a new fastest lap of the race from Oscar Repetto of 56.57. Down towards hairpin one once again. It's the top 2 have broken away a little bit, Nicole, from the 2 behind. Good battle going on for 3rd and 4th place here between Gregory and Repetto. Into hairpin number 2 they go. And it's the number 67 of Repetto who's got the upper hand in that one.
Yeah, it looks like our front 2 have calmed down a little bit as well now. They're both running the Fusion team this weekend, so just wondering if they're maybe just going to relax now, work together, not have Fred Lloyd go back in on Finn and cause any issues.
Yeah, they are running in the same stable. Last lap board out then. Finn McLaughlin leads this one after that compromised start. Fell down to around 7th place, has worked his way back up through this grid fantastically. One of the front runners in the senior category in Miami Euro Series. We know he's in good form so far in 2024. Going to have some attentions though from Freddie Lloyd behind. Bit of a gesture there from Freddie Lloyd to say, don't worry Finn, I'm not going to send it down the inside at this stage of the day. Let's bring this home for a Fusion 1-2. But tell you what, Oscar Repetto is on the move here, has closed in. Don't think he's quite going to have enough opportunities to work his way through past Lloyd and McLaughlin, but he's keeping them honest.
Yeah, fastest lap again there as well with a 56.57. Very quick indeed.
Well, coming round then to take the checkered flag, race 1 of the weekend, Heat 1 in X30 Senior is going to go the way of Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin takes the win from Freddie Lloyd, Oscar Repetto P3, Henry Gregory P4 ahead of Noah Wolf, who wins out the Battle of the Chasers there in 5th. Joseph Smith comes across the line 6th. Ahead of the fast-starting Lewis Bird. Archie Tillett up 9 spots in that race is your biggest mover in 8th. Cian Geraghty 9th. And Oliver Rands completes the top 10. Lewis Francis, another one of the international drivers here this weekend. The Australian racing for Argenti Motorsport. 11th ahead of Ty Stansfield. Harvey Roth, Dominic Simek, Freddie Housley in the top 15. Housley up 8 in that one ahead of David Marshall. Harry Ewell, William Smith, Josh Palfreman and Matteo Giaccardi, who completed the top 20 there. Dale Lewis 21st, Tony Casagal in 22nd, Dylan Briley, David McIntyre and Jimmy Elias in the top 25. Conor McPollan, the last of the finish in 26th, one retirement in that race, unfortunately, was Dayton Coulthard. But there's your winner, Finn McLaughlin, continuing the form that he's been in throughout the course of 2024. One race, one win, lots of overtaking, lots of sends into hairpin 1. Brilliant stuff as ever from the Irishman. There is your provisional result. A win by 1/4 of a second for McLaughlin over Freddie Lloyd. Oscar Repetto will be happy with that. It's had a tough season so far as Oscar Repetto, the driver from Monaco, racing for Jade Racing Team this weekend, is there in 3rd. All of those drivers will get ready for the next time we see them out on circuit, which for Group C drivers, so anyone who started on the anti-pole side of the grid, they'll be back out again at 1:30 for their race against Group A. For Group B, they'll be a little bit later on at 2:45. Remember, for all of the heats today, for each driver in Senior X30, it's 2 goes. They have 2 heats, which then set the grid for the final later on this afternoon, and the repechage as well if they don't quite make it straight away. And we're going to take a short break here on the commentary and be back with the next race on circuit, which will be first heat of the weekend for Water Swift. Back here at PF International, getting ready for race number 2. Will be Heat 1. Here is your grid for it. Charles Sayer and Austin Newstead on the front row. Will Green and Harry Williams on row 2. Blair Smith and Harley Musk on row 3. George House and Henry Clark on an all BMR row 4. Lucan Arroway and George Clark on row 5. Grayson Wortley and Austin Gibson on row number 6. Aryan Nayar and Mason Brooks on row 7. Charlie Clough and Ian Carey on row 8. Christian Kobe and Aaron Singh on row 9. Top 20 rather, on row 10, completed by John T. Restrick and Callum Graham. Oscar Miller and Andy Stewart start on row number 11 ahead of Jesus Bartolos and James Noel on row 12. Xavi Fonge completes the 25 runners in this one. So, Water Swift, first time that we've seen Miami Water Swift in action for 2024. These drivers ranging from the ages of 10 to 13. All racing on the unrestricted version of the 60cc Miami water-cooled Water Swift engine. Our champion from last year, Jesse Phillips, has moved up to X30 Junior. We'll see him later on. But you have got some plenty of really strong drivers here in this one. Again, a number of drivers who ran well 1 week ago in Italy. British drivers, British-based drivers dominating in Europe right now, adding to that sense of this really is the best of the best here this weekend in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Jarlath Sayre on pole position. Has been in good form recently. Was in the top 10 in the final for this category when they raced in Europe 1 week ago. Also won the pre-round in Italy. What can he do here in his first foray in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024? Into the tram lines. Are we good for a start? No, we're going to go around again. Nigel Edwards not completely happy that one had the parity across the front row, Nicole, that he's wanted to see. Maybe the pole side of the grid a little bit eager to get into their acceleration phase there.
Yeah, of course. Nigel wants to make sure that everybody is within those tram lines when they should be. Make it as fair as they possibly can. Make sure everybody has the opportunity to get a good start.
Absolutely. Well, we should talk about Will Green as well in this field, because Will Green, fresh off victory last weekend at Franciacorta, on a weekend where his team, the Jamie Green Racing outfit, very much bloomed through the course of the weekend, showing once again the engineering talent that they've got there in that awning. Austin Newstead, typically when I've seen Austin Newstead race this year, his second half of races has been very, very good indeed. If he can get a good start, that should set him up well for a strong result here in this one. But this race for Waterswift, as a reminder, this is Groups B and C from timed qualifying, heading out, or already headed out on circuit. You can see some of the photographers hard at work. Josh East and Adam Guns out there. Keep your comments coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We're about ready for the formation, or for the start of this one in Waterswift Race 2. First heat of the weekend for all of these drivers. Into the tram lines. Are we good this time? No, we're going to go round one more time. So, again, that one not quite lined up to our race director's liking.
No, our drivers need to be a little bit careful now. We don't want to be in a situation where... what's the phrase Henry likes to use? Is it...
The one I like to use is re-education. Rebriefing. So normally we see 3 false starts. That has some ramifications with it. So Sayre and Newstead on the front row, Green and Williams on row 2. Good to see Harry Williams once again showing strong performances. I've been really impressed with Harry so far this season. Very strong single lap pace. He's done it again here in qualifying earlier on this morning, and continually developing his craft. His racecraft as well. This is another strong opportunity for him. You see Dan Ashton in the background there, our clerk of the course here this weekend at PF. Just looking over things here. So hopefully we'll be third time lucky. Let's try and get some of your comments up this time before we roll round. Who's loving this weather? Well, in the commentary box right now, I'm going to mark it it's just right. Hello to XD. Hello to Jane Cartledge as well, who's cheering on Austin Gibson, who's racing, of course, in this category. And hello to Cross-Eyed Lion as well, back once again for another event here for the British Kart Championships. Right, what do we reckon, Nicole? Are we good for a start this time? Drivers just gesturing to one another to say, come on, let's get this pace under control. We want to get racing here for the first time in Waterswift this weekend. Into the tram lines. Is this going to be third time a charm? Yes, it is. Lights are out. There's a problem, I think, for Luca Narroway in the background there with a yellow helmet. Has not got going at all in the number 17. Through the first couple of corners, they all go. It's looking clean under the bridge, Nicole. As they run over the bridge, next up, the big challenge of hairpin number 1.
It does also look like Xavier Fonges struggled to get over the start-finish line and under the bridge. He's going around the bowl really slowly on the outside.
Into hairpin number 1. Drivers going defensive, but keeping it relatively clean. But a side-by-side in the middle of the pack, running towards hairpin number 2. but it looks like it's the number 74 of Austin Newstead who's come to the front of the order. Yes, it is. Great start then for Austin Newstead. Has got the jump on Jarlath Sayer there, the number 8 seed from last year. Sayer looking down the inside. Good go, but it's going to open the door for Williams to go through. So Harry Williams up into second place. Another one of the BMRs is coming through as well. Yes, that's the number 77 of George House. There are the problems for Luca Narroway running down between between hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. That shows you how far behind he is, unfortunately. But end of lap number 1, Newstead, impressive start there and well controlled when he was under attack, Nicole, from Jarlath Sayer to just hold that outside line, retain the lead.
Yeah, he knows it's early on in the race as well. There's no point doing anything, trying to hang it out hang it around the outside and trying to cut back in. He's just let him go, let him have it. Apologise for earlier on in the race. I thought that Luca Narroway was Xavier Fonge, got those two mixed up. So it was Luca that was struggling to get over the start finish and round the bowl. And I believe he has stopped somewhere out on the track.
Yes, most important thing, it's just a mechanical issue. Luca will be disappointed, but will be fit and raring to go for the next race later on today. Oh, very close there between Newstead and Williams going into the Mike Wilson complex. That's the opportunity for George House to come down the inside. George House up into second place, makes it a 1-2 at the moment. That's a good reading of the road there by George House.
Moved there by Will Green on Jarlath Sayer for fourth place.
Yeah, well, those two raced each other hard last week in Italy. Now back here on the home front for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. What can they do here? Big pack of them running down towards hairpin number 1. Harley Musk going along quite nicely as well. Nicole, as Williams makes the move for second place. But Harley Musk, again, another driver, very strong last weekend. P6 and the new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, we've got Will Green just on the second hairpin, almost trying to hang it round the outside, but does let, I believe it was Austin Newstead, go.
So the BMRs changing positions. This time, Williams has got a great run down the inside of Newstead into Bobby Game corner. Well, we've seen a couple of drivers try that move on Austin Newstead. Harry Williams is the first one to make it count out of the final corner. End of lap number 3. New race leader for Ollie Rowland Motorsport. His name is Harry Williams. Mason Brooks going along quickly as well, Nicole. New fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 3.58. As another change for the lead. Newstead down the inside. This is already shaping up to be a fascinating weekend for Miami Water Swift. Will Green trying to come through the order as well. Has got through to second place. Well, this is what we saw from him earlier on in the year. For the first time here in the British Kart Championships, he has the race lead. Runner-up in the championship in 2023. That's why he's got that number 2 board on his kart. But if there's one thing he wants to do in 2024, it's change that 2 to a 1. And it's those kind of moves that will set him up nicely to at least be a challenger into the lead now from Harry Williams. For Austin Newstead, well, things kind of going the other way to what I was expecting right now. Started the race very quickly. He's looking under a bit of pressure now there in third.
Almost similar to our senior Rotax race previously. Started off quite calm, quite reserved, and now it's getting all a little bit messy in that front pack.
Blair Smith coming through, has got into 8th place. Grayson Wortley is now your new fastest driver on the circuit, a 1 minute 3.32. Crucially now though, Nicole, we always say this is about momentum at this level, as there's a move there by Mason Brooks down the inside of one of the OMS. It's George Clark there, the number 42. That was for 4th place. But that top 3 now breaking away as side by side Harley Musk with Blair Smith. Blair Smith running in both Rotax and IAMI categories this year in the British Kart Championships.
Great.
And, yeah, Mason Brooks making some good progress.
Great start by George Clark as well, up by 6 positions in this race.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 45 remaining on the clock. Still Will Green out front at the moment from Harry Williams. Can he keep hold of that? Well, right now, Green and Williams quite happy to work together. That's good tactics. New fastest lap of the race for the driver in second place. There's the number 99 on your screens of Christian Kobe going side by side with Arun Singh. through the first chicane, through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Got very close, but good racing between those two drivers. Left each other enough room, made sure that they got under the bridge safely and continued their fight for what I think is around 15th place.
Yeah, Green and Williams pulled a nice gap here in the past couple of laps to Austin Newstead.
See more moves further down the field. That was one of the BMRs having a squabble there. I think it was Jonty Restrick in the number 67, fighting with Grayson Wortley, racing for OMS. Both of them going over, fighting over 13th place. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Then Will Green and Harry Williams holding this formation right now, keeping things calm, keeping things collected at the front of the field, which isn't always the way in Miami Water Swift. They've done fantastically to break off from the rest of the field. Just see by the body language of Williams' kart though at the moment, Nicole, I think he's looking pretty keen to get through and ahead of Will Green at the moment. What do you think with 1 minute 20 to go? Yeah,
he's still got a little bit of time, so he doesn't need to rush it, but I think he has got the opportunity to into the first hairpin quite late on the brakes, into the back of Will Green there.
On his screens once again, one of the fusions down the inside of an ORM. That looked to involve, I think that was Austin Gibson on the move past Blair Smith. That was over 8th place. So, Green and Williams out front, Newstead, Sayer and Clark the next trio, but not necessarily in that order, because I think Sayer has got through and into 3rd place. Looking a bit further down the order, Arian Naya has had a very good race, is currently there in 16th place, riding high in the top 20. 30 seconds to go, 2 more laps. Confirmed that Sayer now ahead of Newstead. George Clark has also got through in that battle. Austin Gibson, always a testing time for a reigning champion, Nicole, when they step up to the next level. On that same base platform, of course, moving from Water Swift Restricted to Water Swift. But good to see Gibson moving through the field. It's now up 4 places in this one and into 8th.
Yeah, definitely. It's always hard moving up a class, especially when you're one of the fastest drivers in your previous class. You're naturally going to want to go in and carry on winning.
Yep.
But you've got to go in, you've got to learn, you've got to be maybe sometimes schooled a little bit again. But definitely this season, Austin Gibson will get back up there pretty quickly.
Indeed. Time is up. Last lap board will be out in a short moment's time. As look at that fighting there. George Clark and Austin Newstead. New fastest lap of the race as well last time around for Jarlath Sayer, who's having a quick finish to this race. Good chance here for Harley Musk, George House and Mason Brooks to join the party for 3rd place. But we're going to focus here at the front of the order. Green and Williams. Williams goes down the inside. Nice move. Going up onto the banking, onto the bridge. But no, Green's fought back and retaken the lead onto the run down to hairpin 1 for the last time in this first heat for the Water Swift category. Williams not fancying a move there, maybe an opportunity into hairpin number 2. They're both checking over the shoulders to see what the gap is back to the drivers fighting over 3rd. It's more than enough. Green doing brilliantly here to hold on. There is changes though further back, Nicole.
Yeah, George Clark looking for a move on Austin Newstead there, and he's got it done. He was looking a little bit frustrated going into that second hairpin at Austin Newstead, giving him some signals to tell him to just go, stop sitting on the white line, but he has just made the move in the next corner.
Checkered flag is out, and once again it's Will Green who's going to win in Miami Water Swift. Takes the first heat of the weekend. As out is Newstead on the last couple of corners. Green takes it from Williams. 3rd place to Jarlath Sayer. George House 4th. Harley Musk completes the top 5. But what happened there for Austin Newstead? It was out of our vision and out of our vision here in the box, but that is the clear result that Austin Newstead is not going to be happy about that at all. Was running high in the order there, Nicole, having started from the front row of the grid, and in the end it'll be P24 for the BMR driver.
Yeah, shame, especially for your first heat. Wonder actually what happened there really. We saw George Clark go for a move into the chicane and then missed the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah,
so we'll
they were side by side. There were other karts involved, of course, though. But Will Green is your race winner. First one of the weekend by 0.32 of a second ahead of Harry Williams. Jarlath Sayer fights through to 3rd. George House, Harley Musk Mason Brooks, George Clark, Blair Smith, Grayson Wortley and Austin Gibson all inside the top 10. Shout out to Mason Brooks, biggest mover in that race, up 8 spots. Henry Clark, John T. Restrick, Callum Graham, Charlie Clough and Christian Kobe in the top 15. Aryan Singh, James Nolan, Ian Carey, Xavi Funge and Aryan Nair all in the top 20. Andy Stewart, P21. Oscar Miller and Jesus Bartolos, the last of the finishers there, 23 of them. Austin Newstead retiring on the last lap, and Luca Narroway had technical problems on lap 1. Well, discussions ongoing there, Nicole, between the drivers of how that first heat went for them. I think it's sure to be a very keenly competitive class here this weekend in Water Swift.
Yeah, these drivers are young, but nonetheless, they still know exactly what they want to say. When they come in, you'll see them shaking hands, congratulating each other, but also probably telling each other about each other's races.
They will indeed. More racing coming up here. We go into Junior X30 in the not too distant future. 2 races for them, which, no offence to any of the other classes here this weekend, is my most keenly anticipated class here this weekend. So do stick around for that. Keep your comments coming in as well. Hello to Derek, cheering on Austin Newstead. Unfortunate there for Austin Newstead, but there's some good race pace there quite clearly. Hello to Andrew May as well. Indeed, as Motorsport Magpie says, keep hitting that like button if you're enjoying the coverage here at PF International. We're here all weekend, all day today for round 1, and then we go back to 0. Everybody clean sheet of paper for round number 2 tomorrow, which we'll have here broadcast for you from PF. We're going to take a short break on the commentary though and be back for X30 Junior after these few messages. How we go then for race number 3, heat 1 for Junior X30. Aston Sharp on pole position. On the front row as well is Riley Cranham, Dries van Langendonk and Ian Kraling on row 2. Taylor Orridge and Thomas Min-Spearing go from row number 3. Samuel Branston and Lewis Islin start on the 4th row of the grid ahead of Daniel Kelleher and Kenzo Craigie. Nicholas Schaufler and Evan Purcell start on row number 6. Jack Eileth and Aaron Richardson on row 7. Monda Junior Canini and Archie Lovett go from row number 8 ahead of Iskender Sulfikari and Alex Dodds on row 9. Drew Waltz and Joey Brown start on the 10th row of the grid. Monty Brathwaite and Dylan Patel start on row 11. Emmanuel Hay and Jake Brooks start on row 12 ahead of Leif Kahn and Keith Burke on row 13. The 28 kart field is completed by Josh Parker and James Harris. Well, we had a little watch, Nicole, of the qualifying sessions earlier on this morning, Nicole, and I was nearly out of breath even before we got racing because there were so many changes at the front of the order. This really is where the class with the greatest quantity of drivers running as a one-off with the world champs in mind later in the year. Very intriguing picture as to how they're going to compete against the regulars here in the British Kart Championships. We're about to find out for heat number 1. Lights are out. Away we go. Good start for Aston Sharp. Good start for Dries van Langendonk as well. As there's an incident towards the back of the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 karts in trouble, it would seem. There, yellow flags are going to be out. We'll track through what's the 23 and the 74. That is going to be Jake Brook and Emmanuel Hay in trouble straight away there. Field running down through the order, and here we go. Aston Sharp, regular, of course, in the British Kart Championships, but has also been having a strong season so far in the Euro Series. on the Iami products for Mick Barrett Racing, has just casually got the reigning OK Junior World Champion for company at the front of the field at the moment. Dries van Langendonk still there in second place.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure at all. It's had a very strong year so far, both of these drivers. Dries van Langendonk currently the leader in the FIA Karting European Championships as well, and is not afraid to go for an overtake. Is Dries van Langendonk, the driver representing Belgium. Who else has had a good start? So I can see Archie Lovett there, Nicole. He's up 5 places from where he started.
Yeah, good start by him. Also, Tom Minspearing's looked quite strong so far. Up there in third. He's doing the double this year, Rotax and Iami. So looking forward to seeing how he gets on. As I've said that, I've jinxed him and he's dropped back.
Well, you'll get used to that, Nicole, being in the commentary box in the cursing drivers' races. It happens to the best of us. Technical flag for the number 11, Joey Brown. That's going to be the end of any competitive action in this one. Maybe able to get back into the race depending on what the problem is. I think it's a missing right-hand sidebar. I don't think I can see it out of the commentary box window. So that'll be the end of Joey Brown's race for Fusion Motorsport. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, intriguing situation here. Sharp and Van Langendonk, having broken away early on, are now being caught by Thomas Minspearing. A good lap there from Spearing, pulled in a bit of a gap. Taylor Orridge 4th place now. Spoke to him earlier on this weekend. One of the interviews that you can see on the Karting UK YouTube channel in due course. But yeah, something tells me, Nicole, this is going to be a bit of a spicy one at the front of X30 Junior.
Van Langendonk then into the first hairpin. It almost looked as if he couldn't quite make up his mind whether he was going to do it or not. Oh, and as I say that, into the second hairpin, Thomas Minspearing gets the move done on him.
I'll tell you what, Dries, welcome to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. That's what happens sometimes when you don't quite make the move. You get overtaken at the very next corner. It's something I've talked with drivers previously about how's it different racing between here in the British Kart Championships and in the European scene. And drivers have told me, it's like, yeah, you've really got to have your wits about you at this level because it's so competitive. Move being attempted there. That was, I think, the number 18 of Riley Cranham going for a move. New fastest lap of the race from Aaron Richardson.
Yeah, going back to what you were previously saying, Andrew, I think a lot of people come to the British and they know that more often than not, if you make a mistake, Thomas Minspearing into the race lead there out of the first hairpin.
Well, that was the move that Van Langendonk needed to pull the previous lap. Got down the inside and went for it. Now Aston Sharp's going to have to defend from those behind as in comes Taylor Orridge. GP plate holder, won it here at Kart Masters last summer. He's getting involved. Kenzo Craigie coming through there as well in the green and red helmet. The Mercedes-AMG junior driver. 4 minutes to go in this one. New leader confirmed at the end of lap number 4 is Spearing, Sharp, Orridge, Cranham, Van Langendonk in the top 5. I think there's also been a mechanical flag for the number 9 of Monda Junior Canini. Fighting onto the bridge again. Here comes Orridge side by side with Sharp. Sharp will have the advantage down off the bridge, down towards hairpin number 1. This is playing out exactly as I thought it would, Nicole, at the start of the weekend. Seeing the entry list. It's fast, it's frenetic, it's a pack of, what's that, about 13 karts all going through hairpin 2 in the space of about 2 seconds.
Kenzo Craigie trying to have a look then, but gets the door shut on him out of the second hairpin.
Change for the lead. Aston Sharp goes back through into first position. And after all that great work from Thomas Minspearing, this is what can happen. He's shuffled down to 3rd, to 4th, to 5th, as out of the race is one of the Forzas. It looked to be, it's going to be Archie Lovett, isn't it? The number 35. Thomas Minspearing now a +5 second penalty. That could be costly in a race like this, Nicole, because it's so close out there at the front. 5 seconds is going to shuffle him down right into the middle of the pack in this one. Side by side again, Orridge and Sharp. Sharp fighting back, running wide a bit there, was the race leader. Look at this. This is a heat, ladies and gentlemen, not a pre-final or even a final that you're watching right now. And round.
The first hairpin.
That looked to be the number 29 of Dries van Langendonk. So, The OK Junior World Champion has definitely had the full introduction to X30 Junior here. Turned round, won't be happy with that at all. There is a confirmation of the warning to Thomas Min-Spearing. I do wonder, will there be a bit of a discussion in the ranks after this one? Say, guys, let's just calm this one down. It's only a heat. There's a long way in this weekend to go. 2 minutes remaining on the clock, though, Nicole. Taylor Orridge back at the front of the order here at PFI, a familiar position for him.
I think what's really adding to the excitement of this race is two things. You've got the British drivers trying to prove that they're the fastest.
Yes.
And then you've got the drivers who have joined us from overseas trying to prove that they're also equally as quick and that they've got nothing to lose because they probably won't do the rest of the championship.
Correct. They very much everyone's trying to put their stamp on this one right now. This is only half of the drivers that we'll see this weekend in X30 Junior. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining on the clock, still at the front of the order. I think there's been a change for 7th place as here comes Nicholas Schaufler. Well, Nicholas Schaufler had a great start to his season in 2024. He's done, again, a lot of racing out in Europe, but hasn't had the best of luck at times. But a driver that in his own race, when everything runs right, he is one of the fastest currently in junior racing across Europe and arguably the world. Top 3 clear, and they're all Brits at the moment at the front of the order. Orridge, Cranham and Islin. And for Riley Cranham, I've been really impressed with how Riley's driven so far this season. He's got his head down, he's been very competitive out in Europe, particularly through heat races. Maybe just looking to build experience a bit in the longer races when he gets to a final. That's a great opportunity for him here this weekend with 2 of them to run across the course of Saturday and Sunday. Yeah,
talking of Lewis Islin previously as well, fastest lap of the race. Looking, we've not mentioned him so far,
nope.
But he's made up 5 places into 3rd and looking really calm, really in control.
I was very quick here last week, took a new lap record for X30 Junior, so we know he's got things dialed in to this near 1.4 kilometre circuit. Time is up. We're not on the last lap yet, though. That will be next time around. Change for 2nd place. Through goes Islin on Cranham. And is now going to go down the inside on the race leader. Well, I didn't think there was going to be enough of a space there for Lewis Islin to get down the inside of Taylor Orridge. I was completely wrong on that one. I think there was about the width of a Birrell there. That's a close one to the driver's left-hand side, and Orridge has got back through. And look at this. This has pulled Spearing and Sharp and others back into play. Here comes Cranham back down the inside. Takes 2nd place. Aston Sharp there. With the cross of St Andrews on the side of his helmet and the red as well. He's back up to 3rd place. Well, what a turn of events here. That was Taylor Orridge very much saying to Lewis Islin, no, that does not happen to me around this place. You don't overtake me like that and get away with it. Has a forceful move back down the inside from Taylor Orridge. He's going to have to work hard here, Nicole, on this last lap because he's got a huge train of drivers behind him. Down towards hairpin number 1. Oh, close there. I think that was Kenzo Craigie and Aaron Richardson debating who's going to take 6th place into hairpin number 1. Sharp side by side with Cranham once again. Spearing looking around the outside. This is good news at the moment, as in fact Taylor Orridge has lost the lead. So Cranham's got through. Riley Cranham's got through into the lead of this first heat. Aston Sharp fighting on for 2nd place. Taylor Orridge is now hanging on for 3rd. But is Riley Cranham going to take his first win of the weekend? It's not his first win of the year. He's been in very good form. He is. Riley Cranham takes Heat 1 here at PF in a frantic start to the weekend for X30 Junior. Takes it by 0.6 of a second ahead of Aston Sharp. Taylor Orridge 3rd. Thomas Min-Spearing 4th. But Spearing has a 5-second penalty, which is going to cost him big time here. Lewis Islin 5th on the road ahead of Craigie, Schaufler, Kelleher, Richardson and Alex Dodds. Great drive there from Alex Dodds, up 8 spots into the top 10. Also good moves through the field there, Nicole, for Laith Khan, up 12 places to 13th.
to be honest with you, Andrew. I can't believe it's only the first heat.
Yes, well, yeah, it did definitely have that feel of being a race with more riding on it, but in a way I'm not surprised because it's such a high quality field, lots of drivers with great records. They're not here to finish 8th or 10th. They're here to win every single race they can. So that is very much how I think these races are going to go this weekend. It's going to be a battle of the wits and a battle for survival out there. But for Riley Cranham, quite a stated driver, of course. Again, just getting on with things and delivering for Fusion Motorsport, as he has done for a lot of 2024 so far in Europe.
I also wonder how knowing that this weekend is a double header for these drivers is impacting their mentality. Are they maybe going into these heats thinking, I'll just go for it because I've got another chance tomorrow anyway?
Maybe so, but there is Riley Cranham. Somehow, in the warm conditions here, it just looks like he's just been out and bought a paper from the local shop. He looks relatively calm and composed and ready to go, not fussed at all ahead of his second heat. The second heats for these drivers, anyone in Group A will be back out at 2 o'clock. Anyone in Group C will be out immediately after at 2:15. But yeah, no, great result there for Riley Cranham. And I think the team can be very pleased with that result as well. They've put a lot of work in over the winter to make sure that number 18 is running perfectly, and it is doing so far this weekend. We'll take a short break. Coming up, the next heat for Junior X30. It'll be Groups B and C heading out on circuit after these short messages. Cracking on then, Heat 2, race number 4 in the schedule. This is another one for X30 Junior. Harrison Whitcomb on pole position, Zach Green alongside on the front row. Harrison Mackie, winner last week in Italy, is joined by Morgan Moore on row number 2. Hamish Forrest and Rocco Coronel start on row number 3 ahead of George Edgar and Mayan Patel. Rocco Leon Shenton and Sky Parker go from the 5th row of the grid. They're ahead of Jacob Bachler and Max Ewell. Harry Walsh and Archie Owen go from row 7. Nat Johnston and Jesse Phillips start on row 8. Phillips, of course, the reigning Water Swift champion. Jarrett Clark and Charlie Myers on row 9. Jean-Matteo Rousseau, representing Panama, starts on row 10 alongside Adam Holmes. Zeph Nurnberger and Alexander De Benedictis start on row 11. Ahead of George Quartermain and Devin Waltz on row 12. Louis Cachet starts on row 13 alongside Daniel Samir. Ashley Haza, representing Jamaica, completes the 27-strong field here for Groups B and D. Anyone on the pole side of the grid are in Group B, so Harrison Whitcomb classified 2nd of all the drivers in X30 Junior earlier on this morning for timed qualifying. Anyone on the anti-pole side of the grid is in Group D. It's another strong one, Nicole. Lots of familiar faces to viewers here in previous years to the British Kart Championships, and also familiar faces to the European scene, the likes of Mackie in there, Coronel in there as well, Devin Waltz, all looking for a good race here.
Pole sitter also, Harrison Whitcomb, was our round 1 Rotax winner, of course. So similarly to Thomas Minspearing teammate, he's doing the double this year.
He is indeed. Let's see if we're good for a start. No, we're not. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. Yeah, Harrison Whitcomb, who had a bit of a difficult O-plate, didn't he? A bit of a administrative error. Do we describe it as that? Do we describe walking out of the Parc Fermé?
To be nice to mechanic and driver.
Yeah.
That's just...
Yes, but they made a mistake that they'll never make again this season in the British Kart Championships. But jokes aside, the response from Harrison Whitcomb the last time he was here, as you say, for event number 1, was very impressive indeed. To show, had a problem, missed out on a victory in the O plate, but he's definitely on some very strong form so far this year.
Redeemed himself.
Yes, that's a very good word for it. So, Harrison Whitcomb on the front row. Zach Green joining him there. Zach Green, who had a good chance to take the victory last week in Miami Euro Series, the junior category, similar to what we were saying with the Water Swifts earlier. Pretty good showing from the Brits across. I wouldn't say domination, but a pretty good showing from the Brits there. The driver who won last week in Europe on these machines, Harrison Mackie, starting third on the grid there. If you haven't seen the move that Mackie made for the race win, do go check it out. It was another one in the Hall of Fame of overtakes of the year for 2024. What are we going to see in this one? 8 minutes on the clock. Are the lights going out? Yes, they are. Nigel Edwards is happy for the start of this one, and away we go. Very even start between Whitcomb and Green. Good start for Mackie as well. Holes there in third place. Cleaner start this time, Nicole, under the bridge. All 27 karts running, and on their way to fighting their way into hairpin number one.
Yeah, nice clean start. Wondering if we'll see what we've seen in all the other classes, which is a great clean start, and then it gets all a bit messy after about 3 laps.
We'll see indeed them running through the field. Everyone has got through hairpin number one. Of course, drivers in the second half of the field trying to make as much progress as they can early on, worrying about a potential split in the front half of the field. But it's calmer so far in this second heat for X30 Junior. Harrison Whitcomb, though, again showing the speed that he's got here. And from a driver's perspective, Nicole, just how difficult is this? Because I know we're talking about who's running well in Event 1, running well in the Rotax classes. Oh, I'll come back to that because I think there's a problem for Zach Green. Has he got a loose rear bumper there on the rear right-hand side of the kart? I thought I saw a little bit of movement that did not look factory spec. Yes, it's dragging on the ground. Great pickup there by the camera ops. That is going to be potential attention from race control to Zach Green. That's going to be a shame for him. But just to go back to Whitcomb, how hard is it to go from the Rotax Mojo tyres to the Miami Comet tyres? All the differences there. Talk us through how and why that's a challenge.
Well, before I go on to that, like you said, Zach Green has got a technical flag, so he will be forced to come in at some point in this race. We'll see how long he stays out there for. Harrison Whitcomb, I think if you can swap between Rotax, Miami, OK, any engine category, any tyre, and be fast in every single one, it really shows that you're a great driver and very versatile. And I think so far what we've seen of Harrison this year, he is demonstrating that. Yep,
he is indeed. There is the orange disc flag for Zach Green. Oh, that's a nice move. That looked like Mayan Patel. Yes, it was. Mayan Patel down the inside, fighting at the moment, I think, with Hamish Forrest over 7th place. 5.5 minutes remaining in this one. Change for second place on the road now. Harrison Mackie has got ahead of Zach Green. I think Zach Green knows that his race is run. He's not going to fight that one with George Edgar in the 17 for Mick Barrett Racing down the inside. You should see Green peel off into pit lane. Yeah, well, proper work there from Zach Green. Disappointing, but saw the technical flag, pulls it straight in, doesn't argue it. Maybe he might be able to get that kart back in the race if the mechanics are on hand and we can get it into the repair area. But for now, that is Zach Green's hopes of winning this one done. 5 minutes to go. Who's on the move? See, Nicole, that Rockallane Shenton is up 4 spots into 5th place. Max Newell as well, moving up through the order.
George Edgar up 4 places as well, the Mick Barrett driver, and Harrison Mackie going down the inside. Oh, George Edgar having a look, puts Harrison Whitcomb out on the rumble strip, and he's got it done. Mick Barrett driver, number 17. Great move by him.
Yeah, good opportunistic driving there from George Edgar. There is the number 8 of Zach Green.
So Zach Green, bumper falls off very early on in the race, so it's unlikely that that would have been caused by another driver doing anything.
Unlikely, yes.
So I wonder if there's going to be some strong words with the mechanic, or
could be some finger trouble for the preparation of the kart. But that's part of motorsport sometimes. +5 second penalty for Devin Waltz. The American currently in 25th place, having a tough run of things so far here today. But again, the good opportunities of having a double-header weekend is that I think we will see a stronger run from Devin Waltz later on this weekend. Both of the Waltz brothers here at PFI. We'll see. Well, I think we've already seen Drew Waltz out on circuit. Changes for position through the order. There is Rocco Coronel, son of Tom Coronel, World Touring Car driver, and very much one of the new bright hopes for the Netherlands. Of course, having a good time of things, supporting their best in Formula One at the moment, and Rocco Coronel definitely another one of that next generation being inspired by Max Verstappen. He's had another very good season so far, was third in the previous FIA round a couple of weeks ago. And this is his first time here at this circuit, and learning it all the while. He's running strongly there in 8th place right now. 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go. Good seeing you fastest lap there from Jesse Phillips. We talked about it in Waterswift, didn't we, Nicole, about the difficulties of moving up the levels, but would you agree that it's probably the most difficult of those jumps is the one that Jesse Phillips has done this year from Waterswift to X30 Junior?
Yeah, I think mini to big kart is always the hardest change. It's completely different. When you go junior to senior, there's not, yes, it's faster and you're on a different tyre, but it's not too much different. You get used to it within a day, a couple of days. But the mini to the big kart, big change for these drivers.
Yeah, we have seen that with Jesse Phillips. You know, he's just looking for that consistency right now, and well, he's doing it in this race. He's up 5 places now to 11th. Back at the front of the order, though, Mackie and Whitcomb. Whitcomb back into 2nd place and has just gone and set the fastest lap of the race. Is he looking down the inside now? I think that's one of those where he's more defending from George Edgar. Morgan Moore going along very nicely as well. Premium karting. Interested to see how they get on this weekend, as Edgar has a little go down the inside of Whitcomb. That doesn't quite work out. Premium karting as a team have been fantastic so far this year, particularly in X30 Senior. A lot of success for Marcus Luzio out on the continent. And another team to put in that mix of Fusion and Argenti and Mick Barrett Racing could get some good results here this weekend. Yeah,
nice to see it being broken up a little bit. Lots of different teams in there instead of the same kind of groups of names.
So just over a minute on the clock then. Live coverage of event 2 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland on commentary duties for you right now. Is there some news, Nicole, regards Sky Parker?
Sky Parker warning flag out there. I've not seen anything particularly untoward go on. I've missed that, but warning flag has gone out to her, so she needs to be careful now with where she's putting that kart on the circuit.
Side by side here, this is the battle between the 73 and the 55, Harry Walsh and Max Ewell. This is over 11th place as we cut forward to the top 4 again. Harrison Mackie, similar to what we saw last weekend for those following the Euro series, pulling out at the front of the order, looking comfortable at the front of the field. Quarter of a second ahead of Whitcomb right now with 2 laps to go.
George Edgar, fastest lap again with a 57.46. Good to see him up the front as well. He's always in the British Championships. He's always been up there, and hopefully we'll see this year, maybe, could be his year.
Could be the year indeed. Time has expired. So Jesse Phillips up another spot, has now got past Sky Parker for 9th place. And moment for Morgan Moore, just dropping back a little bit from this front trio who are finishing this race very quickly. George Edgar has just gone purple through sector number 2 and set a personal best in sector number 1. Has George Edgar got enough chances, though, to get past Whitcomb and then get past Mackie as well for the race win? Does he want to do that at this stage? At the end, this is a heat. It's not a final for these drivers at the moment. There is a new fastest lap of the race, though, 57.35. Final lap board is out, Nicole. Again, Harrison Mackie soaks up the pressure so well. I assume he's working with his older brother Lewis again this weekend, who's on the spanners last weekend, did a great job, but has lost the lead now. Right, so Whitcomb has found a way through, going up and round the bridge. George Edgar looking to the outside now, maybe for a switchback out of hairpin number 2. But Harrison Whitcomb once again coming to the front of the order. George Edgar has got through down the inside of Harrison Mackie. Mackie all the while is now trying to hold on for third place ahead of Morgan Moore. Well, it's been a calmer race this heat for Groups B and D in X30 Junior, and it's going to be won by Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb continues the run of results he had 3 weeks ago here in event number 1 at PF. He takes the race win by 0.2 of a second ahead of George Edgar. Harrison Mackie in 3rd, Morgan Moore 4th, Rocco Lane Shenton there in 5th place, having gained 4. As I say, calmer race that time, Nicole. Shows that they can have a little bit, not as much of a scrap as we saw in heat number 1, but another very good result from Harrison Whitcomb.
I don't know what you think. This is maybe in the back of my mind. In that race, there were fewer of the European
wild cards,
drivers.
yes.
So the drivers we've just seen have got more to lose. So maybe driving a bit calmer to,
more to lose, but also probably a bit more used to racing against each other as individuals.
Yeah, that exactly. And maybe, like you said, used to each other, how each other races. They're not maybe trying to prove as much. They know their competition. They know that the competition know them.
Absolutely. Well, there we go. That is a win for Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison Mackie there, another strong result. Top 3 for Mackie to start off the weekend.
Wonder if his sunglasses will get thrown to him now.
I know he'll bounce back from this. Bounce back from adversity. I wouldn't say he's in an adverse position right now, but things to work on, and things I think for everybody to work on to beat Harrison Whitcomb. Has looked fantastic here at PF International. There is your number 66. Let's get ready though. Next race is going to be out shortly. Race 5 on your programmes, and it's the first appearance of the weekend for Water Swift Restricted. Water Swift Restricted on circuit now. Here's Nicole with your grid.
So front
row.
Forgotten how to speak. Front row, we've got Alfie Davidson alongside Chester Fawkes, James Roots behind Alfie alongside Daniel Ferguson, Harry Chapman and Alessandro Solas, Ethan Robinson and Henry Algar, Mason Hibbert, Alfie Favel, William Crombie, Ilias Sami. Then we have on the 7th row Oscar Kenny with Lewis Williams Mabs, and to round out our grid, 15th we have Reggie Chandler.
Indeed, new group of drivers for us here, all looking to replicate what Austin Gibson did last year of winning the championship and take their first titles at this level. We have got a champion on this grid, Harry Chapman, winner of the Bambino class in 2023, has moved up to this one. Keep an eye out for James Roots as well, another one of the drivers doing double duty across the course of the year of Rotax and IAMI. Ethan Robinson as well, cadet champion in Northern Ireland, is a driver I'm keen to see how Ethan gets on this weekend. 8 minutes are on the clock once again for the drivers. Alfie Davidson for Fusion Motorsport will take this one from pole position. Are we good for a start? The lights are out. Away we go then for the start of Heat 1 for Water Swift Restricted. Good start for Alfie Davidson. Good start as well for James Roots in the Evolve machine there with the light blue bodywork. It's a calm run up and onto the bridge for the first time. See the number 26 of Ilias Sami, who we had a chat to during the Paddock show that we recorded yesterday. He was very excited about his racing here this weekend for Jamie Green Racing. That's a good start, Nicole, from the Water Swift Restricted. Oh, a couple of drivers running out wide. One of them is Ilias Sami. I think the number 20 that might have been William Crombie. Yes, it was. Driver in the green suit and the green helmet and the green livery. Very easy for us to spot here in the commentary box. Just having a bit of a moment there. Change for the lead, though, Nicole, at the very front. James Roots through into P1.
Good start by Daniel Ferguson in this race as well, 4th to 3rd, but has quite quickly caught up to Chester Fawkes and Alfie Davidson in the later stages of this lap. Of course, the young Daniel Ferguson, supported by GT Cup team, RAM Racing.
Indeed, RAM Racing has had a very good start to things this year in the British GT Championship, scored a few points, and looking to see his son do well here this weekend at PFI. That's a nice move down the inside. That was the number 28 of Alessandro Salas gaining positions, racing for Jade Racing Team this weekend. Battle for second raging on here with Ferguson at the very front of it. Alfie Davidson has worked his way back up to the front of the order. Unfortunately, a plus 5 second penalty notification has just come on our screens, Nicole, for Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes had a great qualifying, second on the grid. A few problems there. 4th on the road at the moment. There was 5 seconds for the number 38. At the moment, would shuffle Chester down to the bottom of the order. But still, bit of a time trial now for Chester. 6 minutes to try and get as far up the road as possible and negates the effects of that penalty.
Yeah, hopefully now he's signalled to by his mechanic just to push and try and get as far away as he currently is as possible, so that he doesn't end up being, well, currently he would be 14th if with that 5 seconds. So needs to maybe just stay where he is, stay calm and get some seconds behind him.
Indeed. So 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Alfie Davidson looking pretty comfortable right now, and it's not something we often see in the restricted class, Nicole. It is a cadet category, so it's often about momentum and positioning yourself right. I say that Davidson is now being reeled back in. This is typically what we start to see. James Roots driving cleanly at the moment there in second place, and this is going to be a bit of work now for Alfie Davidson to hold on to the lead, but he's done everything right so far in this race. Through round 2 complete. Lap number 3 then. Just looking further down the order, who's had decent starts? Well, Oscar Kenny is up 4 spots right now for Ollie Rowland Motorsport. He's now 5 places. He's just got ahead of Harry Fable on that last tour of the circuit. You can see there fighting through Chester Fawkes, wanting 3rd place on the road. The 5 second penalty that Fawkes has now would take him down to around 12th place. I think that's the thing for Chester Fawkes, that he can see the top 2 breaking away, wants to get past Daniel Ferguson there in 3rd place to go with the top 2, but again, that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
Yeah, he needs to try now as well, not get too frustrated and start over-driving, which is going to cause a mistake. I know Daniel Ferguson was signalling to him into the first hairpin quite passionately, just to say, come on, let's go, let's catch the top 2 and then fight it out.
Well, from your experience, Nicole, how difficult is it to keep track of the plus 5 seconds, the things happening around you? Is there a possibility that Ferguson's just not quite aware at the moment that Fawkes is in that situation?
Yeah, I think firstly you can't see the board, so you don't know what the exact time is. It's hard to see, and you're so concentrated about where you're putting the kart and the kart in front of you.
Oh, sorry Nicole, off the road. That looks to be Henry Algar in the number 12, who is up on the bank there. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in the race. We'll monitor whether that does happen or not. But what a shame for Henry Algar. That is not the way he would have wanted to start his weekend. Yellow flags out and through the Bruno Ferrari S's and up onto the bridge. And unfortunately, Algar falls down to 15th place.
James Roots there with the fastest lap as well. He has just sat behind Alfie Davidson for this race. I don't know if... It doesn't really look like he's had a look at a move. It's just sort of sat there at the minute.
He has, but 2.5 minutes to go. And with good reason, because they are edging away from the second pair. 1 minute 5.83 last time around for Davidson. 1 minute 5.77 on your screens there for James Roots. There is the stricken kart of Henry Algar. Unfortunately, out of this race. I think you can just about see Henry safe and sound in the marshal post, and sadly becomes a spectator for the remaining laps of this one. But 0.9 of a second is now the gap from first to third, so it is going out at the rate of about 1/10.5, 2/10 per lap, which right now, if you're Davidson and Roots, is music to your ears, because it's limiting the number of drivers who can get involved in the battle for the lead on the last lap. 1.5 minutes remaining. A little bit further down the order, this is the number 48 of Oscar Kenny. Trying to find a way past Harry Chapman there in the number 32. That is over 7th place. Good race as well for Louis Williams-Mabs. Is up 5 spots so far. As here, side by side, here comes Salas. Takes 5th place away from Mason Hibbert there with a nice move through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Yellow flags have been taken in, of course. The kart of Henry Elgar has been moved to a safe position. 53 seconds remaining, and now the battle continuing for Salas and Hibbert as they go through hairpin number 1. Chapman holding off Kenny as well for 7th place, although that may encourage the likes of Williams-Mabs and Favel into that fight. They're all inside the top 10 right now. Good consistency for these drivers, Nicole. Some of them, this will be their first race weekend here at PF, and good experience being gained by them, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Nice and calm as well. So where they're not battling and, you know, going into corners side by side, they're learning the track more as well for later on in the weekend, especially for those drivers that haven't spent that much time here, which in this grid there is really beneficial to use this heat to learn.
Absolutely. Just saw the +5 second board going out for the number 22. That is Louis Williams-Mabs. Would drop Williams-Mabs around to 12th place right now. Here is what is now a battle for the lead. We've seen a couple of defensive moves from Alfie Davidson, wanting to keep that track position ahead of James Roots. Roots looking to the outside as they go through hairpin number 2 now. On balance, I think you'd say that James Roots is a little bit quicker right now, but a big part of that is the slipstream, which if he does take the lead, he would lose. There is going to be one more lap for these drivers to sort out who takes heat number 1 in Water Swift Restricted. Through the Mike Wilson complex they go. Alfie Davidson looking poised through that part of the circuit. Such a difficult part of the circuit. One corner into another, into another, into another. Onto the final lap then. Davidson moves to the inside, holds the line through the Bruno Ferrari S's. That's one overtaking opportunity for James Roots done. This could be another one though. Is down the inside onto the bridge. Beautifully done by James Roots there. Takes the lead on the last lap.
Great move by James then. We were talking about, is he going to have a look? And to leave it to the last lap and get it done in the way he has. But Alfie Davidson up the inside and gets it back off him. Late move, very late.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an improvised on-the-spot move there from Alfie Davidson, but he made it work. Daniel Ferguson's there as well in 3rd place. There's the point from Alfie Davidson to say, come on, let's go, because just again, they were a second apart, the first 2 and the second 2 at the start of this lap, and look at how much it has closed up. Davidson, Roots, Ferguson, Chester Forks still there as well. Remember, he does have that 5-second penalty, which is going to move him down to around 10th place. But for Alfie Davidson, a very good victory to start the weekend here at PF International. Takes Heat 1 in Water Swift Restricted ahead of James Roots, Daniel Ferguson 3rd, Chester Forks indeed in 4th place on the road. A 5-second penalty will move him to 10th place. Good finishes as well for Alessandro Salas, Mason Hibbert, Harry Chapman, Oscar Kenny, Louis Williams-Mabs and Harry Favel, all in the top 10 on the road. Well, that takes us through all of the categories here for the IAME classes. Nicole, what have you made of it so far?
Busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, drivers are not hanging around, I don't think, especially in the junior and senior category. They've put on a show so far, I'd say.
They have indeed. Well, all of them have got another heat to go. The results from the races we've seen so far today and the races to come in the early parts of the afternoon session, they will set the grids, I should say, for the repechages and the finals later on today. As I say, we will have repechages for Junior, Senior and for Water Swift. We won't for Water Swift Restricted. All of those drivers guaranteed a spot in the final, including that young man there. Good thumbs up from Alfie Davidson. Happy with that one. Very calm and composed drive to race victory. Going through all the post-race procedures now, checking the weight of kart and driver, making sure that that is legal and good. We'll head round, as you just heard there, into technical scrutineering for the Motorsport UK team to good old look over the car to make sure everything was prim and proper in that one.
Yeah, great start by Alfie there. I liked the last lap commotion. He almost said to second place
James Roots, yeah.
James Roots. He almost said, "Okay, have that round the bowl. You can have that, but round the first hairpin, I'm going to take it back off you."
Yeah, it's a very good move indeed. In a racing capacity, we do go into a bit of a break now. There is a bit of Tillotson practice going on that will keep you up to speed with. In terms of racing, we will see Tillotson T4 tomorrow. They do have their timed qualifying later on today, but do stick around for more racing here at PF International. The next set of races get going at 1:30. We will have the Paddock show from yesterday to have on your screens. But before we get to the Paddock show and the races at 1:30, a few messages from the sponsors.
International, event 2 of the year for the Wera Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, but the first time we've seen this year the IAMI classes. Beautiful weekend here at PF International. It's hard to believe that when we were last here 3 weeks ago we had coats on and everything, but it should be a very exciting weekend with some good track conditions. There's lots to cover, so let's get right into it. Let's have a little step into Jade for this weekend, see how they're getting on. Lewis Islin, I think, has just skipped into the back. We've not had any time pre-practice yet, so this is going to be a bit of a review of what's been happening so far in 2024 with our IAMI runners and who we've got this weekend. Let's have a quick chat with Lewis. Lewis, how are we feeling ahead of the first round?
Yeah, looking good. Like the club round last week even, we're looking good. So hopefully we can bring that over to this weekend.
Track's nicely rubbered in as well. There's not really been any rain at all since the club round last week. Is that conditions you enjoy?
Yeah, the track's really quick. Like it might get to the point where it's going to over grip a little bit, but hopefully it stays how it is.
Lots of Euro runners here this weekend. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they end up. Like, it's nice to see unfamiliar faces here, and we'll see how they get on.
And the wider team, how are we feeling this weekend? What kind of results do we think we can get?
Yeah, the whole team's looking good. We're all confident going into this weekend, so hopefully we can all get a nice result for the team.
Good stuff. Well, have a good weekend, Lewis. Good to see it. Yeah, I think some good results from the last time we were here for the Bills. I've just noted, I don't think Noah's around at the moment, but Noah Wolf, familiar name to the British Kart Championships, but this is the first time I think that Noah's raced with us this year, but has been running very, very well in Europe. This is one of the entries that we're going to be talking about in terms of the World Championships later in the year. Noah here, running in the FIA classes so far in 2024, running very well in those classes. That is a driver running this weekend, obviously looking to win this weekend, of course, but has also got an eye on September and on how things are going to be running there. Evolve, what have I got in my notes for Evolve? Luke and Narroway running with them this weekend, should be on for some good results. I think we got Lucas Kart right in front of us at the moment. In fact, right on cue. Luca, can we have a quick word for the Paddock show? How are we feeling ahead of this weekend?
Really good. Just quite confident going into it, as like last weekend, the club round, we did quite well. So.
Have you been out on circuit yet, or is this your first practice that you're heading to now?
This is going to be our third practice, so the times are looking quite good, but don't know because the timing is obviously not on yet. But this session we'll know whereabouts we are.
Good stuff. We'll let you get going. I don't want to hold you up before your practice session, but good to have a chat there with Luca. Cooper Snedden's joined me as well. Cooper, good to see you again. How are we feeling ahead of this weekend?
I'm feeling quite confident about this weekend. Of course, France courses didn't really go to plan, but this weekend I think it's going to be a different story.
What do you think you learnt most from racing last weekend in Italy that you can bring here? It's a very different circuit.
Well, I thought just bringing through more speed through the corners and stuff. I think it's just whenever any driver goes out to Europe, I think it just makes them a bit of a better driver and get more experience in the kart.
And you're proudly repping a bit of Mr. Norris as well with his win last week?
Yeah, Norris is my favourite F1 driver after Max Verstappen. Yeah.
Good stuff. We'll catch you later on. We should, of course, send our congratulations to the whole Norris family. There's many people in this paddock here this weekend who were around when Lando was racing through. A very, very popular victory, not just in the Formula One paddock, but here as well. Really good to see that the UK has a new Formula One Grand Prix winner for these young drivers to hopefully emulate in the future. Where should we go now? Let's go down here. Let's go around the back.
To have a bit of a fuller talk of this weekend. As we say, it's the first weekend of the first round for IAMI. 4 classes of IAMI here again this year. You've got, starting with the IAMI Water Swift Restricted, good number of new drivers through there. With the cadet category, you then got IAMI Water Swift, the non-restricted category. That's got quite a few numbers moving up through it. You've got the junior and then the senior X30 categories, and you've also got this weekend Tillotson T4. This is a one-off appearance for Tillotson T4. Aim of the game for all the drivers this weekend. Good strong field of over 20 drivers here at PF. This acts as their qualifier for the T4 Nations Cup later on in the year. That's an event that'll be run at Valencia, at Autodromo de Lucas Galero. So I think it's going to be a really competitive run for the drivers here this weekend. Going to do hopefully a bit of a feature on Tillotson as well, so more across the weekend on that. BMR have been running very, very well in X30 Mini in IAMI Euro Series. In terms of who they've got in their awning this weekend, Austin Newstead and George House in particular are names that jump out. They've both been running very well in Europe so far this year. I think we've got George at the back of the awning here. We'll have a quick chat with George if that's okay. George, back in the UK, PF, round 1, how are we feeling?
Good, confident for this first week of the British Championship. Yeah, hoping we can do well. Yeah.
What's your favourite thing about PF as a circuit? It's a long circuit by UK standards.
I like the bridge. Yeah, it's quite, it goes up the hill and then it comes down.
And some really good race pace in Franciacorta last week. I know it wasn't quite the final result that you wanted, but a solid run into the top 10 there and looking good for this weekend?
Yep. Yeah, it was good.
Good stuff. We'll have a chat with Austin Newstead as well. Austin's had a really good year so far in Europe. Austin, getting ready for one of your free practices, back in it again. Race pace has been really, really strong so far this year, whether it be in Spain or in Italy for the Euro Series. Is that looking good again for this weekend?
Yes, we've currently been right up there in the IAMI Euro Series. Hopefully we can continue it on to this weekend.
Qualifying is probably the bit that's been the Achilles heel, or the initial first lap pace. What have you been working on to try and get that fixed?
In what way?
In terms of switching the tyres on as well, is that something that you're working on for this weekend?
Yeah, generally before I've been quite good, like getting the tyres switched on. When we go new tyres before, for the practices before as well, I've managed to get them switched on straight away, which hopefully I can do that in the qualifying as well.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us. But yeah, Austin's been running fantastically so far this season. I think he's in a good position to have a strong year. Where shall we go next? Let's head to ORM. ORM always a big factor in these IAMI rounds, particularly in the younger categories. Myself and Anthony Jordan, Anthony sends his love by the way, having a big discussion last weekend about how at the start of things in the cadet and inter categories it was very much the ORM versus Fusion Motorsport story. There's definitely going to be other teams involved in that picture this weekend, but I'm expecting this kart here, the number 44, to run very quickly, particularly in qualifying. Harry Williams had a mega run last weekend in Italy, took timed qualifying pole position, got himself a top 10 in the races as well, and raced through to some good championship points in the finale. Different points system, of course, in those competitions, but a very good sign nonetheless. Christian Kobe as well. Christian Kobe's been running strongly so far this season. The Irish driver looking to represent well here again. Also want to see if we can have a quick chat with Charlie Clough. Let's have a little chat here. How are we feeling ahead of this weekend, Charlie?
Good.
How's there's a lot of noise up behind us. Track, have you been out yet? Is it feeling good?
Yeah, bit warm.
it is a bit warm. Does that change things for you? Is that a bit of a... Have you got to change the setup for that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Good stuff. Well, we'll catch you later on. I think keeping things close to the chest of the ORM guys, but we'll be in a decent position to get some good results this weekend. Colby Patterson as well, we should note, ran very quickly last weekend in Europe. Let's do a little bit of a shift this way. I want to see if we can catch up with some of the Argenti team. We've touched on it a little bit already, but a big part of this weekend is going to be drivers here as a one-off. Drivers here as a one-off for preparing for the World Championships. If you were with us for event number 1, you'll all know, because we wax lyrical about it, that it's great to have the World Championships here at PF later on in the year. But yeah, there's particularly an X30 Junior, it is a stacked entry this weekend, with a lot of drivers choosing this meeting to give themselves a bit of race practice ahead of coming back here later on in the autumn. In particular for Argenti, Arjen Kraling is in here this weekend. Lewis Francis, another one of the development drivers with the effort here. Let's have a little pop in and see if we can find anyone in the paddocks. Kenzo Craigie down there preparing tyres ahead of his session. We won't disturb him right now because he's hard at work. But as I say, Arjen Kraling from Germany running this weekend. Will be interesting to see how he gets on. Thomas been Spearing back again. Very strong driver in previous years of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Sky Parker also running here this weekend. And keep an eye out for Harrison Whitcomb. Had a really good response after adversity earlier on in the year. Another driver that I'm expecting to see towards the front of the order here at PF across the 2 days of... It's a double header. We haven't mentioned that yet, that it's a double header this weekend. So 2 completely separate rounds being held across the course of the weekend. I'm just seeing if there's anyone further around there. I did see, they're right there. Victory Lane, another example of drivers here as a one-off, but to introduce them to people who might not be familiar, running on the Kart Republic chassis, this is a very, very strong team. Based out in France. They've got the likes of Louis Cachet and Rocco Coronel here this weekend. I'm very interested to see, and he's right there in fact, we'll see if we can have a quick chat with Rocco Coronel. I'm very interested to see how they get on this weekend. This might be where I stick my head in to see if Rocco's all right to have a very, very quick chat with us. Great to have a number of our international runners here this weekend. Rocco, great to see you once again. PF International, you raced here before?
Never been here before.
And for the folks back home, you're here this year, I presume, very much with an eye on the World Championships later in the year. So what are you learning? What are you looking to learn here this weekend?
For sure the track itself, because it's quite a difficult track with the bridge and everything. But for the rest, when you can overtake, and that's only where we're here, and just where we can be fast.
I know we're only on free practice day. What kind of preparations have you done for racing up against the British Kart Championship regulars? What do you make of it so far?
Preparing how I can be fast, if I can be alone or behind someone, looking at the other people and just driving fast.
And a fair few other drivers here this weekend who you know from the FIA and the OK ranks as well. Who's your money on for doing well here this weekend?
Van Langeren can do it, because he has been here like 2 times. I speak with his dad 2 times, I think. And for the rest, I think it can be fast, because he was in all the session, was quite fast. So and a few other drivers, maybe the English drivers, because they drive here as well. I think they can be fast.
Good stuff. Good to see you, mate. And again, welcome to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Rocco Coronel, who was on the podium last time we had an FIA round. That was at Val d'Argenton earlier on, well, less than a month ago. It's been a long month. But yes, no, great to have them here. Yes, they're going to be wild cards. We're not going to be talking about them in terms of championship protagonists and all of that, but I think again it really shows the strength of this championship at the moment, that you have got the best of the best, and we really do mean that. You look at their records coming here to compete this weekend. Mick Barrett Racing, well, it's a very poignant weekend, of course, for Mick Barrett Racing, and it's the first time they've raced in a British Kart Championships capacity here this year. The professionalism of this team, though, they'll be focusing on getting another strong result. Aston Sharp in particular, I am keeping an eye on. Another driver who, without any results so far this year to go on a basis of a form book, Aston Sharp has looked very good indeed wherever we've raced in IAME Euro Series so far this year. So Aston Sharp, definitely a driver to keep an eye on across the course of the weekend. But yes, no, we do genuinely wish MBR the best of luck this weekend for everything that they've gone through over these past few months. It's great to see them here and looking like they're going to have a weekend. George Edgar, we should mention as well, has looked quick so far in preparations for this one. Let's march on down, because I'm conscious we need to do another full loop before we wrap this one up here on the free practice day. MDL there as well. Jacob Backler, interested to see how Jacob Backler gets on this weekend. Has been developing all the while through the course of the Euro Series season so far. Here we've got some more of our not CRG, apologies, Tillotson runners in there. Great to see a number of drivers over from Ireland as well, competing here for their Nations Cup qualifier. Hello to Chris Walker as well, who we just saw in the background there. Croc Promotions, well, Croc Promotions record in IAME speaks for itself. They're got a huge number of drivers here this weekend. Taylor Orridge, GP plate holder, winner here at PF for Kart Masters last summer. We spoke to him earlier in an interview that you'll have a little watch of later on, so we won't give Taylor more airtime because he's had enough already, but he's in good form and looking ahead to racing here this weekend in X30 Junior. Archie Owen as well. In fact, if I try and grab Archie Owen for a sec. Archie, feeling good ahead of this weekend?
Yeah, it's very grippy this weekend. But
I say, is that quite simply just the temperatures that we've had here in the UK? No rain?
Must be. It hasn't been raining in a while, so.
What's the aim for this weekend? What's the minimum target for what you want to achieve?
Well, there's a lot of people in juniors, so probably top 15 is good result.
And this free practice day as well. What's the main focus? I see you've got new shod tyres on there, ready for the next session. What are you needing to work on right now, do you think?
Keeping the kart in control. I can't hold on to it at the minute. It's so physical.
And again, is that down to just the level of grip that's down there on the circuit already?
Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. Well, we'll let you get to work there. Good to have a chat with Archie Owen. A bit more of a side of the Tillotson Brigade as well. As I say, it's had a number of later entries who are getting in before the deadline, which is really good to see. I don't think we've got any drivers around at the moment, unfortunately. So again, we'll have a little bit of a further chat with the Tillotson T4 drivers further on this weekend. They don't have the double header aspect, we should mention, so it's just the one single competition across the course of the weekend for them, with some free practice and qualifying on Saturday, then getting into the meat of their racing and through to the finals on Sunday. Right, Jamie Green Racing, big weekend for Jamie Green Racing. Took the victory last weekend in Franciacorta. Will Green in here as well, once again, runner-up in the championship last year. This is a key one for them to see if they can get their championship off to the best of starts. I want to see if I can have a chat with some drivers. I'm also having a look to see if I can see Freddie Wood's karts here. I can't at the moment. Freddie did have a bit of a bump last weekend. So we'll wish him the best in all of that. Let's see if we can have a chat with Ilyas Sami for a moment. Ilyas, how are you feeling this weekend?
Good.
been out on circuit yet? What do you think of it?
It's really good. The track is really grippy, and I love it. I'm having a good time, and it's really fun.
What's the hopes in terms of a result for this weekend? Where would you like to at least finish?
Maybe top 3.
Top 3 on the podium, and tell us a little bit about the kart as well. How do you like to drive it?
It's really fun on the top curb, and I love this track.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us. We'll catch you later on. I'm very conscious that I have seen the Fusion tents. Apologies, I'm getting in the way, because we should talk about them as well. Apologies, Piers, I'm running circles around. Yeah, we're going to go back that way to have a chat with about Fusion. We've had a chat with Sukhmani Kira already in an interview that you'll see in due course. But yeah, they're looking good once again. Jarlath Sayer looking strong so far this weekend. Austin Gibson moving up from IAMU Water Swift Restricted up to the non-restricted category here this weekend. So particularly keep an eye out for him this weekend. Who else have we got in? We've got another few of the international runners in here this weekend, including the likes of Nicholas Schaufler, who, again, I'm looking forward to see race this weekend. Let's have a chat. In fact, there is Nicholas Schaufler's. Let's have a chat with Alfie Davidson to see how things are going. I'm interrupting Alfie in the middle of some cool refreshments. Alfie, is that an enjoyable snack that you've got there?
Yeah, it's just a little bit because it's very hot and stuff so just need to have a little bit of refreshment sometimes.
How best do you prepare, apart from the ice pops, for these hot conditions? Because you think back to a few weeks ago when we were last here for the British Kart Championships. It was cold. It was not very nice. You know, it's suddenly turned very warm here in the UK. How do you prepare for it?
I just prepare for it like just try and drink a lot of water and sit down a lot and just stay calm at least. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well, we'll leave you to the refreshments and catch you later on. I want to see if we can have a word with Riley Cranham, because Riley has been running fantastically so far this weekend. Finn McLaughlin as well. Good to see Finn back here. They're running. And in fact, there's an array of drivers. Riley's run away, so we'll have a word with Jesse Phillips. Jesse, moving up. X30 Junior now for this year. For the folks at home, how's it been so far this year?
Yeah, it's been all right. We're making huge improvements throughout the year, so yeah, hopefully we can keep making steps forward.
And it's a big step, isn't it, moving from where you were last year into X30 Juniors. What do you think's been the biggest learning curve for you so far this year?
Yeah, it's a huge step. So I think the whole driving style and everything is good to learn and to adapt to different karts. So yeah, I think we've done a very good job so far, but we can keep improving.
And running in the familiar surroundings of Fusion as well, how important is it to have that consistency in their expertise?
Yeah, they're obviously a really good team, and I think it's good to keep it consistent and knowing everyone that's in here. I think that also plays a big part.
Good stuff. Well, I hope you have a good weekend, Jesse. Good to see you. I think we'll wrap up the Paddock show there for this run round the Paddock on Friday on free practice day. As we say, full coverage all the way through Saturday, all the way through Sunday as well for this double header, rounds 1 and 2 for the IAMI classes here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I've been Andrew Mather. It's been very good to have you with us here at PFI, and we'll catch you very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to things here live at PF International for Event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Into Senior X30 we go. This is their second heat. It's Groups A versus C. Gus Lawrence and Oscar Repetto on the front row. Aaron Brown and Finn McLaughlin on row 2.
Fred Green and Henry Gregory on row number 3 ahead of Oliver Stilt and Lewis Francis row 4. Hayden Eldridge and Jimmy Elias on row number 5 ahead of Ryan Ekberg and Ty Stansfield on row 6. Alistair Cresswell and David McIntyre on row 7. Alfie Gallagher and Harvey Ruff on row number 8. Robbie Buckley and Harry Ewell on row 9. Michael Gray and Connor McPollen on row 10 ahead of Guy Albag. Dylan Briley on row 11. Kasper Pajecki and William Smith on row 12. Ava Anagnostiidis starts on row 13 alongside Dayton Coulthard. And Juan Pablo Girard completes the 27 runners. Anyone on the pole side of the grid, this is their first race. Anyone on the anti-pole side of the grid, Nicole, this is their second race. What do you make of it? Will there be a bit of a tyre disadvantage there?
Yeah, there definitely will be. Tyre disadvantage, so Group C already raced. So that, obviously, you're on a heat less worth of tyre. So you are going to see Group A, they're going to be faster. Once tyres obviously have got to, they're scrubbed from quali, but they are going to be fresher, newer and faster.
Indeed, particularly in the early stages of this first race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap once again to kick us off for the afternoon session here at PF International. Day 1 of event 2, round 1 for these drivers. There's one driver in the Mick Barrett Racing off the back, and we're going to go round for another formation lap. The driver in question, although I should note as well, I don't think Ryan Ekberg is taking the start in this one. The 37 is showing us in the pits, not circulating. Didn't quite make out which of the Mick Barrett Racing entries that was, but no matter, because it wasn't a green start. Go around again for another formation lap.
Very strange indeed that was, to be fair. They were just completely over the rumble strip as if they had an issue and were pulling off to not start the race. I couldn't really work out what went wrong for that driver.
As I say, no matter, another go at that one. There is Gus Lawrence on the left-hand side of your screen, proudly using the number 1 plate again. Winner of this championship the last 2 years. And based here at PF International, this is his home circuit in what could be a big year for Gus Lawrence. I know we talk about it a lot with the World Championships coming here later this year. My understanding is he's not doing OK senior at the moment, but that is one of the drivers. You often see it with the host nation, a few wildcards going in just for the Worlds, and that is one of the things that Gus has got his eye on later in the year. Right now, though, it's about setting the tone for his Senior X30 title defence. It starts right here, right now. Drivers into formation for this one. Lights are out, away we go. Good start for Gus Lawrence from the pole side of the field. Good start as well for Aaron Brown, immediately up into P2. Through and under the bridge for the first time. One kart is off towards the back of the field. But apart from that, all of them are running up onto the top of the bridge now. Clean start. Gus Lawrence has done so many of these starts over the years at this circuit, Nicole. He knows what the deal is. Look at this, Finn McLaughlin down the inside. McLaughlin on the move. Well, one of the drivers that's already had a race so far this morning has got himself in the groove again. Immediately, the Irishman is up to P2.
Yeah, very aggressive start by, I believe it was Finn McLaughlin, moving into the inside row. Just so fast at the start to react to that and get onto the inside line, get through the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge and around, and it's worked well for him.
So through the final couple of corners, out of the Mike Wilson complex, end of lap number 1 here for Heat 2, race 6 of the whole day. It is Gus Lawrence leading by 3/4 of a second ahead of Finn McLaughlin. There is a move by the number 36. Moving up through the order, that looked to be Harvey Ruff going up a position. Did start this race fairly high up the order, and it's good to see him making progress down towards hairpin number 1 for the second time. Running further down the order, who's made good progress? I tell you what, Guy Albach's made some progress, up 8 spots into the top 15 already for the driver who likes to be known as Guy Albagino. He even has it written on the side of his kart. And also good start as well for Kasper Pajecki, the Polish driver for Croc Promotion, up 7 so far, is up to 16th.
Does look like we've lost Rylan Edgeberg there. He's down in 27th. Has not gone out for this race.
Yeah, not the start that Ekberg would have wanted. Misses out on starting from the 6th row of the grid. As there is that problems for the number 29 of Conor McPollen. Maybe possible. That might have been our slow Mick Barrett Racing kart at the start of the race, because he was around the 10th row of the grid. Was due to start on the 10th row of the grid, so that would make sense. And clearly in a bit more bother. He's just done a lap about 6 seconds off the pace of the race leaders. Race leaders talking about them. Gus Lawrence right now, Nicole, looking very comfortable, out for a nice Saturday afternoon drive in the May sunshine, is 1.2 seconds clear of McLaughlin and Brown behind.
Yeah, fastest lap there, like you said. 1 second lead. He's just driving round, Saturday stroll, maybe look at the sky a little bit, wonders what's going on around him. Not a lot for him to think about just yet.
Indeed, and I'll say the driver racing for the PF International Karting team here at their home circuit. Great support from them over the last 2 years. As, 3 wide into the bridge. Somehow they all came out of the bridge still pointing in the right direction. I think that was all around Jimmy Elias, who had problems in heat, the first heat earlier on this morning, so needs a decent result in this one to avoid the perils of the repechage. Yes, it was Jimmy Elias in the number 11, the French driver for the French team. Victory lane. 4.5 minutes remaining here. There on the screens is the number 33 of Hayden Eldridge, racing for BMR this weekend. Guy Alba continuing progress through the field. Nicole is up to 12th place at the moment. Another one of the victory lane drivers out that. In fact, made that 10 spots. Is up to 11.
Yeah, fastest lap there by Finn McLaughlin. And we have just had James from Alpha drop in a small comment. Obviously, Gus Lawrence leading this train. He's just referred to it as the Gus bus.
Well, the Gus bus surely would have other people involved in it. The Gus bus has left everybody behind at the station right now. He's a second clear of the rest of the field. That's a nice move down the inside. I think that was Guy Alba coming through again. I think it was one of the victory lanes. Apologies if it was not. There is your group chasing the Gus bus. Side by side again into the Fullerton S's. That indeed is the number 19 coming through the order. Side by side now it's the number 99 flying through. That's Kasper Piecki from Poland, who's gained 7 spots now in that race with that next move. 3 minutes of this one to go. Well, I don't know if, I doubt Finn McLaughlin can hear us, but if he can, he's definitely getting on with things and trying to catch up to the reigning champion. 56.53, new fastest lap of the race. Lead down to less than 9/10 of a second for the home favourite. More moves going on. That's the number 36 of Harvey Roth down the inside for another position. Started the lap in 16th. That should be Roth up into the top 15.
Got Alistair Cresswell as well. Alistair Cresswell's previously Motorsport UK Academy athlete. He's gone up 4 places in this race. No stranger to PFI. He's been racing at this track and in the British Kart Championships for a number of years. So looking forward to seeing what he gets up to this weekend and later on in the year.
Yes, absolutely. There's the number 13 of Robbie Buckley down the inside. Another driver for Croc Promotion who's racing here this weekend, having already raced earlier in the year in Europe. Another new fastest lap of the race for Finn McLaughlin. 56.38 seconds. Lead is coming down. But I just feel at this stage, Nicole, that Gus Lawrence has got enough in reserve here. We often see this when you have this form of lead. The driver at the front is now thinking, right, preserve the tyres, preserve the materials, don't need to win by 2.5 seconds in a heat. Let's just coax this through and make sure that we've got control of this race.
Yeah, what shows that to me as well is that Finn has already raced those tyres. So, really, Gus should be faster.
Should be, yeah.
So, shows Gus is out there. He knows he doesn't need to push anymore, preserve the tyre as much as he can, whereas Finn is in a different position. That's probably why Gus isn't anymore getting those purple laps.
Indeed. Well, Aaron Brown is keeping Finn McLaughlin honest, but McLaughlin, with all the skills that he's shown across the course of 2024 when I've seen him race, Nicole, are on display yet again here. He really is one of the brightest prospects in this level of karting right now. Just over a minute to go. Changes further down the order. Jimmy Elias has got back up to 15th place ahead of Robbie Buckley. Michael Gray has also overtaken his stablemate in the Croc Promotion tent, Kasper Piecki. Good to see Dayton Coulthard moving up through the order as well, Nicole. Retirement from the first race, having to start from the back of the grid as well in this one, and is up 6 places, the privateer, and is into that top 20.
It's also a shame to see David McIntyre has not had a great start to his weekend.
Yeah, difficult,
Had some bad luck heat 1, and in this one he is down by 8 positions. So hopefully that Mick Barrett 83 driver will make some moves up in the later stages of this weekend.
Yeah, you never know with the repechage as well. It can be a bit of a springboard step for a driver to have a stronger weekend. We have seen that before. There is Dayton Coulthard on your screens in the number 38. Has had his, I'll tell a little story here. He came in for his lovely photo done by James from Alpha Live. I have a question. Dayton, I've got to ask you a question. Why are you marked down as English on my entry list? This cannot be right. And he was quite shocked and promptly went off to the Motorsport UK tent to sort that one out. Back at the front of the order, Gus Lawrence leads from Finn McLaughlin, but not by a lot. It's less than 0.3 of a second now. And I'm sure Gus Lawrence has played this tactically to know, I'll attract the pressure from McLaughlin behind, because he's had to push on his tyres. It's a plus 5 second penalty for Robbie Buckley to note in the number 13. We're going to go on to the last lap now. Gus Lawrence now needs to use that tyre a little bit just to make sure that there's no attack from McLaughlin. And there will be an attack from McLaughlin. We've seen some moves from him over the last few weeks that have come from the next postcode. Maybe even the next county, knowing Finn McLaughlin. And Gus Lawrence has got to be aware of that. Checks right over to driver's right. Here goes McLaughlin round the outside, but Lawrence knows how to deal with that. He's going to stay to driver's left once again as they go towards hairpin number 2. McLaughlin tries to dummy him. This is great racing between two of the finest drivers here this weekend.
Whoa.
McLaughlin's got an overlap up the inside of Lawrence. He's got him. He's gone through. Past the king of Senior X30, but back comes Gus Lawrence here, trying to get down the inside. McLaughlin has got it under control. Well, what a performance this is for Finn McLaughlin. He's already done one race. He's not got the fresher tyres. He's just taken Gus Lawrence on his home circuit and beaten him. What a statement win that is for the young Irishman here at PF International. McLaughlin wins by 0.36 of a second ahead of Gus Lawrence. It's still good points, Nicole, for Gus Lawrence, but that is not the result I was perhaps expecting midway through that race. You've got to give it to Finn McLaughlin. That leaves him on 0 points, a perfect score after 2 races, in a very good position for the final.
Yeah, I was not expecting that, to be honest. Not from Gus. Probably from Finn. He's got it in him. I think he said to Gus then, they might be calling you the king of PFI, but I'm coming for your crown,
well,
really.
I say, this is a driver who's had plenty of success in Senior X30 machinery so far this season, and is here with one intention this weekend, is to win as much as possible. That is the perfect start for Finn McLaughlin. 2 wins from 2. And he can put his feet up now, knowing that he is going to have a very good starting position for the final later on this afternoon. The final for X30 Senior will go from 5:15. We will have another heat, of course, for Senior X30 and the repechage before that. But that must be a really good feeling for Finn. When you've done so well, had so many winning performances, eyes are on you. That's some way to answer things here this weekend. We're going to get ready, though. We're going to swiftly move on to Water Swift. Groups A and C, they're out on circuit next. Let's go through the grid then for the 7th race of the day. Heat 2 for Water Swift. This is Groups A and C from time qualifying earlier on today going out on circuit. Finley Lyons and Austin Newstead on the front row. Teddy Porter and Harry Williams on row 2. Sukhmani Kira and Harley Musk on the 3rd row of the grid ahead of Colby Patterson and Henry Clark. Zdeněk Babicek and George Clark go from row number 5, and then it's Freddie Wood and Austin Gibson on row 6. Max Mason and Mason Brooks start on the 7th row of the grid. Behind them are Knight Measures and Ian Carey on row 8. Jensen Ackerman and Aryan Singh start on row number 9. Cooper Snedden starts on row 10 and is completing the top 20 there with Callum Graham. Sophie Campbell and Andy Stewart, 2 drivers both from Northern Ireland, are on row 11, and Andy's brother Johnston Stewart is just behind there on row 12, is joined by James Nolan. 25 kart field is completed by Mexico's Pato Medina for Croc Promotion. So the story of Water Swift so far today: current intermediate classification, Will Green on 0 points, Harry Williams on 2, Sayer on 3, House on 4, Musk on 5. For anyone in Group C on the anti-pole side of the grid, this is their second heat. Looking good, and they've just seen a driver from that side of the grid take the win in X30 Senior, so you never know what could happen in this one. But it's a front row of Finlay Lyons, who's done a lot of winning so far in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. That's been in the Rotax categories. What can he do here this weekend in Miami? Are we ready for a race start? Yes, we are. Lights out, away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Great start for Finlay Lyons. Good start as well for Teddy Porter. There's a couple of karts running wide in the second half of the field, but that once again is that quintessential Finlay Lyons start at the front of the order. He will look to control the pace. Oh dear, is there's all kinds of goings on in the second half of the field over the bridge. I think about 7 karts involved. Hopefully everybody will be able to get back going again. I think there was one kart, might have been the 39 of Andy Stewart, stricken on the curb, beached on the top of the curb. Sophie Campbell is back in the race, but has had a hold up there. I think James Nolan also was held up in all of that. That was simply a case of an incident in the midfield there, Nicole, and for the drivers in the back quarter of the field, just nowhere for them to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, as a driver, you've got incidents in front of you, and sometimes, you know, drivers don't hold the brake or different things happen and you get caught out.
Slow procedure. Battenberg flags are out, so the race is neutralised with Finlay Lyons in the lead. Teddy Porter P2, Harry Williams third. There you see the number 39 of Andy Stewart just on the bottom left of your picture. Yeah, that was the kart that was kind of stranded on top of the curb at the end of that incident on lap 1. So it's Lyons from Porter, Williams, Newstead, Musk, Babicek, Kira, Patterson, Clark, Mason. The top 10 right now. Well, that's good to see that Andy is out of her kart and looking okay. That is damage to the number 76 of James Nolan. Rear left puncture for James Nolan, and sadly the Irish driver will be out of this race.
I don't think that was even a puncture. I think
It's
it
just
actually come off the rim. Yeah.
So, race continues to be neutralised. It'll be up to the officials to decide whether we're good to go racing again here. This kind of resets things for Finlay Lyons. What do you think will be going through his mind at the moment, Nicole?
Well, Finlay, you could see him coming round the 90 right then, giving a signal to Teddy J. Porter to kind of say, when we start again, follow me, follow my lead, let's pull away, trying to convince him, you know, not to make any moves at the start.
So coming round onto the pit straight again. Let's see whether we'll go around. I think we are going to go round for at least one more lap of the slow procedure. Yeah, just a bit more work needed at the top end of the circuit to make sure that we are good to go racing.
Although that's some bad luck for the driver that is now out of this race. At the minute, it's good news for Finlay Lyons because he doesn't have as much to do for the minute, kind of counting down the clock, try and get some laps gone so that he's got a little bit less defending, a little bit less to think about once we go green.
How do you play this in your mind as a driver, Nicole, when you say him in the middle of the pack? I'll pick Freddie Wood, for example, 11th on the grid. How do you tackle this next phase knowing you haven't got as much time as you would have wanted to do one of those big drives through the field?
You're definitely going to be attacking much harder because you've not got as time and you know that. I think when the lights go green, you're going to see probably a lot of commotion going on because all these drivers are going to be doing the exact same thing into the first corner, which is trying to swing it around the outside or go up the inside of somebody. I think you're going to see a big bunch of karts together. The important thing for these drivers, though, as they go around, that I used to find, you've really got to stay focused. Don't start wondering about how far behind the kart is behind you or in front. Just head in the race, think about the race.
4 minutes on the clock. I think we might be getting ready to go green here. We'll wait for that confirmation at start line. Green flag is out. Back and racing again here in Heat 2 for Water Swift. 3 3/4 minutes remaining on the clock. And just as you predicted there, Nicole, defensive driving straight away. Everyone trying to hold their position at least, if not gain, through this restart. But that's nicely formed there by Finley Lines. Continues to lead. Teddy Porter there in P2. His teammate Harry Williams just behind in third place. Relatively calm down the inside. Molly Kira going to the inside there. The driver on the Alpine Formula One Race Her program had a very, very good week last week in the Miami Euro Series. Scored points for the first time in round 2 at Franciacorta, and good to see that form continuing so far this weekend. She's up there in 7th place. 3 minutes remaining. And well, I actually don't think there's been any moves through that top 16 in the first lap. There is one kart off towards the back of the field that's looking a bit slow. I think it's the number 33 of Pato Medina outside of our commentary box window. But end of lap number 4. Lines from Porter, Williams, Newstead. That top 4, Nicole, looking like they're breaking away.
Yeah, Finley playing this game really well, and the 2 ORM drivers behind him as well, just pushing each other.
That's Pato Medina looking slow.
Looks like off the bridge. Have we had a move done? No, but the front 2 have broken away and into the first hairpin. We do have a move by Teddy J. Porter on Finn Lines. Finn trying to get the switch back. They're side by side going into the second hairpin.
Yeah, and Finley Lines will now be on the outside. There was a move attempted by Austin Newstead on Harry Williams that didn't quite work out, and that's brought the likes of Musk and Babachek and Kira back into the discussion here. But change of lead. Teddy Porter out front at the moment in the number 66. Just under 2 minutes to go. Seen a notification on our screens in the box that the number 27 of Aryan Singh is under investigation. No more news at this stage. That's not a penalty. It's just a notification that Race Control are looking at something. So, end of lap number 5. Porter confirmed as your new race leader ahead of Lines. Babachek and Kira have both got past Musk for 5th and 6th places respectively. But look at this at the front. Down the inside goes Finley Lines. Takes the position back. And here comes Harry Williams as well. Great reading of the race there by Harry Williams. Up past Porter into 2nd place. It could be 3 wide on their way into hairpin number 1. Newstead's down the inside for 3rd place and takes it. And poor Teddy J. Porter was leading at the start of this lap, is now just fighting to stay there in the top 10, because this is what happens when you have a bit of a slow procedure. Nicole, you get everybody bunched up together and there's a lot more to lose.
Turns into a massive, massive train, basically.
Does indeed. 45 seconds remaining on the clock, so we will have 2 more laps of this one. There is your new race leader for the 2nd time in this race, Finley Lines, ahead of Harry Williams by 0.2 of a second. Austin Newstead in 3rd. And this is the kind of race, when I've seen him race so far this year, Nicole, Austin Newstead comes to the fore. Very strong in the second half of races. That wasn't really the case earlier on this morning. I'm sure the BMR team have been doing a couple of setup changes to get the sweet spot for Austin Newstead. Down towards hairpin number 1 they go for the penultimate time in this heat. No move from Harry Williams yet. And I think that's quite a wise move, because Newstead's right there. Zdeněk Babicek is also right there. The driver from Czechia. Strong racing family supporting Babicek. Is what's happening there. One of the ORMs is going backwards, unfortunately, with a run out of hairpin number 2. I think it might have been Teddy Porter. Yes, it was. It's down to 10th place. But for Finley Lines back at the front of this race, this is looking like another one where he's on for a victory. But it's a long, long final lap here, Nicole, at PFI. He's got to hold on for another 1.4 kilometres.
Sukhmani Akira doing a great job at leading this second pack of karts as well. First pack, they are bunched up going onto the bridge, if you can see, all following nicely again. Austin Newstead with a fastest lap of 1 minute 03.11.
Good to see Freddie Wood through into 11th place there, showing that the effects of the incident that he had last week. Oh, was out there, the number 18, the 82. That's Cooper Snedden and Henry Clark involved there. I hope everyone is okay. The yellow flags are out through the first sector. We are on the final lap. Checkered flag is being prepared. Findlay Lines has got a gap over Harry Williams and the rest of them through into the Mike Wilson complex for the last time in this heat. Well, Findlay Lines is continuing the form that we've seen so far this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships into the Miami classes. He takes Heat 2 for Water Swift in convincing fashion ahead of Harry Williams, Austin Newstead, Zdeněk Babicek, and a great top 5 there for Sukhmani Akira as well. Great work by her.
Nice drive by Babicek as well there, up by 5 positions into 4th, so good run from him. Yeah, unfortunately we've lost a few drivers in that. Pato Medina, Andy Stewart and James Nolan did not finish the race, and then obviously we had an incident at the end. Do hope all those drivers are okay.
Indeed, it's Henry Clark, Cooper Snedden and Callum Graham who've not come round to complete lap number 8, but once again Findlay Lines silences the field with another dominant performance here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Takes the win, puts himself on 0 points with Will Green at the top of the intermediate classification at this stage. Good to see 2 of our drivers on their feet. I think Cooper Snedden is one of them. So yes, good to see that there. Austin Newstead P3 in that race. Good number of points in that one, recovering after the retirement, of course, from the first race when he nearly was in the top 5 but didn't quite make it through to that final lap. But yes, a good race. I've got to say, Findlay Lines, such a young driver, but again, a professional job done by Findlay Lines. Didn't panic, took it from pole position, had to do the hard work again from that restart. Very impressive win.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well when you interview these drivers and you realise how mature they are for being so young. And I think a lot of them show that on the track as well, how much they can handle.
Absolutely. Say all these drivers racing from within the year of their 10th birthday, so some of them even 9 years of age out there. Austin Newstead gets weighed and checked through after a strong run yet again for Austin. I think Austin Newstead would have liked another 2 laps of that one. Was really starting to get into a rhythm towards the end. Zdeněk Babicek there as well. 4th place for the driver for racing from the Teps Racing team effort again. But Findlay Lines takes another victory here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And we can start focusing now on the next race for Water Swift. That will be a Group A versus Group B race at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll be going on to the next set of races, the second round of races for X30 Junior. Groups A versus D and B versus C coming up after these short messages. Ready for the third heat for X30 Junior. This is the start of the second round for them. Let's have a look through the grid in a few moments. here at PF International. It will be 8 minutes plus 1 lap again. Groups A versus D racing against each other in the first of these 2 races, and then Groups B versus C. This is the second and final round of heats for X30 Junior. So races from these next 2 races combined with the results from the previous 2 races that we saw this earlier this morning, they will set the grid for the final later on today, and of course the repechage. Here is your grid for X30 Junior A versus D. Aston Sharp and Zach Green on row 1, Dries van Langendonk and Morgan Moore on row 2, Taylor Orridge and Rocker Coronel on row 3, Samuel Branston and Mayan Patel on row number 4.
Row number 5, we've got Daniel Kelleher and the only female in this grid, Sky Parker, with Argenti Motorsport. Row 6, Nicholas Schofler and Max Yule. 7, Jack Iliff and Archie Owen with the Madcrock team. And row 8, we've got Monday Junior Canini and Jesse Phillips.
Iskender Sulfikari and Charlie Myers go on row 9. Drew Waltz and Adam Holmes complete the top 20 on row number 10. Monty Brathwaite and Alexander De Benedictis start on row 11. Emmanuel Hay and Drew Waltz start on row 12.
Leif Khan and Daniel Samir in row 13, and on row 14, rounding out this 27 kart grid, is privateer Josh Parker.
Very good field out here again for X30 Junior. If you're just joining us, if you missed the first few races earlier on this afternoon, don't worry, you can watch it back for free across the Karting UK platform of channels, whether it be on the YouTube channel for Karting UK, Motorsport UK as well, and Alpha Live. And of course on Facebook as well on the Wera Tools British Kart Championships page. Here are the results. Here are the standings for the intermediate classification as things stand. Harrison Whitcomb and Riley Cranham, they have a win each from the first round of heats in this category. They are both at the top of the order on 0 points. Second in the first round of heats were Aston Sharp and George Edgar there on 2. Harrison Mackie and Orridge on 3. Morgan Moore and Nicholas Schaufler on 4. Now is that drama for Taylor Orridge? It is. Taylor Orridge has pulled into the pit lane with presumably a technical problem. Driver currently tied 5th in the standings for the intermediate classification. May not take the start of this race. Let's see if we're going to go for a start this time around. The drivers pull into the tram lines, looking for those lights to go out. Yes, they do go out. Away we go then for the second round of heats in X30 Junior. Very fast start for Aston Sharp. Dries van Langendonk is immediately up to P2 as well. Round the banking for the first time in this one and onto the bridge. Oh, there's one kart off towards driver's right in the lower reaches of the field. Round goes, is that one of the Forzas that's gone round? I think it might be the number 30 of Jack Iliff. We'll confirm that in a few moments' time. But what a sensational start to this race. Taylor Orridge, Kartmasters British Grand Prix winner here last year, is going nowhere fast at the moment. Attempts to repair the kart ongoing, but it's going to be a lap off the lead here in an 8-minute race. That's going to be a big score. In a bad way. Dries van Langendonk has a look down the inside there of Aston Sharp, your race leader. Zach Green is sitting in 3rd place, has had a good return from the start of the grid. Real disappointment for Taylor Orridge. That is not how he would have wanted his second round of heats to go. Van Langendonk attacks again down the inside, takes the lead away from Aston Sharp. Well, Dries van Langendonk, I think, had a bit of a baptism of fire for his first race here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I think he's learned from that first race, Nicole, and gone, when you get a chance, you've got to go for it first time. He's done that and taken the lead of this race.
Yeah, I'd say he's reflected on that and thought, do you know what? I can't do that again. If I'm going to go, I need to go. Notice as well, Jesse Phillips and Monday Junior have gone up both 6th positions, so good start by the Fusion pair.
It was Jack Iliff, the spinner in the number 30 on the bridge on lap number 1. The American has got back into this race, but is down in 26th position. 6 minutes rather to go. With Dries van Langendonk, so much experience, reigning OK Junior World Champion, looking for the double this year, looking for a victory here this weekend as he learns this circuit in preparation for the World Championships later on this year. Aston Sharp, though, very impressive earlier on today. At the moment, this result would leave was with our 2 race winners from earlier on today, both on 0 points. They'll face off against each other in the next race, as there's a fight here going on. I think that's the one of the Croc promotions coming through the order. It might have been Max Ewell having a squabble with Archie Owen, the 55 and the 14. Whittaker and Cranham on 0 points, Edgar on 2, Mackie on 3. Now the key thing there is all of those drivers are in the next race, so that result will not remain that way between now and the end of this second round of heats. Sharp is best positioned in terms of the IC in 5th right now, is on 4 points. Also saw a nice move there from Leith Khan down the inside for Jade Racing Team. He's already gained 8 spots in this race as Leith Khan. Had a difficult time qualifying, had a technical flag as not one of the MBRs is sideways. I think it is Leith Khan. Well, just as soon as we talk about Leith Khan having a good run through the order, he was apologies, it's the number 64 of Alexander De Benedictis. So apologies there to anyone following Leith Khan. No troubles, he's still at 10 spots in this race. But for De Benedictis there, down a few spots into 23rd.
Yeah, just to mention as well, Jack Iliff, he might be last on the road at the minute, but he is one of the fastest drivers out there with the 58.59. Fastest lap is a 58.38. So make sure you keep an eye on him to see if he can make any positions back up. Just to notice as well, we've got a warning flag for Alexander Benedictis, number 54. He needs to be careful. Oh, and a spin coming out.
Nicholas Schaufler goes round on the entry to the Mike Wilson complex. There's the number 55 and Max Ewell getting involved in the Croc promotions. Well, last time we saw some of these drivers out, it was Van Langendonk who span out. Now it's his rival from the Europeans. As down the inside, look at that, Morgan Moore takes the lead of the race. What a move on Aston Sharp there. Van Langendonk is now down to 4th place. Zach Green in 2nd. You've got to say, these high runners from Europe coming across are not having everything their own way against the regulars here in the British Kart Championships. And it's Morgan Moore who's come to the front of the order with 3.5 minutes to go, plus 5-second penalty to notify there. It's the number 70 of Daniel Kelleher. There's also one for Mayan Patel, 5th and 6th on the road, both of those drivers. Make of that what you will. But how about this from Morgan Moore? Well, we said it earlier on in the broadcast, didn't we, Nicole, that Premium Karting this year as a team have been doing some great work behind the scenes, some very strong performances in IAMA Euro Series, and they've clearly brought it here to the Vera Tools British Kart Championships in the form of Morgan Moore. Side by side, battle for 3rd place. Sorry to cut in there again, Nicole, because there's so much going on in this race. Dries van Langendonk back up to 3rd, Aston Sharp 4th. It's now Danny Kelleher who's trying to get his way past the Mick Barrett Racing driver there in 4th place. This is a continuation of what we said at the start of the day, didn't we, Nicole, that with this field of mix of regulars and drivers, getting some race time around this circuit, it is wild out there today. Oh, very wild indeed, as out of the race go Monda Junior Canini and the number 20 of Mayan Patel? I think it was indeed. Well, they get back on circuit, but a very, very scary moment there through Bobby Game Corner.
Yeah, Monde went into that barrier pretty hard, to be honest, and it's a shame as well because he had made up 6 or 7 positions in that race so far. Just to mention, going back to Morgan Moore and Zach Green, doing a great job together so far. They have pulled away from Van Langendonk, which is great. Well, not great to see. I'm impartial, I'm not out there, but yeah, the countrymen working well together so far. Let's have a look to see if Zach Green makes a move later on this race. He's looking back and he can see how far behind the 29 is, so I would have thought he'll be having a look at overtaking Morgan Moore shortly.
Jesse Phillips fighting with Aston Sharp, Daniel Kelleher, the group front of this group. This is all over 4th place on the road with Sam Branston in the middle of it as well.
Got Jade Racing Team driver Leif Khan up 14 positions in this race as well. Under investigation is Monde Junior Canini for that incident around the 90 right a few laps ago.
There's a bit of a race between all the drivers who've had problems in this race, breaking out of the back of the field as well there. You've got Jack Iliff, Nicholas Schaufler, Devin Waltz all involved. This is Jesse Phillips. Look at this, Jesse Phillips starting to weave his way through the order. This is the kind of racecraft that we saw last year when Phillips went on the march to the Water Swift title. Is now breaking away. It's at the fastest lap of the race so far. Daniel Kelleher. I'm quite intrigued here with the situation for Daniel Kelleher because he's defending hard from the rest of these drivers, but he has a plus 5 second penalty. Surely this is going to be compromising his final race position, because look at the stack of drivers up behind. You've got Rocco Coronel in there. Iskender Sulfikari. Off the track goes Leif Khan for a moment. Is there a bit of a... Oh, there's a problem there, definitely, for the number 14 of Archie Owen. That is an exhaust that's looking a little bit more like a space shuttle solid rocket booster at the moment than a X30 exhaust in its proper position. So we'll note that one. Time has expired. Another 5 second penalty for Daniel Kelleher. This is quite unlike what we see normally from Kelleher. That's 10 seconds worth of penalties that the Irish driver is going to have handed to him at the end of this race.
Yeah, that's going to drop him to about 20th position, which is not what he's going to want in this race whatsoever. Like you said, a bit out of character really for him.
It is indeed. Change at the front of the field. Zach Green has got ahead of Morgan Moore to take the lead of this heat. Through the Mike Wilson complex they go. They'll see the last lap board this time around. Still not completely done here because Dries van Langendonk is still there in third place. Plus 5 second penalty for Iskender Sulfikari now as well. It's all broken down a little bit in the middle of the pack, and the officials and race control pretty busy with things right now from this one. We are on the final lap of this race. Can Zach Green hold on for another heat victory? Another driver who had a strong weekend. Oh, there's two drivers off drivers right coming around. It's the number 25 and the 55. That's Sky Parker and Max Ewell. So two drivers who are hoping for a top 10 in this race, all of a sudden will be outside the top 25. Still wrestling down at hairpin number 1. Kelleher fights back through. Leif Khan gets dropped about 6 positions with one slight run off the road. Back at the front of the field in what has been another frantic, I think we'll say, heat in Junior X30. There's 3 carts off through hairpin number 2 as well. We're going to keep here at the front of the order. Zach Green, if he could just get it to the line, he does, takes the checkered flag and takes race victory by 0.2 of a second ahead of Morgan Moore and Dries van Langendonk. For Zach Green, that's a good one in the books. He's beaten some very strong drivers yet again in that race. Jesse Phillips up 12 to 4th. There is one of the carts that was off. At the end, it was Drew Waltz, Josh Parker and Adam Holmes, I think, with the 3 carts stranded at hairpin number 2 for a few moments.
Yeah, Drew Waltz, I think he was wrestling with that side pod a little bit. I could see it was very bent and he was trying to do something with it. Don't know if it was interfering maybe with the back wheels.
Indeed. Well, that was similar to the very first X30 Junior heat that we saw. In the end, it's Zach Green who comes out on top, takes the race win. And it just shows by keeping things nice and calm this weekend, Nicole, in X30 Junior, you're going to do well.
Yeah, it's going to work. I'm also seeing a common theme between some of these Junior X30 drivers, which is the sunglasses. Zach Green, his driver photo, interesting choice of eyewear there.
I would say he looks more set for Val Thorens in the winter than
skiing
PFI.
holiday.
Yeah, skiing holiday, but
rather than PFI in May.
If it
23
works,
degrees.
it works. And another race win for Zach Green. And those drivers at the front of the order will move through to the final later on today. They won't need to worry about the repechage. Good drive again from Morgan Moore. Really impressed with Morgan so far this weekend. As things stand, is 7th in the intermediate classification, still with another race to run. The IC right now looks like this. Whitcomb from Cranham, Edgar, Mackie, Shenton and Richardson. We're going to be back in a short few moments' time after these few messages for the next race in X30 Junior. Back here at PFI, it's race number 9, heat 4, the last of the heats for Junior X30. Harrison Whitcomb and Riley Cranham on the front row of the grid. Harrison Mackie and Ian Crailing on row 2. Hamish Forrest and Thomas Mintz-Spearing on an all-Argenti row 3 ahead of George Edgar and Lewis Islin on row 4. Rockalayan Shenton and Kenzo Craigie on row 5. Jacob Backler and Evan Purcell on row number 6. Row 7, Harry Walsh and Aaron Richardson. Row 8, Nat Johnston and Archie Lovett.
Row 9, we have Jarrett Clark and Alex Dodds. Rousseau and Joey Brown. Then row 11th, we have Zef Nuremberger, Dylan Patel. 12, George Quartermain alongside Jake Brook. Row 13, Louis Cochette alongside Keith Burke. And then rounding out our 28 kart grid, Ashley Hayes and James Harris.
Another very good field of junior drivers here, and the last heat for Junior X30. Very good opportunity for the likes of Whitcomb, Mackie, Cranham, Edgar as well to book strong positions on the grid in the final. But quite interesting that we've got the top 6 in the IC at the moment, all starting in this race. They all can't stay there. Are we good for a race start? Yes, we are. Green light and away. Good start for both drivers on the front row. Whitcomb defends from Cranham, and that allows Harrison Mackie to pounce straight into second place. Through and up onto the bridge for the first time. All looking good so far. Well, the second heat in the first round we saw was a bit calmer than the first. Are we going to see a repeat of that here in heat 4 versus what we've just seen in heat number 3? Into the first hairpin they go. Everyone's still running. All 27 drivers on their way already through hairpin 2 for the leaders. It's Harrison Whitcomb, Nicole, at the front of the order.
Great start by him. He did a pretty similar thing in the first heat as well. Nice and calm. I just think he's got his start sorted this weekend.
Yeah, and we saw it a few weeks ago for event number 1 as well. Kenzo Craigie making a move there on Thomas Mintz-Spearing. Thomas Mintz-Spearing having to get the elbows out right now because he's being overtaken left, right and centre. This is what can happen. Even the best drivers, when they get off the racing line, Nicole, they lose one place, you can lose a stack of others, especially in a close race like this.
Thomas Mintz-Spearing needs to be really careful here because I believe he did get a penalty in the previous race. He doesn't want to be in a position where he's getting another one in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't want to leave himself with too much work to do for the races later on this afternoon. 6.5 minutes of this one remaining. Whitcomb and Mackie out front. Everything going on further behind. Through hairpin number 1 there, the number 53 of Alex Dodds fighting in the middle of all of that. Alex Dodds started this lap in 14th place. The driver racing for MDL, apologies, actually started this lap in 17th place. He's already made 3 up on this second tour of the circuit. But it's the 2 Harrisons out front right now. Whitcomb from Mackie. And Whitcomb looking to continue this winning streak that goes across multiple events of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Right now, the intermediate classification would look like this if the race results finished thus. Whitcomb on 0 points, Cranham on 4, Mackie 5, Moore 6, Sharp 7, and Edgar on 7. Here goes down the inside. That looks to be, was that one of the Fusions getting past an Argenti there. Question, Nicole. If you're Harrison Mackie, you're on 5 points right now. Well, he's kind of answered the question that I was about to ask for me because he's just taken the lead of the race. Would you rather start the final here second on the outside of row 1 or on the inside of row 2 in third?
Personally, I'd be starting in third behind Harrison.
Indeed.
He's got his start sorted. He really does ping off that first curb. I just think you're better off in his position maybe to stick behind him and push him through because the likelihood of you ended up in second is a bit higher.
Indeed. Well, he's just been helped by the fact that Riley Cranham has got through to third place. That has changed the points in the IC, but not the positions. So Whitcomb at the moment still has a hold of the lead of the intermediate classification and therefore pole position in the final with 2 points. Cranham and Mackie are on a share of 3. Now, when it's a tie, they're not going to let me finish talking about it being a tie because through goes Riley Cranham into second place. Harrison Whitcomb, I don't think, was particularly too happy about that one. But in the event of a tie, it's the timed qualifying result that it's used as the tiebreaker. So at the moment, that's why Cranham is ahead of Mackie. But we'll see how those position changes have affected the points. Trio of Argentis ahead there of Lewis Islin. 4 minutes to go in this one. Mackie leads from Cranham. Now, Cranham looking at pole position for the final with this result as things stand. Whitcomb down to second place. And Mackie, despite winning the race, still there in third.
Yeah, Thomas Minspearin as well. Started off the weekend really well. He's now dropped 13 positions to 19th. Just wondering, has he maybe lost his head a little bit there? Needs to... I don't know what quite has happened. I've missed it, but he has dropped a few positions.
I can see him out of our window trying to gain positions back. That's one of them. He's just gone past, I think he went past Gianmatteo Russo there in the Fusion. But yeah, he's not got long to recover these positions back, and it is a strong field this weekend in X30 Junior. This is the battle for third place on your screens, coming through the Mike Wilson complex now and onto the pit straight. Whitcomb ahead of Lewis Islin, and well, a few laps ago we were talking about the continuation of the winning streak for Whitcomb. That's looking a bit unlikely right now because Mackie and Cranham have stolen the march right now in their Fusion Motorsport entered karts. They're 1.75 seconds now clear of Whitcomb there in third.
You say that, however, after what we saw between McLaughlin and Gus Lawrence earlier, I'm almost trying to not make too many predictions.
Yeah. It's a thing you'll find in this game, Nicole, that you'll make predictions and about 10% of them will be right, and you just kind of roll with it. Anyway, change for third place. Lewis Islin has now got through past Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison Whitcomb is now going to have the attentions of his teammate for this weekend, Arjen Kraling. Arjen Kraling, another one of the international runners here this weekend, part of the Kart Republic works efforts. Of course, the close relationship between Argentin Motorsport and Kart Republic. Again, here present, the German in 5th place now. Kenzo Craigie up there in 6th place. He'll want to try and get one over on one of his teammates as well. I have my ear out. I've just heard a similar comment in my ear from producer James. Is there a loose exhaust out there? Something sounds not very silent. We'll try and catch it in a moment, but there may be someone about to leave the seat. Oh yes, there definitely is a loose exhaust out there. I heard that over the cameras.
And if anybody's ever heard an X30 engine without an exhaust on it, it's not a nice sound. It's very, very loud.
Well, as I said, Anthony Jordan had one of these earlier in the year, and we reckon that all the way back to here in the UK, you could have heard the exhaust. Yeah, there's definitely. The question is, who is it? It might. I'm not going to speculate on who it might be. We'll find out in due course when the technical flag, the mechanical flag comes out. New fastest lap of the race from Kenzo Craigie. He's got past Arjen Kraling for 57.51. Harrison Mackie stretching out the front. It's Gianmatteo Russo who is being called into the pits. Put one and one together and hopefully not get 3. I think that's going to be the source of our loose silencer and broken exhaust. But this has been another very impressive drive so far, Nicole, for Harrison Mackie.
Yeah, intermediate classifications have changed again. Riley Cranham leads from Harrison Mackie and Harrison Whitcomb. So different from earlier, but what we were talking about with maybe Harrison Mackie wanting to start second or third. Now the question is more for Harrison Whitcomb. Do you want to start second or third?
Indeed. And for Riley Cranham, he'll be very happy with this. This is very much what we've seen so far this year in Europe for Riley Cranham. Very strong in the heats. I think it can build his confidence that he's continuing that form. It's just making sure that the finals go his way that he'll want to put right here this weekend. That was a nice move. That was Kenzo Craigie down the inside of Harrison Whitcomb.
Very strong race for Kenzo.
Yeah.
Purple after purple after purple.
Yeah, this is the kind of form and a clean move there between the two teammates. That's what Ron Meadows and the Argenti Motorsport team like to see. Time has expired. Leaders coming round. I tell you what, Mackie and Cranham might have their hands full a bit here, because Lewis Islin has piloted a very good race up to this point. And as we go on to the last lap, less than 9/10 of a second cover the top three. He's really charged back into this one, Nicole.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit from him in the last race. We didn't really mention his name, and then all of a sudden, he was there.
Yep.
He was right at the front, and they were all worried about him. And is he going to make it work into the first hairpin? He's having a look around the outside for the second one. We'll see how... Oh, he's done it.
Not quite. Cranham's going to get him on the exit, but here comes Kenzo Craigie down the inside. Is this an opportunistic move from Craigie? Yes, it is. Beautifully done by Kenzo Craigie. The fight is still going on between Islin. Oh, and Witter coming off the road. Off the road goes Islin. Out of the race as well. I think that was Hamish Forrest caught out in the 95 with nowhere to go. Checkered flag is out. Harrison Mackey's going to take it. Kenzo Craigie finishes P2 ahead of Ian Kraling. George Edgar fourth. Harrison Whitcomb just about gets home to fifth place. There out of the race is Hamish Forrest, who must be thinking, what on earth happened there? Because all of a sudden he arrived on the scene with Lewis Islin right in front of him, nowhere to go. That is a gutting moment for Forrest. Islin has managed to get going again, but is down in 19th place. No problems, though, for Harrison Mackey. He wins 1.5 seconds clear of Kenzo Craigie. With that, Mackey takes pole position for the final, because Riley Cranham fell down to 6th place on that last lap. So the IC looks like this. Provisional results, though, we should stress. Mackey P1, 3 points. Whitcomb P2, 5 points. Cranham P3, 6 points. That is a tie, decided then by timed qualifying results, ahead of Morgan Moore and George Edgar. Aston Sharp P6 in the IC on 7. Ian Kraling, Rocco Leon Shenton, Jesse Phillips and Kenzo Craigie, as things stand, all have top 10 spots on the grid for the final. Harrison Mackey, again, I can't say anything too bad about that race. That was another tremendous performance from Mackey, looking calm as ever, not getting too excited at this stage, because if last week taught him anything, there's a lot of racing to go here. Even just for today at PF.
Yeah, great performance by our top two. Kenzo Craigie, young Mercedes junior driver. I just think purple, is it his favourite colour? Because he was putting in a lot of them in that race.
He did, yeah.
Up by 8 positions, great to see. So before we head on to our next race of the day, which will be the Water Swift Heat 2, we'll just have a quick word from our championship partners.
Back here at PF International, getting ready for the next race for the first round of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for the IAMI classes. Water Swift Restricted, race 10, their second heat is out on circuit. Let's take you through the grid. Alfie Davidson and Chester Fawkes on row 1, James Roots and Daniel Ferguson on row 2, Harry Chapman and Alessandro Salas on row 3, Ethan Robinson and Henry Algar on row number 4.
Mason Hibbert and Harry Favell on row number 5. William Crombie and Ilya Sami, row number 6. 13th, we've got Oscar Kenny and Louis Williams-Mabs in 14th position. And rounding out our field is Reggie Chandler on row number 8.
Results from earlier on this morning. It was Alfie Davidson with the win from James Roots. Third place for Daniel Ferguson. Fourth for Alessandro Salas. Fifth for Mason Hibbert. Fourth for Harry Chapman. Oscar Kenny, Chester Fawkes, Harry Favell and Ethan Robinson completed the top 10 classification. There were a couple of plus 5 second penalties involved there. Louis Williams-Mabs, for example, had a very strong drive through the field earlier on this morning. We'll be looking to repeat that and hopefully on a clean run as well. But we're into formation now. Alfie Davidson, very composed drive earlier today. Took the first heat win. Can he take the second one from pole position? We're going to go around again for another formation lap, which gives us just about enough time, I think, to have a quick hello in the comments. Hello to SM23 Goat. Hello as well to Speed Demon Racer. I will get it confirmed. Yes, I think it is free to come down this weekend to PF to watch some of the action. So yes, if you're in the locality and you can make it down here for tomorrow, it's all completely brand new round tomorrow for round 2. That's how these double headers are going to work across the course of the IAMI season. Remember, we're also at Wilton Mill the second weekend of June, off to Shennington, up the road from my house. I will appreciate that one massively at the end of July.
Get a lion then.
Get a lion, absolutely. Three Sisters as well at the end of September. The meetings for the IAMI categories this year. Hello to Skate as well, rooting for Adam. And yes, keep all your comments coming in. Hello to Jill Raybould as well, cheering on Austin Gibson from Mexico. Well, this is the category that Austin Gibson won last year. Who is going to get the best of starts in 2024? Into the tram lines they go. Ready for race start. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Not a good start at all for Chester Fawkes. Has gone all the way to the back of the grid of the field, unfortunately. But for Alfie Davidson, perfect start again onto the bridge for the first time in this one. Once again in the lead of one of these Water Swift restricted heats. Nicole is looking very good so far this weekend.
Yeah, Chester Fawkes, not an ideal start at all. Wondering if there is some sort of mechanical issue with that kart. So he did drop back considerably,
Gone all the way to the back, yeah.
Very quickly, but he does kind of look like he's got going again, to be honest. So not really sure what's happened there. We'll keep an eye.
Well, the good thing for these drivers is they don't need to worry about not making the final. They will all make the final. There will be no repechage. There will be no cut-off for these youngsters. Mason Hibbert making a move there. That was past Alessandro Salas. Coming around to complete lap number 1 then, it is going to be Alfie Davidson at the front of the field. James Roots P2. So a repeat of the formation that we had at the start of the day for heat number 1. Let's see how these two drivers compete across the course of the last one. Of course, the last race that we saw for Water Swift Restricted, Nicole, we had that switch back and forth between Davidson and Roots. So we know they can race each other well.
Yeah, I wonder if this time, though, if Roots is going to leave it literally to the last lap. and then they'll battle then, or if he'll have a look a bit earlier on in the race, maybe try and cause Alfie Davidson to possibly get caught up a little bit, bring some other karts into the battle. Personally, that's what I think I'd be doing. If I know that a driver is that strong, you'd be thinking, okay, let's back him up, bring some other people involved, and then it makes it harder. If you're in the lead, it makes it harder for second place, and you have less to worry about.
Absolutely. They've got to start, if they're in second place, they've got to start thinking about attacking and defending at the same time. We've got some quick drivers behind him as well. Daniel Ferguson has made an overtake work against Harry Chapman. That's for third place. So end of lap number 2. It's Davidson from Roots, Ferguson, Chapman, Robinson, Hibbert, Salas, Fable, Crombie and Kenny. That is your top 10 right now.
Daniel Ferguson as well, very consistent this weekend.
Very.
Running third in the last heat, running third in this one, quick in practice. So let's see how he gets on for the rest of this weekend. I know he's quite a young driver in the paddock, so got a long time to see how he gets on with his race career. Looking forward to seeing what he does.
Absolutely, these are the youngest drivers here this weekend on the year of their 8th birthday, up to 12, but the majority of them are in that younger part of the brackets. William Crombie running a bit wide there, out of the Fullerton S's. Oscar Kenny gets by. Those two drivers who know each other very well. I've had the pleasure of commentating on these two through their Bambino years as well. William and Oscar, both building their crafts. It is often the interesting thing with the cadet classes now, with the Bambinos, as an opportunity for drivers to get into racing even younger, that even by the time you get to this level, you've got drivers who've raced for 3, maybe 4 years, and know each other's racecraft very well as they've come up through the ranks together.
Yeah, most definitely. So James Roots with the fastest lap of this race. Chester Fawkes, who we saw drop back at the start of the race, whatever happened at the start doesn't look like, I don't know if it was a bit of a mechanical demon, but doesn't look like it's that big of an issue. He's made up a few places again. He's sitting in 12th, so let's wait to see if he does make some move on the 26th of Ilias Sami in this lap.
So the whole field covered by just under 7 seconds at the moment. Very consistent driving from all of them out there. For Alfie Davidson, another lap ticks on by. For James Roots, it's another lap where he's been working with the race leader. Fastest driver on the circuit right now, though, Mason Hibbert in 5th place, as we have a look at Daniel Ferguson leading this battle for 3rd place. Harry Chapman taking a slightly tighter line around the bowl there and onto the bridge, but no space to get down the inside of Daniel Ferguson. As you see, Mason Hibbert, the 3rd kart in this chasing pack, keeps that pace up. He's got a good chance here of getting into this battle with Chapman and Ferguson. Could be on for another good result. Another driver who's come up through racing in the younger categories and has got a good level of experience before, of course, racing this year in Miami Watersmith Restricted for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Bit wide there for Ferguson, out of the Fullerton S's, through Bobby Game Corner and into the Mike Wilson complex. It doesn't seem to be phasing Ferguson that moment at this precise point of the race. Nicole still holding there in 3rd place, and I think actually for Chapman behind, he's now going to need to think about the pace of Mason Hibbert, because here comes Mason Hibbert pouncing straight away down the inside, side by side. Go Chapman and Hibbert through and under the bridge. Good racing room, good racing respect between Chapman and Hibbert there. That was some fine racing from the two youngsters, and it's Chapman who holds on to 4th place.
Yeah, some big words in this sport, racing respect, and they showed that then, gave each other enough room, and their teammates as well, so important for them to do that.
Hibbert down the inside through hairpin number 1. This time he's found a way past Harry Chapman. But again, they've got to keep an eye out for Alessandro Salas, who's improved me so far this weekend. Alessandro Salas is currently sat 5th in the intermediate classification. On that point, drivers moving up and moving down. Well, Harry Chapman had gained a couple of positions in the early stages of this race in respect to the intermediate classification, but I think that's about to change when the points... Oh, next update themselves. There's a little half turn there. That was Ethan Robinson. Did well to gather that one up and still remains in the race. But unfortunate there for Ethan Robinson. Again, it's that, what I think is the trickiest part of this circuit, Nicole. The Mike Wilson complex, corner after corner after corner, can easily catch the best of drivers out there. Robinson did well to hold on.
As a driver as well, that section of the track comes at you really quickly. You've not got a minute to think about it.
No.
And as soon as you get one point of the corner wrong, if you slide ever so slightly, it messes you up for the rest of the sector.
Do you find that it also affects you going on to the next lap as well, the run down towards the Bruno Ferrari S's?
Yeah, definitely. If you don't get the long right correctly, it messes you up all through that section, all over the rumble strip, and then out of the last corner, you're just going to be so slow, and it's going to hinder your whole run down the straight.
Absolutely. Well, there's the Ram Racing liveried number 15 of Daniel Ferguson. That races for Ram Racing in the British GT Championship, the GT3 class. Mason Hibbert has joined Ferguson, though. There will be 2 more laps of this one, and it's 2x2. We're a trio of pairs at the moment, as Salas has a look down the inside of Chapman into the first couple of corners. Has a look into the bowl as well. That's a bold one from Salas. Doesn't quite work, though. Good driving from Harry Chapman, last year's Bambino champion. Just to give a bit of racing room on the inside for Salas. Make sure that they both remain in this race. This is a good fight as well, coming off the bridge. This is the battle over 7th place. William Crombie down the inside of Chester Forks there. Good textbook move there from William Crombie. Gets him back ahead of Chester Forks, as Forks is going to have a look into hairpin number 2, but maybe a bit slow off the corner. No, well recovered there by Chester Forks. Good go to try and retake the position away from William Crombie. That group about 5 seconds off the 5th and 6th place battle, so that's probably as good as it's going to get in this one. There is a warning flag out there for Oscar Kenny, the number 48. But Nicole, here come the leaders over the line, and Alfie Davidson onto the final lap. Still holds on to the lead, but this is how they were, of course, in heat number 1 as well.
Yeah, he did approach that corner slightly defensively, so wondering if he is a bit paranoid about James Roots making a move like he did in the previous race. He does look now, though, like he's calmed down, back on the racing line, not overly driving defensively. He is looking behind him, and yeah, again, back on the racing line, no white lining. So just trying to see if Roots is going to make a move defensive into the second hairpin, out of it. Roots is going to try and go up the inside, and it does look like he's got the run on Alfie Davidson. Alfie Davidson's going to have to give this one up, and Roots has done it again on the last lap of the race.
But the question is, can Roots hold on to it? He's going through into the Mike Wilson complex now. This is looking good for James Roots. He's learnt from what happened in the first round of heats. He's overtaken to take the lead on the final lap, and this time he's stayed there. James Roots is going to win heat number 2 in Water Swift Restricted. Takes it by 1/10 of a second ahead of Alfie Davidson. Oh, as in the final corner, there's problems for William Crombie. There's one driver facing the wrong way as well. It's the number 22 of Louis Williams-Mabs. That was all around that battle for 7th place again. So it's Roots from Davidson, Mason Hibbert in 3rd place, 4th for Daniel Ferguson. Daniel Ferguson will be on the 2nd row of the grid for the final later on today. Alessandro Salas in 5th, Harry Chapman 6th, and then that second group headed up by Chester Forks, 7th place, Oscar Kenny 8th, Henry Algar 9th, Ilyas Sami in 10th place ahead of Ethan Robinson, Reggie Chandler, Harry Fable and William Crombie. Louis Williams-Mabs completing the 15 runners in that one. Intermediate classification situation. Okay, it's not a race win, Nicole, for Alfie Davidson on that occasion, but he does have pole position for the final, because one win and a 2nd place apiece for Davidson and Roots. It puts us into a tiebreaker scenario. Timed qualifying gives it to Alfie Davidson, so he will have the best starting position of all for the final, which will be later on today. For now, though, we're going to move on. We're going to move back to Senior X30. Their A versus B race is up next. Heading out on circuit, it's Senior X30. Heat number 3, race 11 in our programmes here today, and it's got Gus Lawrence on pole position, Freddie Lloyd alongside on the front row, Aaron Brown and Noah Wolf on row 2. Fred Green and Lewis Bird go from the third row of the grid. Then it's Oliver Stilp and Cian Geraghty on row number 4.
Row number 5 is Hayden Elridge alongside Joseph Smith. Number 6 is Ryan Ekberg and Oliver Rands. Row number 7 we have Alistair Cresswell and Josh Paliframan, and row number 8 Alfie Gallagher alongside Czech Republic's Dominic Simek. Robbie Buckley and Archie Tillett start on the 9th row of the grid. Michael Gray and Dale Lewis on row 10. Guy Albag on row 11 alongside David Marshall. Casper Piecki and Freddie Housley on row number 12. Row number 13, we have Australia's Ava Anagostinadis and David Cazaguel. Rounding out our 28 kart field, row number 14, we have Juan Pablo, Gerard Diaz and Matteo Giacardi. 28 drivers indeed, ready for this one. And the intermediate classification as things stand, if you're just joining us, McLaughlin on 0 points on top, Lawrence 2, Freddie Lloyd 2, Aaron Brown 3, Noah Wolf on 5. Here we go then for Senior X30 A versus C race. Good start from both on the front row, but it's going to be advantage to Gus Lawrence as they go through the first couple of corners. All drivers clear and under the bridge. There is one yellow flag out. I think there might be there's 2 drivers off. 2 drivers right. I think the number 18 of Alistair Cresswell might be one of them that are involved. But at the front of the field, it is Gus Lawrence once again leading things. Well, in the last race, we saw Finn McLaughlin be able to take the fight to the winner in the championship the last 2 years and beat Gus Lawrence. Is Gus Lawrence going to allow this field another opportunity? Well, Aaron Brown's going with him at the moment, Nicole. But something tells me that for Gus Lawrence, he won't have liked finishing second on his home circuit in his first race of the weekend. He's going to want to put that right. No, I think the way it happened as well maybe would be a bit of a sting. Yeah, I think he'll be trying to redeem himself in this one.
So end of lap 1, Lawrence leads from Brown, Lloyd, Green, Bird, Wolf, Geraghty, Stilp, Eldridge and Rands. That is your top 10. Still early stages in this one. Was there a slow kart that I just saw there running up round the bowl? That might have been a trick of the eye. We'll confirm that in a moment. If things were to stand thus as out of the race, it's the 81 of Dale Lewis. So it's the 18 and the 81. There was a kart in trouble. Looks to be a TWM perhaps.
We have lost Matteo Giacardi. I think that first lap incident was Alistair Cresswell and Giacardi together around the bowl.
And Dale Lewis we saw in the pits at the end of lap number 1. So I see right now McLaughlin 0, Lawrence 2, Lloyd and Brown both on 5. Repetto's doing well out of this result at the moment, even though not being in this race. Is there on 7 points. Fred Green 9, Gregory 10, Wolf, Bird and Stilp currently holding positions in the top 10. This is often what we can see because everyone in Group B right now have completed their 2 heats. You know, this is where you start to see drivers who've done well across those 2 races start to come up the order in the IC as these drivers in Groups A and C complete their second heat runs. Change for second place. Freddie Lloyd is past Aaron Brown. This is going to be close into the Fullerton Attis as well. Cian Geraghty on the outside, fighting there with the number 33 of Hayden Eldridge. Joseph Smith at the back of this group as well in the black and white Victory Lane machine with the orange rear bumper position holders there on the outside. 5 minutes to go in this one. Gus Lawrence leading by just over 3.5 tenths at the moment, Nicole. Again, he's going to have some challenges from behind because Freddie Lloyd in second place has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, there's no tyre disadvantage for Gus this time either, so he's going to actually have to push quite hard, keep Freddie and the rest of the grid behind him. Our biggest mover in this grid so far is Freddie Housley. He's gone up 9 positions in this race. Freddie took some time off a little while ago. It's great to see him back in both the Miami and the Rotax Paddock. He had a bit of bad luck last weekend, I believe, so looking forward to seeing what he gets up to this weekend and in this race.
Yeah, good to see the Piers Sexton Racing, the PSR team, continue to get stronger and stronger as the weekends go by. That's a nice move. That is Lewis Bird in the number 24 down the inside of Hayden Eldridge in the number 33. And that's the kind of move that we've been seeing from Lewis Bird across the European circuit so far in 2024. Had a very strong start to the year with Lewis Bird at the Miami Winter Cup, which is the first big major event in the Miami calendar, at least in Europe.
Noah Wolf pushing really hard in this race. Purple lap just now, and saw him just a short while ago, really getting his head down on that straight, trying to duck away from that wind, that headwind, letting it go over, especially since he's not in a direct tow. Needs to get right up behind Fred Green there.
Absolutely. He'll keep working hard. 3 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Keane Geraghty there, ahead of Rylan Ekberg for 9th place. We're talking about some of the drivers in the restricted category knowing each other very well, rising up through the ranks, particularly here in the Miami ladder. Geraghty and Ekberg, remember, two drivers racing each other in the old Miami Cadet back at Wilton Mill Kart Club a few years ago, a few more than I care to admit. 3 minutes to go in this one though. Gus Lawrence, well, it was Finn McLaughlin last time he had the attentions of. This time it's Freddie Lloyd. And Freddie Lloyd holding at that 0.2 second of a second gap right now. It's just gone purple through sector number 1. What has Freddie Lloyd got here in the locker to attack the reigning champion of not just last year, well, won last year, of course, but also in 2022. Gus Lawrence going for a three-peat here this year, but still very early stages of the season to be talking about that, of course. In two serious terms. Oh, Lloyd a bit wide out of the final corner. Aaron Brown and Fred Green still there as well. I'll tell you what, this is an even harder proposition, I think, for Gus Lawrence than he had in the first race.
Yeah, Fred Lloyd, very, very fast driver. To me, really, really works the car hard.
Yes. Into
the corners, really hard on the brake, holds the brake really well, so there's no slide. On the wheel, never... He's not yanking on the wheel. You don't want to see these drivers going left then right then left then right, because they're just going to slide the kart to the outside, scrub over the surface of the tyre, lose time, and just shred the tyre to bits. In this one, he's working the kart hard. He's in control. You're not seeing any of that from him.
No, not at all. Archie Tillett has made a move. He's passed Joseph Smith for 12th place, a little further down the order as well. Alfie Gallagher for Litchfield Motorsport has got past Robbie Buckley for 18th place. End of lap number 7 though. Lawrence, now that's interesting. Lawrence has just put in a new fastest or personal best of the race, a 56.48. We're only talking 600ths here, Nicole, but he's just grown the gap back out to 0.25 of a second, which for a number of drivers is too big a gap to have a big send down the inside. He's just giving himself enough breathing space to hold on to the lead here.
Yeah, very consistent. He, I think if you threw a 50p on the track and told him to hit it every lap, he probably would.
I say we were having a chat with him yesterday in part of our work on the We Are the Champions features. That's a video that you can look forward to on the Karting UK YouTube channel in due course.
Got you singing the We Are the Champions song in the middle of it?
Absolutely. No? What? 1, nobody wants to hear that. 2, I don't want the Karting UK channel to get demonetised. Anyway, 20 seconds to go in this one. Lawrence still leads by 1/4 of a second. He seems to be holding the attack of Freddie Lloyd off right now. There's been a change for 3rd that we should talk about, because Fred Green has got past Aaron Brown. The Vismo International team, another team in orange, which will absolutely delight Henry Baudet, I'm sure, when he makes his return later in the season. But they're doing very well. And some good pace from Aaron Brown in this race so far, on course for a top 5. Back with the leaders. Freddie Lloyd. Again, it's that game of hundredths here, hundredths there.
For maybe spectators watching at home as well that might not know this, obviously on your screen, on the timing, you can see that Noah Wolf is with the Jade Racing team, which typically would have a Birrell Art graphics on it. However, Noah is supported by the Van Amersfoort Racing team, which is a single-seater team led by Fritz Van Amersfoort, the founder. So that's why you'll see on his kart, instead of the Birrell, it says VAR.
It does indeed. He's not a fan of certain Premier League football disgraces to the sport, but no, they've some great support from the Van Amersfoort Racing team, and with moves like that, you can see why they enjoy supporting him. It didn't quite work that time for Noah Wolf, but yeah, it's been having a really strong season so far, whether that be in the IAMA Euro Series or, as I say, with the focus later on in the year here at PFI in the OK senior category. We are in the last lap though. Gus Lawrence is going to hold on to this one. He replies after the disappointment of heat number 1 with a victory in heat 3. Gus Lawrence wins at PF International. Not for the first time and definitely not for the last time as well. Takes it by half a second clear of Freddie Lloyd. Fred Green in 3rd, Aaron Brown 4th, Noah Wolf in 5th, ahead of Oliver Still, Lewis Bird, Hayden Eldridge, Kim Geraghty and Rylan Ekberg. That's your top 10 in that one. And a smile on the face of the champion. We'll go to the final. The intermediate classification right now. Should stress these are provisional results, of course, but if there are no changes, so this was the last race for the heats in Senior X30, it'll be a McLaughlin, Lawrence front row, Lloyd and Repetto on row 2, Aaron Brown and Fred Green on row 3, Noah Wolf and Gregory on row 4, Still and Bird row 5. That is a tasty looking grid for the final, which will be later on today at 5:15 local time here in Lincolnshire. And we've got one more race in this particular rotation to go. It will be Water Swift A versus B coming up next. But for Gus Lawrence, again, not giving too much away there. Taking a heat win, looking calm and composed, knowing what his job is now for that final. And he's got enough experience around this circuit, Nicole, that, yes, it's not pole position, but starting from the outside of row 1, I don't think that'll faze Gus Lawrence.
No, not whatsoever. He's been doing this long enough now to not really let things get in his head. As well, he'll know around this circuit and with the drivers in the class, anything's going to happen. You could start right at the back of the mid-pack and still have a good chance, especially from what we've seen so far today. There's been all sorts of things going on, and, he's just because he's definitely not out of contention whatsoever, maybe just not where he'd want to be.
No, he'll get himself focused for that final later on this afternoon. Next race out on circuit will be Water Swift A versus B heat, and that's up next after these short messages. Getting ready then here at PF International. It's going to be race number 12 on the schedule for round 1 of the IAMA classes for the 2024 Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And it's going to be Water Swift coming back out on circuit. This is heat number 3 across all the heats for Water Swift. For all of these drivers, this is their second and final one. Group B, they've already completed theirs. Finley Lines has pole position. Jarlath Seo alongside on the front row. Teddy Porter and Will Green on row number 2. Sukmani Kira and Blair Smith will start on the 3rd row of the grid, ahead of row number 4, Colby Patterson and George House. Zdenek Babicek and Luca Narroway start on row number 5. Freddie Wood, returning after a difficult week last week in Italy, starts on row 6 alongside Grayson Wortley. Max Mason and Aria Neyar starts on row number 7, Knights Measures, and Charlie Clough on row number 8.
Row number 9, we have Jensen Ackerman with Christian Kobe. Row number 10, Cooper Snedden and John T. Restrick. 11, we have Sophie Campbell and Oscar Miller. Row number 12 is Johnston Stewart alongside Jesus Bartolus. The last row on our grid will be Pato Medina and Xavier Fonge for Evolve Motorsport.
Yeah, Xavier Fonge completing the grid there, one of the youngest drivers in this category. Drivers racing in the year of their 10th birthday up to 13, and Fonge being one of those who hasn't quite hit 10 years yet, but will do later this year. Good to see him there on the grid. Jesse Phillips, of course, was your victor in this one last year. We'll have a few more moments before we see the green light at the end of the pre-grid to instruct the drivers to roll out. Do keep your comments coming in. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hello to Warren Russell, who is cheering on Keith. I think that might be Keith Burke in the chat. Apologies if that's not correct, but welcome to you, Warren. Great to have you here. As well, if you haven't already done so, at our Karting UK on YouTube is the new home of all things karting in the United Kingdom. Not just the broadcasts here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships on that channel, one of the channels hosting today, but also a lot of features, interviews, looks behind the scenes can all be enjoyed there, from the events we've had so far this year, Event 1, the first round 4 Rotax, and of course the O-Plate that was earlier on in the year as well, and more to come, of course, that the team have been working on here at PF International across the course of Event 2, the first round for Miami. We are back next weekend as well. Different part of the world, different part of the country, up to Scotland, up to Lark Hall for event number 3. That you can catch up with Saturday and Sunday broadcasts brought to you by Alpha Live as well for that. Very much looking forward to going up to the west of Scotland. Right now, though, getting ready for the third heat in Miami Water Swift. This is the final one for this category. Results from this will determine, with the other 2 races, who will start on pole for the final later on today. Finley Lines into the tram lines. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Lights out and away for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Finley Lines. Good start for Teddy Porter as well, who nips past Jarlath Sayer to take P2 in the early stages of this one. Running round onto the bridge for the first time. All looking clean. Freddie Wood coming through the field as well there. To say, good to see Freddie racing last weekend. There was a question mark after an exit from the final in Miami Euro Series 1 week ago, but he's fighting hard here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. George House on the inside as well there as they're running down towards the second hairpin. I think there has been a problem for Blair Smith. I did see one kart rolling out of the pits that hadn't done the formation lap. I think that might be Blair Smith because he's missing from that first group through sector number 2. We will confirm that in a moment, of course. But end of lap number 1. Oh, is that a bit of a mistake there from Finley Lines? Not too many times this year we've said that so far, but Lines has got a bit of pressure here. Porter behind, Sayer, Green, Kira. It's the top 5 covered by less than 7/10 of a second. And yes, indeed, Blair Smith is circulating, but down in 26th place for the ORM driver. Change at the front of the field. It's a Fusion that's come through to the front, and it's piloted by Jarlath Sayer. Down the inside goes Will Green, going for the move, takes second place. Third now for Teddy Porter. Finley Line still part of this this front group there in 4th place. And Sakamani Kira at the back of it as well. This is a very good start. Very competitive start as well. It's a Fusion, then a JGR, then an ORM, then a Synergy. 4 different teams covering the top 4 positions in this heat at the moment. 6 minutes on the clock. End of lap number 2. New order confirmed. Jarlath Sayer ahead of Will Green and Teddy Porter. This is a tough phase of the race now for Finlay Lines. He's got to get back on it, get the pace back up and catch back up to the rest. But at the moment, it's Sukmani Kira coming through. And now an attack from Colby Patterson as well. And again, another two drivers who excelled under the sun in Italy 1 week ago. I think he's prepared them quite nicely for conditions here at PF. Colby Patterson having his strongest year in his young racing career so far. Oh, problem there! And that looks to be Finlay Lines. Finlay Lines off with Zdeněk Babicek. So two drivers, both fancied in this race, are well and truly out of it in terms of competitive results. Love to have another look at that again if we could, but well, yeah, that was two drivers possibly going for the same piece of tarmac, and that is the result. Lines and Babicek are both okay. That's the most important thing, but obviously very disappointed with how their heats have finished. Jensen Ackerman has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 3.27. 10th place at the moment for Jensen Ackerman. Good to see Cooper Snedden back out there as well after a bit of a scary way to finish his first heat earlier on today. He's gained 8 positions so far and is the lead Volvo Motorsport driver in this field at the moment. They're in 11th place. Good news is Lines and Babicek have both got going again. They've just come over the line but are some 25 seconds behind the main pack. Back up towards the front of the order. Here is the fight from second place down. So this is the chase group trying to get on terms with Will Green right now. Green continuing the kind of performances that were seen in Franciacorta last week, where he won the second round of the X30 Mini category in the IAME Euro Series. Racing here on similar setup of machinery in the IAME Water Swift category. He's showing his pace once again, but as we often see in the interclasses, very, very difficult to stay out ahead of a big group of drivers who are working together right now. Patterson, Porter, Sayer, Kira and Mason. 2 Oliver Rowland Motorsport drivers, followed by 2 Fusion Motorsport drivers, and then the second of the Jamie Green Racing drivers, all trying to close in. Under 3 minutes to go. You can see on your screen as well, confirmed on our timely screen in the commentary box as well. It's now an investigation. Well, I don't think it's going to matter too much, because there is the driver of the number 81. Finlay Lines is now out of the race. The other driver under investigation is the number 35 of Zdeněk Babicek. So you'd imagine that is an investigation for the incident and the happenings that took both of those, or left both of those drivers stranded at the side of the road out of hairpin number 2. Meanwhile, changes for the battle in second place. Great work by the teammates. Sayer and Kira, second and third now. Both gained 2 positions out of that move, up through and onto the bridge. Into hairpin number 2, side by side between the 2 teammates there, Colby Patterson and Teddy Porter. Oh, for Teddy Porter, this is a bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier on this morning. Great time qualifying for Porter. Struggled a little bit in the second half of the race as everything bunched back together. He's currently sat 9th in the intermediate classification. End of lap number 6 then. Will Green still leads, but only by 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second nearly. Doesn't necessarily, as things stand, need to win this race to take pole position for the final. There's a 4-point lead over Harry Williams, who isn't in this race, we should be clear. He could therefore afford to go down to 3rd place and still take that pole position. Although saying that, no, I don't think he would, because Sayer would come back at him in the points. Sayer is currently on 5 points, and if these 2 drivers were to swap, it would put Sayer on 3, Green on 2, so then Green would need to stay ahead of Sukamani Kira to hold on to pole position for the final. Not too long to find out what's going to happen in all of that, because there's 40 seconds on the clock. There will be 2 more laps. Race control notification, plus 5-second penalty to the number 90 of Sophie Campbell. Sophie Campbell currently in 19th place, just ahead of Savi Fonge, who's gone up 6 places so far in this race. Biggest mover of all of them out there. Well, at the moment we've got a few drivers who've both taken 8 spots. 3 drivers who've taken 8 spots. Max Mason there in 5th place, new fastest driver in the race. Jensen Ackerman and Cooper Snedden have all gained the same number of positions. As down the inside there, that's good to see. Teddy Porter fighting back. Gets ahead of, I think that was getting ahead of Grayson Wortley for 6th place. But it's the leaders coming through the Fullerton S's here on lap number 8. Will Green has been in this position many times before. Will know how to deal with the pressure. With a driver in the shape of Jarlath Sayer behind. Jarlath, who wants to bounce back from a bit of disappointment in Italy 1 week ago, get his British Championship on the front footing. He's got 1 lap here to find a way past Will Green, and is giving him a little bump draft under and through the tunnel there, under the bridge, onto the bridge. I've got to think, I think for Jarlath Sayer. We have seen moves into Bobby Game Corner in Miami Water Swift before. It might not necessarily all be down to what he does in hairpin number 1. That's to say, if he's going to do anything at all, he could just go, do you know what, I've got 3rd on the grid right now for the final. That's a useful place to begin. I wouldn't want to be on the outside. Might just hold here for 2nd place in this race. Sukamani Kira still there in 3rd place. He's had a tremendous run in this race. More improvements from the driver on the Alpine Formula 1 racer female drivers development program. For Will Green, though, another routine win. Started on the 2nd row and is perfect through the heats. 2 from 2 for Will Green. That will be pole position for the final. Jarlath Sayer does hold in 2nd place. That does mean that Jarlath Sayer will be on the inside of row 2 for the final. Harry Williams will be on the outside of row 1, as we've seen many times here at PF. Drivers sometimes do prefer to start 3rd on the grid to get that run through the first couple of corners. But there's your results from that 3rd heat in Water Swift. Race number 12, Green from Sayer, Kira there in 3rd place, Patterson and Porter in the top 5 as well. Good drive from Teddy Porter, coming back through to 5th place. George House in 6th, ahead of Max Mason. Freddie Wood, Jensen Ackerman up 8 places in that race to P9, ahead of Grayson Wortley. Christian Kobe, Cooper Snedden, Luca Narroway, Knight Measures and Charlie Clough inside the top 15, ahead of Jonty Restrick. Aryan Nair in 17th, Blair Smith from the pit lane in 18th place, ahead of Savi Fonge in 19th place. Sophie Campbell completing the top 20 on the road. Pato Medina, Johnston Stewart, Jesus Bartolos, Oscar Miller and Zjednek Babacek, the last of the finishers. 1 retirement from that race. Winner of the O-Plate in Rotax early this year, Finley Lines. So that completes things for the Water Swift heats. It also completes things for all of the heats. That's all of the heats across all of the IAME categories done for today. If you're tuning in for some Tillotson action, that will be tomorrow. They have a free practice coming up shortly. We'll have some interviews whilst that's all going on. And we'll also have time qualifying as well. We will bring the news from Tillotson T4 before the live broadcast coverage of their racing tomorrow. They're competing, of course, for spots at the T4 Nations Cup to represent the United Kingdom later on in the year. But for Will Green, well, he just seems to be getting better and better and better. Runner-up in the championship last year. Seems very happy at the moment, and so do the team. Fresh off that win 1 week ago in Franciacorta, they are continuing to do some brilliant work here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships at PFI. For now, though,
so
let's head down to the coal.
race from our Water Swift drivers there. Shame to have lost Finley Lyons in that one. We can see his kart in the background, but caught up with him very briefly, and he was pretty unfazed, still feeling confident about the race. We'll just go into Parc Fermé, where the karts will be getting scrutineered by our head scrutineers, making sure that they're all legal, everything all okay. We'll just catch up with race winner Will. Will, how was your race? How's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, it's been a good weekend. I've had a win in both of my heats and an alright qualifying, so we're starting first for the final, which is good.
And in that race as well, I don't know if you are aware or if you saw, we lost Finn Lyons, who was our pole sitter. Obviously, Finn's been really strong this weekend, so how does that make you feel for the rest of your weekend?
Well, I didn't know that until he said then, but it's alright. I don't mind. It doesn't really bother me, but hopefully, yeah, it's alright.
And you're wearing like the Argenti suit, but we know that you are with family-run team Jamie Green. What kind of advice have the team been giving you this year to keep you fast?
Well, the team have just helped me a lot through my this weekend, and we've just been able to get the good, consistent results in, which has helped us a lot.
Well, good luck for the rest of your weekend, Will. We'll catch up with you a bit later on. Also, go and speak to second place Jarlath Sayer, Fusion Motorsport driver. Jarlath, can we have a quick word with you? How's your weekend been going so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Consistent top threes, yeah, so just really what we were looking for.
And we've seen you as well doing a bit of racing out in Europe. You've been all over the place, doing a lot of hard work. How's that been helping you?
Well, it's just helped with a bit of racecraft and pace, and gets confidence up a lot, really, so yeah.
And I just asked the same question to Will Green, your competitor. So you're racing with Fusion Motorsport. What kind of advice have they been giving you this weekend and this season to help you improve and get you to the front?
Just kind of keep calm and get your head down, really. Just need to stay calm, and that's what I've done, so yeah.
That's great. Great to hear from you, and good luck for the rest of your weekend. These drivers, obviously, very, very quick, and one of the only females in this grid this weekend, Sukhmani. Sukhmani, can we just catch up with you really quickly? Great race there for you. Can you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, so at the start I managed to get up to third, I think. Kept there for the whole race. Defended a little bit on the last lap, but came home in third, so really good.
And I know that you're part of the Alpine Race Academy, and I know you spoke about that a little bit yesterday, which later on we're going to see a highlight of that. But how do they help you on a day like today?
There's a lot of behind-the-scenes work. Some people come and help me, like Sean and Alice. They come and help me, give me tips and stuff. And sometimes I go back to the factory. They give me tips there as well.
That's great. That's great to hear from you, Sukhmani. We'll speak to you a bit later on. And we'll just throw back up to the stream, where yesterday we interviewed Sukhmani. Great little driver, a big career ahead of her. So we'll just hear what she had to say yesterday.
Down here in the Fusion Motorsport awning with Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani, great to see you once again racing this weekend at PFI. How's things going so far?
Really good, thank you.
2024, a really big year for you. First of all, now part of the Alpine Formula One Race Her programme. How's that going for you so far?
Really good. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes to help me, and hopefully I can do really good.
What kind of things do you think it really helps you with in terms of preparing for a race event?
There's lots of behind the scenes work with like fitness, people coming to watch, giving me tips and stuff, so.
Racing again in Water Swift this year, building on the great success of 2023. What are your hopes for the season?
Hopefully win the championship and British Kart Champs.
Last year as well, you took the award for the Kart Sport Trophy for the BWRDC. How was that for you?
It was really good. I'm really proud of myself, and hopefully I can do really good in the future.
Looking into the recent history as well, it was good to see you race last weekend in Italy at Franciacorta. Scored points for the first time in the IAMA Euro Series, amongst the best of Europe in the category. How did that weekend go for you from your perspective?
That was definitely one of my best weekends. I got one of the fastest laps in the superheat, Unfortunately, in the final, I had the pace, but I just wasn't in the front group. But I still managed to finish 8th from 12th. So.
And this circuit as well, different to Italy last weekend, but it's another long circuit with long straights, hosts this similar kind of events as well at an international level. What do you think you can take from last weekend to PF this weekend?
Well, I know there's a lot of grip here considering it's summer, so hopefully I can transfer my European knowledge to here.
And as well, you know, racing in this championship, what are you hoping to show for others being able to race in the championship from different backgrounds?
Well, like beat the boys, obviously, but hopefully win this weekend, definitely.
Good stuff. Well, Sukmani, we wish you the best of luck. It's been great to see your progress up through the karting pathway as well. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to PF International here in Lincolnshire in the Trent Valley for event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Good to hear from some of the drivers early on there. Big thank you, of course, to Wera Tools, proud title sponsors of Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We've just seen the completion of free practice 4 for the Tillotson T4 Senior Series. We'll see these ladies and gentlemen race tomorrow. But just to give you a bit of news whilst we're waiting for the confirmation of some of the results, grids, who's made it through to the final, who's not made it through to the final, because the repechage are coming up. Matt Wildman was fastest in that last session, ahead of George Townsend, Aaron Coogan, Philip Rawson and Jason Bradbury. But I say, more from Tillotson T4 tomorrow when we see them racing. We will also give you the news of what happens in their time qualifying session later on today. For now, though, Nicole Sutherland, we've got 5 minutes or so. For those who don't know you, your racing experience, your racing history, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so senior road tax for just until I'm going to use the word that a lot of people use to summarise the end of I'm in retirement.
In retirement?
I've retired.
Oh,
yes.
dear.
I've hung up the helmets, I've hung up the boots, but I'll probably do what every single driver does, and I'll say I'm retired for a year, and then I'll
I'll
do something stupid like race Kart Masters. And so raced senior road tax for the past couple of years, junior road tax, mini max. British Kart Championships for 4 years. Was part of the Motorsport UK Academy for 2 years, which was a great experience. Motorsport UK providing lots of insight into the life of a professional racing driver, how to get there, advice, support, fantastic academy and programme to be on. Highly recommend that drivers here get involved and submit an application into that. And then last year decided I'm going to hang the helmet up for a little while, and now I've joined you in the comms box to talk about my crashing instead of doing it.
Well, you've joined people who never got to this stage anyway, so you're already more than 1-0 up on us. This circuit, PF International, it's one you've driven on many times, I guess. What's so special about it? Why do we rave on about it all the time, do you think?
This is probably my favourite circuit. I just think the first thing for me is track layout. I think I could drive around this track for weeks and not get bored. There's just so much to get right. It's very technical, tests the drivers, and there's a bit of everything as well. There's some corners on and off camber, fast flowing bits, long straights. I really love it. And I think the thing is with this track, because it's an international track, it's arguably one of the best in the world. All of the British drivers come and race here, so it makes the racing really, really good. Whether you're at a club round or a British event, the standard is always really high, which I love. And I think just PF, the circuit's really well maintained. It's like a little town almost. It's so big. There's you've got everything you could ever need. I could just build a house over there, and I'd be happy.
No, absolutely. As I say, we've got more action coming up this afternoon. This format is a little bit different to what we've had for earlier on in the year, in that this is a whole round for today. The repechages and the finals, which we normally talk about on a Sunday, we're going to start talking about now, pretty much. And then tomorrow, we do it all again with another 2 rounds of heats for all the drivers, repechages and finals as a completely separate championship round. So it means that there's a lot of points scored across the course of one of these weekends. David Whitehouse has got started again, has started making more mockery of my football club's season. We won't talk any further about that. But the weather conditions here, I'm quite unaccustomed to it being sunny at PF. Admittedly, I normally only ever come here in February, March, and then October. But the wind's picked up a little bit here. It is still very good conditions, but is that something that plays on the mind of a driver as things can be a bit changeable around here in terms of weather? I think the thing is, though, with this circuit is that drivers are here so often that they get to drive the track in a lot of different conditions, because drivers come here for club rounds all the time. There's always Kart Masters, which is partway through the year, so people prep for that. So I think you get a good mix of learning the track on both wet and dry, and I think the average driver is relatively strong in both. When it comes to a day like today, where it really rubbers up,
it's the type of track where you can just go so hard and so late into corners that it gets a bit ridiculous at sometimes, especially those two hairpins. I think those two hairpins, they're two strange corners where you almost forget, you know, the concept of slow in, fast out. It's not like that at all. You go in really hard and really late and ping off of it. And when it's a day like today where there's loads of rubber down, it massively helps the driver. So.
Absolutely. David Whitehouse has provided us with some questions. Keep your questions coming in. We're just looking at them on the Alpha Live comments at the moment, if you're watching on other channels. So Motorsport Magpie asks, what would be Nicole's first piece of advice for any young aspiring driver? What's the first thing you would say they need to do?
First thing, this is a mental thing. Just have a go. Don't be scared of what will people think. Am I going to look funny? Am I going to embarrass myself? No. I think if you're looking to get into karting, definitely I think the rental karting stuff is a really good place to start. See if you like it. And then there's lots of, you know, teams that offer arrive and drive packages after that if you're looking to maybe get into a bit of owner-driver stuff. That's where I'd start. And I think as well, don't be scared to go onto social media and just give people a message.
Yep.
There's plenty of drivers out there, people like Hunter Motorsports Kai Hunter, Dan Holland racing driver Matthew Higgins, that if you were to drop somebody like that a message, some advice, if somebody were to drop me a message, I'd give you some advice. How should I start?
I say a testament to that was Max Jolly, who we spoke to last time at Event 1 for Rotax. He started in a very similar fashion. And again, this weekend with the Tillotson T4 and the step that's looking to be on the Motorsport UK karting pathway. You've got a lot of drivers who haven't done any competitive racing before, perhaps, and coming over from Ireland, or as I say, we've got quite a few drivers who've moved from Arrive and Drive from Club 100 into that we'll be featuring tomorrow. Hello to Chantal Finch. Oh, this is a good question. If you were to choose one driver in any class to represent the UK in the World Champs round at PFI, which driver would you choose? Be wary of who's in the paddock this weekend, Nicole.
That's really, really difficult. Have they got to be still racing, or can they be
I'm going to say
retired?
They don't have to be still racing. I think there's some rumours that there may be some retired drivers coming out do
you know what?
To play.
It's a hard question. I would maybe go for... I'm thinking Danny Curl.
Danny
I know he's
Curl.
heard here this weekend. He might even be able to hear me. I'd probably go for Danny.
We're going to have to cut that conversation short. Keep it going in the comments, ladies and gentlemen, because we're getting ready for the next race here at PF International. Getting ready then for the first repechage of the day. It's the Junior X30 repechage, so hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. This should be an interesting one. On the front row, Jack Iliff and Daniel Kelleher, Sky Parker and Hamish Forrest go from row number 2. Charlie Mayers and Alexander De Benedictis start on row 3, alongside Daniel Samir and Joey Brown.
Monty Braithwaite and Louis Cochet on row number 5. Row number 6 is Ashley Haas alongside Adam Holmes. Row number 7, Josh Parker and Emmanuel Hay. Row number 8 is Devon Waltz and Evan Purcell.
George Quartermain and James Harris go from row number 9. Drew Waltz and Archie Lovett form an all Forza Racing row 10. Dylan Patel and Max Ewell on row 11. Def Nurnberger and Mondo Junior Canini on row 12. And finishing out the grid of 27 drivers, Gianmatteo Russo and Jake Brook on row 13. Keith Burke goes from row 14. There are some names on that grid that I don't think would have expected to be in a repechage at the start of today. Ones that jump out at me, Louis Cochet in particular ran very well at Val d'Argenton a few weeks ago. Danny Kelleher, Jack Iliff, say to an extent, Sky Parker as well. Archie Lovett and Drew Waltz. Well, this is one of those races, ladies and gentlemen. Try and take a top 6 from this. I think take 6 darts like we had in the pub last night. Throw them at the entry list and there you go. There'll be your 6 drivers' selections for bets to go through
And
from this one.
If you're anything like darts like I am, it'll probably hit the wall or the ceiling. So
Here we go then, we're away and running. Someone's already lost a chain guard at the back of the field, and the Junior X30 repechage 27 drivers are on their way round onto the bridge for the first time in this one. It's a good start for Jack Iliff, the American, at the front of the order, and will look to try and break away with the rest of the runners now into the first hairpin. All of them are still running. As there's a change there towards the front of the order. I think there's been a problem for Daniel Samir, who's not come through sector number 1. Quite a few drivers are yet to come through sector number 1, including Keith Burke, as now they are all running again. But a good start there for the number 30 of Jack Iliff. There's a problem in sector number 1. I think, is that the number 15 of Daniel Samir? Yes, it is. Apologies, we couldn't quite make out the number from the angle that we were at there. But yes, it is Daniel Samir, who's now, walking away from the karts, but out of this round for X30 Junior.
Hamish Forrest as well, if you notice, his front Nasso panel has fallen all the way down behind his wheel. I don't know if a bolt has come loose there, but he's fallen down if you can see it. So I'm not sure if that's going to cause a technical flag. Oh, there is a technical flag out. That's 96 George Quartermain, so it's not Forrest. But I don't know if that's going to be too much of an issue.
I see what you mean. The top of the Nassau panel has broken away. It's almost looking a bit more like a pro kart at the moment. Well, at the moment, down the inside with the unconventional front end of the number 95, Hamish Forrest into second place. But I agree fully with you there, Nicole. That's very well spotted. That is going to be a safety issue, no doubt, because the Nassau panel is not protecting the steering column, is not protecting Hamish Forrest's hands at all there. I doubt that's going to be allowed to continue for much longer.
A great angle of the wheel, though, and seeing the way the driver works the wheels. Good for the cameraman.
So, Daniel Kelleher has the lead of this race. A very un-Daniel Kelleher-like race. Earlier on in the second round of heats is the main reason why he's in this one, but it's got a half-second lead ahead of Forrest, Iliff, Cochet, De Benedictis and Myers. If the race was to finish right now, it would be those 6 drivers heading through and joining the back of the grid for the main final later on this afternoon. Who's making progress? Archie Lovett's making progress. A gain of 11 positions across the first 2 laps. Nicole has had a bit of a quiet day so far, as hand in the air, I think that's going to be George Quartermain coming in for his technical flag. Yes, it is. There was a move there just ahead as well. I think it was one of the TWMs on the move. But end of lap number 3, no changes of the drivers in the top 6, but a change of the order in which they are in. Myers now ahead of De Benedictis.
Yeah, shame to see Sky Parker's lost 8 positions there. She did start on the second row, but it's dropped down to 11th place, which is not ideal in a race like this.
No, not at all. But at least for any of the drivers that don't make it through this race, Nicole, there's that solace of, well, we get another go at things tomorrow for round number 2.
Yeah, bite number 2 tomorrow. Go back to the hotel. I don't think you can let it affect your confidence too much. You know, you've got another chance. So.
Absolutely. Josh Parker, I think maybe out of this race as well, is showing us in the pits on our timing information. So the privateer in the number 63 looks to be going no further. Well, the saying about the Nassau panel, the number 95, haven't seen any technical flags for it yet. So on it goes. We'll take that one back. Kelleher ahead of Forrest then at the front of the order. To be fair, he won't be gaining an advantage from that because there is a little bit of an aerodynamic effect on these X30 Junior karts in terms of slipstream and punching a hole through the air. And right now, the number 95 will be punching quite a hole through the air, especially now that Forrest is in the lead of this race, just ahead of Daniel Kelleher there. It just looked quite bizarre in a way with the nose cone in that state right now. Jack Iliff starting to build into this race, has just gone personal best through sectors 1 and 2. Jack Iliff racing out of Texas. One of Forza Racing's big hopes for the OK Junior Championship across the course of 2024. Another one of their drivers moving along pretty quickly. Archie Lovett, new fastest lap of the race, also gaining positions out there, Nicole. Monda Junior Canini has gained 14 spots in this race. He's up into the top 10.
Yeah, he's not hanging about. He knows he's got a job to do, and he's getting it done.
Joey Brown has received a 5-second penalty. So that's the driver for Fusion Motorsport in the number 11. As down the inside there. Lovely move from Jack Iliff. The ever-smiling American will be smiling about that one. Through past Daniel Kelleher into second place.
5-second penalty given to Joey Brown, number 11 there. Yeah, it's not going his way today, I don't think.
Yeah, is trying to confuse us by wearing one of the Mackey's Fusion Motorsport suits.
I did think earlier when I saw that it said Mackie, and I thought I didn't.
There was someone with very un-Mackie-like hair.
Harrison's grown a mullet in about 4 days.
Yes, that was on our screens earlier. Can you imagine if it was Lewis who grew the mullet? Anyway, back to the race. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Monda Junior Canini, another new fastest lap of the race, needs another 4 positions to get through into the final. Change at the front of the order. Jack Iliff has got past Hamish Forrest for that position. Those 3 should be clear and gone. Having said that, they're having a good battle here. Well, this is what you don't do from a tactics perspective in a repechage, because between winning and 3rd place in this race, there isn't really much to talk about, because you'll still be on the back of the grid for the final. It's out of the race there on the inset box on your screens. That's Max Ewell. So Max Ewell joins Josh Parker, George Quartermain and Daniel Samir on the sidelines for the remaining, just over 60 seconds. So we should have 2 more laps of this one. Battle raging on for 4th place now. This is the key one for who's going to go through to the final. Joey Brown, plus 5-second penalty, we should remember. Louis Cachet, Archie Lovett. Oh dear, as out there, that's Charlie Myers, the number 22, and Alexander De Benedictis. 2 drivers who started this lap in the top 8 on the outside looking in. Well, they're definitely on the outside now of the circuit, in the grass, out the race, and won't make it through to the final.
Yeah, we could see the drivers having a bit of a discussion between the 2. It was your fault. No, it was your fault. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they'll discuss that one, I'm sure, on the walk back to Parc Fermé after this race. Plus 5-second penalty for Zef Nürnberger in the number 76. Nürnberger currently in 18th place on the road. Right, well, the maths of this one, 4 drivers, 3 places through into the final. Not all of them are going to make it there unless there's something dramatic at the very front of the field. And at the moment, the driver who wouldn't make it through is in fact the driver at the very front of this. Now, did something just fly off one of the karts there? Is that, again, my eyes playing tricks on me? So Joey Brown's 5-second penalty would drop him down to around 14th place right now. He's just got to push, hasn't he? He's just got to push off the front of the field and hope something dramatic happens behind.
That would be great news for Monday Junior, though, because that would put him into the top 6 and qualify into the finals later on.
It would indeed. Through and into the Mike Wilson complex. These 3 are still having a good old battle here. Now, the through there went Hamish Forrest through the Mike Wilson complex. Don't see many overtakes achieved through that part of the circuit. On to the final lap of the race. Steady on, boys. You don't want to pick up a plus 5-second penalty. As Louis Cachet now, I thought I did see something jet black, victory lane coloured, fly off a kart through the bowl. My eyes aren't deceiving me on this occasion. Number 24 of Louis Cachet is out of this race with a mechanical failure flag, so take another one out of the top 6 equation. Adam Holmes could be sat on a position on the road that becomes a top 6 by the end of it. This is a 3-way battle for the lead in a repechage on the final lap. You would think it's a final out there. Jack Iliff trying to get across the road and ahead of Hamish Forrest and Daniel Kelleher. It's a risky game they're playing here because the whole field are catching up round the outside. Forrest attempting there on Kelleher. All of a sudden, Joey Brown's down the inside. There is Archie Lovett as well, who has gained 15 positions in this race. Out of the final corner to win the repechage. Jack Iliff is going to take the checkered flag. just ahead of Daniel Kelleher, Joey Brown, but Joey Brown has a plus 5 second penalty, so will drop out of the top 6. Hamish Forrest through as things stand as well ahead of Archie Lovett, Monda Jr. Canini. Louis Cachet would have been in the top 6 virtue of Brown's plus 5 second penalty, but has a mechanical flag, so scratch the victory lane number 24 off the result. It's Evan Purcell who gets through as a result, at least provisionally, 8th on the road, but will become 6th place once Brown and Cachet's results are amended. That was quite the finish.
It's
a very different repechage.
The top 3, I don't know what was quite going on. You would have thought they would kind of look behind. We'll definitely get into the final.
Yes.
We've got enough of a gap. We've only got half a lap left. We'll just leave it. No. Not the choice made.
No, not at all. Well, through from the provisional results, at least, that does need, of course, to be confirmed that it is Jack Iliff, Daniel Kelleher, Hamish Forrest, Archie Lovett, Monda Jr. Canini, and Evan Purcell through to the X30 Junior final, which will be at 4:50 local time, so just over an hour. So set your alarm clocks for that one. That's going to be a race you don't want to miss. It's going to be frantic. It's going to be dramatic. And honestly, you could take a random draw from probably the top 15 on the grid of who could win that one and still call them as having a good chance. Not done for the repechages, though. That's the first one of 3 done. The Senior X30 repechage will be up shortly. Nicole, and another great opportunity for 6 drivers to book their way through to the final later on today.
Yeah, I think I think we can expect something even more spectacular than what we just watched. The seniors have been entertaining, we could say, today, and I'd expect even more so in this repechage coming up. The pressure's on. They're all wanting to get into the final, obviously.
Aidan Mitchell also makes a very good point. We won't confirm whether that is the case or not, but if one of those drivers has a drop down front bumper plus 5 seconds, we're going to be a completely different result again. So that's one of those races, Nicole, that I always say in the comms box is provisional with a capital P.
Yeah.
So we will keep you up to date with that one. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know where you're watching from. Let's go back to question time whilst we've got a bit of a pause. Favourite F1 driver, Nicole?
Pub quiz. Favourite F1 driver?
I'll expand it as well. Current and all-time as well.
Okay. All-time. I'm a Nicky Lauda fan.
Really?
Yes. The determination side of things, that is quite inspiring. So Nicky Lauda, and then current. I think a few people aren't going to like me if I.
Oh no.
Oh no, I wouldn't say it's that. I am a Max Verstappen fan.
Fair enough.
I do.
Someone's got to be.
I do like him. I just think. I just like the way he does things.
Yeah, fair enough.
And of course, a Norris fan.
Well, yes, I was going to say,
where's my...
Oh, there's my Lando hat in the back, proudly being worn around the paddock this weekend. I've heard in my ear that we can go to Dave Cam. David Manchester, there he is. My goodness me, he's actually working. That's a miracle. He's not. That's how busy that Junior X30 repechage was. David Manchester looking through all the cameras here at PF for all the different angles of all the different incidents. No, jokes aside, David is one of the best, if not the best, at his job. Works as well across Europe as part of the officiating here. Now he's clocked us. They're just having a little look up to the camera. Again, a little insight into the behind the scenes here at PF International for what goes on in the world of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
I think as a driver who's just kind of recently more come into the behind the scenes part and seeing what it takes to put on an event like this has been quite spectacular. I never, in all honesty, when I raced, I just don't think you think about it so much. No. You don't have that appreciation of every small part, every person that is part of the team has to play to put on an event like this. It's quite impressive.
And if one part is not there,
the whole thing
doesn't work. Absolutely. What other questions have we got? Did Nicole have a rival? She always seems to be racing.
Oh. In my early days, cadet days, yes.
Yes?
Yes. So I started racing at the Mansell Raceway down in the southwest. That's where I'm from. So Mansell and Clay Pigeon. Clay Pigeon was on, well, they were both on the calendar a couple of years ago. So when I was in my cadet days, there was a specific driver I always just ended up getting into a bit of a trouble with. And wasn't a rival, but somebody who has also turned driver to team member, Chris Simpson, photography, working with Fuel Your Media.
Yes.
We used to race each other, have a bit of a battle, here and there. And it's quite funny, really, when you go into this side of things, and so do the people you used to race. And yeah, it's a funny thing.
And you talk about behind the scenes cogs of the operation. I don't know if we can get a long distance shot of our Chris Simpson. Introducing Chris Simpson to Chris Simpson. Chris Simpson behind the photography and Chris Simpson behind the I'm guessing Bobby Game corner.
I wasn't racing kart picks Chris Simpson in cadets.
No, Chris Simpson now. That's Chris Walker. Chris Walker and Kart Picks. We're talking Chris Simpson, who is, I'm going to go for a nod from James. There he is.
There he is.
There's our Chris Simpson. He taught me everything I know, Chris.
Yeah, that wasn't the Chris
including
I was racing.
But yes, keep the questions coming in. I want to go back to the World Champs question, because, say, just for the UK and OK Senior, I'm going to throw some names in there. You've thrown in Danny Curl. I think that's a very good shout.
I also want to throw in Ben Barnicoat.
Ben Barnicoat, yeah, that'll be another good one. We were talking last time we were here a lot about Callum Bradshaw.
Yes.
Is Callum going to have a go at the World Champs later this year?
I would have thought so. I don't know. I'd be surprised if he didn't, to be honest.
Gus, we've already discussed.
Gus.
I've probably leaked it. Sorry, Gus, but he did tell me earlier in the year that he is built towards the World Championships run. And we can't forget about Joe Turney. And
of course.
It's so good to see Joe back in action after how his World Championships ended last year.
Yeah.
I actually think he's come back stronger than ever before. His performance a couple of weeks ago at Val d'Argenton was very, very good. That's 5 in OKC, and Noah Wolf you could throw in there as well for 6.
If you're deciding to go even further back in time, you've got drivers such as Jordan Brown-Nutley, that kind of era of drivers that you could pick from as well. It's not just the ones right now. It's almost like a never-ending answer.
And I know for some people it's always banging on about World Champs again. It's like, but we are at PF. Promise, by the time we get to Lark Hall, I'll stop. For British motorsport, in the current state of play, things have changed over the years. Great that we've still got Formula 1. Great that we've still got Formula E. But we don't have WRC. We don't have WEC. The Karting World Championships later this year is one of the big, in terms of FIA officiated events, the biggest events of British motorsport. So if you ever want to give someone a bit of a kick who doesn't do karting, if you're watching at home, ladies and gentlemen, tell them to get down here in September. It's not just about supporting British karting, it's about supporting British motorsport as a whole.
I think every young driver has had an experience in school with a classmate who has said, I could beat you. I think if you could say to them, go to PFI in September and stand on the bank and watch, it would probably change your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Not too long away then, you can see the drivers down in the pre-grid area getting ready for the senior X30 repechage. And again, the top 6 drivers will go through. Drivers getting out of karts, though. I wonder if we're just having a bit of a rejig here. Keep your questions coming in. Motorsport Magpies throwed some names into the list. Ben Hanley could also be a good wildcard runner. Lando would be amazing, but I don't think McLaren would allow him.
A young gun as well, still very early in his career, but Freddie Slater.
That would be incredible if Freddie was to come back. Brilliant last week in Misano, if I'm not mistaken. Took a clean sweep in Italian F4. won the KZ2 European Championship last year, of course, as well. Was the first driver since Jenson Button to achieve that for Britain. But yes, that's all for future discussion. For now, though, let's get ready. The Senior X30 repechage is next. Let's take a look through the grid then for the Senior X30 repechage. Rylan Ekberg and David McIntyre on row 1, Kasper Pajacki and Robbie Buckley on row number 2, Harry Ewell and Dylan Briley on row 3 ahead of Tony Gazagrel and Matteo Giaccardi on row number 4.
Row number 5, we have Ava Anagostinadis and Dale Lewis. Row number 6, Connor McPollin and Dayton Coulthard. Row number 7, and the last row of our grid is Juan Pablo Girard Diaz.
Absolutely. All 4 corners of the British Isles represented in this one, apart from Wales. Sorry, Henry, if he's listening. But he won't mind that because he'll know that all the Welsh drivers are already through to the final, of course. The top 6 again race through in this one. For any of them, I think this is a good opportunity. I think the fact that you've got less numbers on the field, I mean, you have got a better opportunity to make it through. Hope you can take it a little bit calmer. You're not going to need any 20 place gains. Oh my goodness me, that was nearly an embarrassing moment for one of the drivers there. Dayton Coulthard there in 12th place, had a difficult start to the day, a retirement. Let's see what he and the other 12 drivers on this grid can do. Make that 11 because we do not have Matteo Giaccardi. The driver for Forza Racing does not take the start. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Lights out. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the repechage. In Senior X30, one kart is already off the road. It is the 83 of David McIntyre. So for McIntyre, who started on the front row of the grid, has got it all to do now from 12th place onto the bridge for the first time. Robbie Buckley looking down the inside for positions. Couple of drivers running out wide as they head down towards hairpin number 1. But for Rylan Ekberg, that is a good start. That is what he needs to do. From pole position, holds the lead. In fact, is growing the lead now against the rest of the field. It's the number 99 of Kasper Pajacki, who's come up into 2nd place.
Good start from Ava Anagostinadis there, up into 5th. She got some moves done into the 2nd hairpin. She's with Argenti Motorsport this weekend in the IAMI category instead of, we've seen her in Rotax previously. So not the best day today, but hopefully a better day tomorrow for her.
Yeah, I was having a chat with Ava and her mum yesterday whilst we were doing some of the photos. This weekend is all about race preparation, fitness, looking to move potentially and hopefully into F4s very soon.
Yeah.
Brother James as well raced as part of the Argenti team as well. We saw him here last time for event number 1, another one of the Mercedes AMG junior drivers. Yeah, great start there up to 4th place.
I could be wrong, but I believe his brother out in the FIA Academy this weekend.
Quite possibly so, yes.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the full entry list that they've got out there in Valencia, but yeah, has been racing alongside Kenzo Craigie, for example, in the OK categories so far this year. 6 minutes to go in this one. At the moment, it would be Ekberg, Ewell, Pajacki, Anagnostiadis, Briley and Buckley, your top 6 to go through. If we've learnt anything from the Junior X30 final, anything can change across the remaining 6 minutes. I said that, Rylan Ekberg is looking very strong right now. This is exactly where you want to be in this kind of race, Nicole. You know, when you know there's that promotion aspect, get out front, 1.5 seconds clear, let everybody else fight for 2nd place. You have a nice cruise through to the final.
Yeah, it's a shame that he's obviously going to have to take some life out the tyres by doing this extra race. But now he just needs to, you know, drive smooth, drive calm, doesn't have to impress anybody, just get it done. 5 minutes left, just a bit of a Sunday stroll, really.
Absolutely. Anagnostiadis having a look down the inside of Pajacki there. That was for 3rd place. And another driver's mindset right now here, Nicole. Anagnostiadis looking for that move past Piecki. I'm guessing this is all about just having a bit more of a buffer to not be too on the bubble, not be too far back and on the threat of losing that top 6 spot.
So Ava has just got that move done. I think if you're 4th, 5th, 6th, you've got more to think about,
Yep.
and you would probably be going for those moves. But so Harry Yule, Ekberg, and Ava now. I just think just stay calm, but you are going to see the 4th, 5th, and 6th making a few more ambitious choices, shall we say?
Absolutely. Well, we've got our first penalty of the race, and it's a start infringement, plus 3 seconds for Dylan Briley in the number 31. So for Dylan Briley, he's just made a move there on Piecki for 4th place. This now becomes time trial mode to try and get more than 3 seconds away from the drivers ahead. That's a side-by-side battle between Dale Lewis and Tony Casagel, the Frenchman. Goes Casagel.
Yeah, did not want to give that one up, I don't think.
But this is now a very interesting thing that you've got Briley, Piecki and Buckley 1.5 seconds almost clear of everybody who's going out at the moment. Surely right now, this is when you just keep in formation and break away from the rest of the others. Oh, saying that, is that Piecki facing the wrong way in the number 99? Yes, it is.
I think a bit of a broken Nasso panel there as well. I wonder if somebody maybe has gone over the top of him coming off of the bridge.
Possibly so. Either way, for Piecki, all the hard work of the first half of this race has just been undone, and a lot of time to make up now to get back into this group. Dayton Coulthard's come through this order nicely. He's up to 6th place. Well, the Scotsman has been patient here in this race so far. Started from 12th on the grid. And as things have started to get a little bit boisterous in the middle of the pack into the last 3 minutes, it's Coulthard who's come through. Ekberg with the fastest lap of the race, a 57.61. Yule, Anagnostiadis and Briley, you'd now think are safe. That's a great move from Coulthard down the inside of Robbie Buckley, up into 5th place. Effectively 4th when you consider that Briley, in the number 31, has that 3-second penalty. But at the moment, Coulthard is only holding in that gap by about half a second. So all of these drivers in this group need to keep pushing on. Oh, as round there goes the number 29 of Conor McPollen through hairpin number 2. That got very close with another driver there. And that split the field up, and now this is a really good opportunity for Coulthard and Buckley because they haven't got immediate attentions in the shape of Dale Lewis and Tony Casagel right behind them. Now they've just got to go and book their spots through into the final.
5-second penalty there for Robbie Buckley as well.
So that is another penalty for a driver in the top 6 that at the moment is likely to leave them outside of the top 6. Dylan Briley, though, should say, has at the moment negated his penalty. Plus 4.17 behind the race leader. He moved into 3 seconds back. He'd still be ahead of Dale Lewis and Tony Casagel. So that's good work from Dylan Briley.
Dale Lewis, though, up 3 places in this race. Now that Robbie Buckley's got that penalty, he'll be saying thanks.
Well, it's just one of those curious situations, isn't it? Again, comes back to, do the drivers memorise and know all the numbers? Have they read the full race situation? Because Lewis and Casagel have been fighting each other very hard in this race so far. They actually now need to work together to make sure they're still within 5 seconds of Buckley come the end of this race, because then the winner from those two will take the last spot in the final. But if they fight too hard, they're going to take themselves out of that story. Less than a minute to go. Ekberg looking comfortable. Yule also looking comfortable, but being closed in a little bit by Anagnostiadis right now. Briley, with that 3-second penalty, is falling back behind Dayton Coulthard, but only Dayton Coulthard. Robbie Buckley, 6th on the road, but has a plus 5-second penalty at the moment, is giving that final spot in the X30 Senior final to Dale Lewis. Back with our battle for 2nd place, Yule and Anagnostiadis for a moment.
Yeah, Ava into the first hairpin compared to Harry Yule, so late on the break, really caught up to him then. So I don't know if she'll have a look for the move. I'm not sure if she'd want to risk that, but is catching up to him.
the other way of looking at it, by just sitting there, you're going to be on the inside of the driver ahead going into turn 1 for the final. So again, there's not really a lot to be gained for Anagnostiadis. If the move is to be made, as there's 2 drivers off, one of them to driver's left, just out of our commentary box window. I think, is that the number 12? No, it's the number 13 of Robbie Buckley is off the road through sector number 1. There was another kart involved as well. So we'll try and assess the situation there in due course. There is Robbie Buckley. That is the service road on the way up to well, that's where we saw Kai Hunter have an alternative way into the bridge during event number 1. But either way, that is Buckley out of this race. Back at the front of the order, Ekberg about to see the last lap board. Ewell P2, Anagnostiadis in P3. Dylan Briley doing enough despite having a start infringement to go through as well. So that battle for Lewis and Kazagel is now for a straight 6th place on the road. There are yellow flags out through turn number 1. The good news is Buckley is out of the kart and standing at the side of the circuit safe and sound. Here is Ekberg though, leading on the final lap. Very good job from Ryan Ekberg in this race. Will have been disappointed to be in the repechage, but has taken the opportunity from pole position, capitalised on it and done a solid piece of work. Got himself 3 seconds out ahead of the rest of the pack, and now can cruise this one home into the final couple of corners. Towards the final corner, Ryland Ekberg wins the repechage in X30 Senior here today at PF International. Will be joined in the final by Harry Ewell, Ava Agnostiadis, Dylan Briley, Dayton Coulthard and Dale Lewis gets the 6th and final spot from the repechage into the final. Unfortunately for Tony Kazagel, David McIntyre, Conor McPollan, Juan Pablo Girard, Kasper Pajecki and Robbie Buckley, their round ends there. But for Ekberg, a nice win there.
Yeah, I think these drivers will be feeling a bit less pressure now. I think once you get to the final, you're feeling. I think it's getting to the final a lot of the time, and getting into a good grid spot is the bit that a lot of drivers get nervous for. Once you're at that stage, you've not got a lot to lose.
Putting my Northerner hat on, he's got a free race. And that's always a good thing in my book. There have been changes straight away. Penalty for the number 81. So Dale Lewis will get +5 seconds. That will put the number 12 of Tony Kazagel back in to that top 6. So it'll be the Frenchman, at least provisionally, who goes through into the X30 Senior Final. That X30 Senior Final will be later this afternoon at 5:15 local time. So again, just over an hour away here at the circuit and around the world, because that's how time and clocks work. But for Ryan Ekberg, yeah, it would have been a bit of a surprise to see him here in the repechage, but didn't make too much of a fuss of it. Got on with the job and got the win through and into the final. See other drivers there, Max Ewell, Ava Agnostiadis. They raced sensibly through that one as well. Harry Ewell into 2nd place ahead of Ava Agnostiadis. We're going to get ready though for the next race shortly. As out on circuit for their repechage, it's race number 15. It's the Miami Water Swift repechage, which will be with us in a few moments' time. Let's take a look through the grid then for the Miami Water Swift repechage. Xavi Fonge on pole position, the 9-year-old sharing the front row with Luke Narroway. Sophie Campbell and James Nolan on row number 2. Johnston Stewart and Henry Clark go from row number 3. Mexico's Pato Medina is joined by Northern Ireland's Andy Stewart on row number 4. And completing the 10 karts in this field, Oscar Miller 9th on the grid and Jesus Bartolos from Spain for Evolve Motorsport. 10 karts in the field, top 6 go through into the final. So again, a good rate of return here, Nicole, to see if they can make it through. Give it over to you for the start.
I tell you what always quite impresses me is when people have a sibling in the same class. And are we going to go on the first time of asking? We're not. Round again. Nigel Edwards not quite happy with that one.
There was a bit of stacking up through the final corner, so they'll go round again for another one. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. Johnston Stewart, Andy Stewart, brother and sister on the same grid. A lot of experience racing together as well. I've called races on them before at the Irish Kart GP, for example, at Nuts Corner the last couple of years. Good to see them over here with Sophie Campbell as well and others for this meeting. And two competitive drivers there.
Yeah, we've seen a bit of that through this championship. We've obviously got Devon and Drew Waltz in the bigger category. In Rotax, we have the Farrow brothers.
We do.
Same category. So when I used to race, my dad couldn't even bear to watch just me sometimes, let alone having two in the same grid. And
I'm going to give a shout out as well to Suzanne and Andreas Gutsold back in the day. Also raced through some competition in Arrive and Drive. It's very close to my heart. Never mind that right now, because we're going to get on with this repechage race for Miami Water Swift with the lights going out and 8 minutes plus 1 lap underway then. Good start for Fonge at the front of the order, takes the lead. Good start for Luca Narroway as well. Very difficult to hold second place from the outside of row 1, but that is exactly what Luca Narroway has done. Now fighting for the lead and taking the lead. Great start for Luca Narroway. And switching positions there. Not too much of a fight between the Evolve Motorsport teammates, but confidence from Narroway. That is very good to see.
Sophie Campbell making a move off the bridge. Oh, and trying one into the first hairpin as well.
Yeah, making good progress in the early stages is Sophie Campbell. Still early stages of this race, but the driver at the front, Luca Narroway. Love the helmet design that Luca races with. Very distinctive, very easy to spot out front. As down the inside, that is the number 82 of Henry Clark, trying to find a way past Fonge. And I've got to say to Xavi Fonge, that is a very good defence round the outside, holding on to second place, knowing that track position is so important in these races.
Yeah, most definitely. I think as well, you see on the earlier laps that drivers tend to use either the racing line or defensive. That we saw that on the first lap, but at this point in the race, they'll all be calming down slightly and sticking to that racing line, and that's what will bunch all of the. That is what will cause the racing to turn a bit more spread out instead of bunching up.
Indeed, down the inside, Clark on Fonge, and that's going to be a move through to second place. Sophie Campbell looking down the inside there. I think that was on Andy Stewart. Good to see Andy back in the race. We shouldn't forget that she had to retire from the previous race. Was stuck on the curve. Did see her holding her elbow a little bit, so it's good to see Andy Stewart is okay and good to go. Because of course all the drivers have to be signed off, don't they, when they have a bit of medical attention by the team here at the circuit. No risks with safety taken at all. 6 minutes remaining of this one, so Narroway continuing to lead this race, but isn't completely clear of the pack yet. So Clark, Fonge, Nolan and the two Stewart siblings currently hold the top 6 places that would go through. I wonder how that's going to play out. Brother and sister, 5th and 6th right now, holding those spots needed to go through to the final. Just hoping to maybe have a bit of a work together right now. Meanwhile, at the very front of the order, Henry Clark's down the inside of Luca Narroway for the lead of the race. Narroway sensibly doesn't fight that one too hard, Nicole, knowing there's a lot more at stake here by just getting through to the final.
Yeah, definitely. I think they would have seen they've pulled a bit of a gap, so let's just leave it, pull away together, and both guarantee a spot in the final later on.
Second group, and that is headed up at the moment by Xavi Fonge, another driver who's come through the Bambino ranks here in the UK. James Nolan as well there, flying the flag for Ireland in 4th place. End of lap number 3. just over 4.5 minutes remaining this one. Change for 8th place on that last lap. Pato Medina, racing for crop promotion this weekend, is past Oscar Miller for 8th place. There's a change down the inside. James Nolan takes 3rd place.
Sophie Campbell unfortunately dropped down the order by 4 positions in this race, having a great little girl-on-girl battle with Andy Stewart. Both making some great overtakes and having a good time out there, from what I can see.
2 drivers who know each other very well. 2 drivers of the Northern Irish contingent who've come over for this round. Have done rounds of the British Kart Championships before. I think they've raced at Wera previously. But yeah, lots of experience between those 2 in their racing over the Irish Sea. As through there goes the number 26 of Oscar Miller. So unfortunately for Andy Stewart, just losing a couple of positions there, slipping down the order, but still part of this pack. With a lot of racing still to go in this one, 3.5 minutes. This is the group from 3rd backwards. The top 2 have cleared off the fronts. They've gone into frenemies mode and just pushing off the front and making sure that they've got a good gap to the rest of the field for the latter stages of this race.
Luca Narroway with the fastest lap on that previous lap. I think as far as the repechages have gone so far today, it's been very clean.
Oh, very close there. A little bit of tyre smoke between the number 23. That was Fons getting past Nolan for 3rd place. Johnston Stewart still holding there in 5th. As even some aircraft have come in to have a little look at proceedings here at PF International overhead. There it is.
I hope the drivers don't get as distracted as the cameraman is.
In the box. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Great pickup there. Great to see some British aviation history flying on in. Back to the racing though. Fonge ahead of Nolan still. Stewart, Pato Medina now up to 6th place. It's a great run for the driver representing Mexico. We should remember as well that these races do count towards the international, the FIA International Karting ranking. So that is another thing for drivers to think about, with a lot of nations represented here this weekend. Down the inside, Andy Stewart moves through. Nice move from Andy Stewart. That's 7th place for her now, past Oscar Miller. And Sophie Campbell in that group as well, 2021 Northern Ireland Female Driver of the Year. And Sophie started racing. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Fons and Nolan, I think, have got the tactics right at this moment, Nicole. They're edging away from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and everybody else battle.
Yeah, definitely work together, like you said previously. I liked your phrase, frenemies.
Well, we can thank Anthony Jordan for that one. He's coined that one. And to be honest, Henry's probably sat at home going, no, that's one of mine. I've taught him that.
With his cup of Iron Brew, he's shouting at the TV, that's mine.
He'll be watching. Change for 3rd place. James Nolan goes through past Savi Fonge. So the 3rd and 4th place drivers are back into this main group now. That's an opportunity for Pato Medina. Pato Medina trying to go down the inside to take 4th place away from Nolan. Good attempt there. Johnston Stewart is right on the bubble now in 6th place. Down the inside goes Medina, takes 6th place. Side by side between Sophie Campbell and Andy Stewart running towards the Fullerton S's, and it's Campbell who comes out at the front of that one. But have they lost touch now with the top 6? Because there's a gap of around, say, 3/4 of a second up to Johnston Stewart there in 6th place. And there's still another 2 laps of this one to go. Leaders over the line with around 30 seconds on the clock. Time will expire on this tour of the circuit. Clark from Narroway. Fonge, Medina now 3rd and 4th. Nolan and Stewart, they're the ones racing through. Pato Medina's now looking down the inside. It's going to be 3 wide onto the bridge. This is going to get close. Through goes Fonge. Great driving. Back into 3rd place. Pato Medina back into 4th. 5th for Nolan, 6th for Johnston Stewart, but that's brought Sophie Campbell back into play. Andy Stewart back into play. In fact, all of them are back into play, with Bartolosh and Miller still there in 9th and 10th. Down the inside goes Sophie Campbell. gets through past Johnston Stewart. That is for 6th place. So Campbell back into the positions that would go through into the final. Last lap board about to be out here. Routine for Clark and Narroway. They just need to bring this one home. Still very hard to call who of these drivers is going to take any of the last 4 spots in that final. Campbell having a look there to see if there's a way past James Nolan. Not on this occasion. I think Fonge and Medina are probably all right now as well, Nicole. 3rd and 4th place. As long as they don't fight, they'll go through. It's all about who's going to take these last 2 spots.
Yeah, Sophie Campbell going a little bit wide there. We have Johnston Stewart trying to make a move on her. We'll find out if she has kept it into the first hairpin. She has, yes.
Yeah, good running there from Sophie Campbell. Good speed through hairpin number 1. Back to what you were saying earlier, Nicole. You've got to attack those hairpins sometimes, and that's exactly what she did there. Lead us into the Mike Wilson complex, looking comfortable. It's still not done here for these last few spots in the final.
She would have seen out of her peripheral vision that Andy would have been trying to go for a move, and it was really good of her to still go into that corner nice and hard and not have been put off.
Taking the checkered flag then, Henry Clark goes through, Luca Narroway goes through, Fonge, Medina, Nolan and Campbell make it the top 6. Going from the repechage into the Water Swift final. Unfortunately for Johnston Stewart, Andy Stewart, Oscar Miller and Jesus Bartolos, that will be the end of their day, but they will be, of course, back tomorrow for the 2nd round of this double header at PF International. That is a provisional result, of course. We should again stress that. But Henry Clark, from the 3rd row of the grid, races through, takes race victory. A very good performance as well from Luca Narroway. 6.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Great battling from Savi Fonge. And going through from, started from pole position, of course, in 3rd. Pato Medina, I think, will be very pleased with that. Always good to be, when you're on the outside of the top 6 at the start of a repechage, to race your way through. That's a great effort from Pato Medina in 4th. James Nolan and Sophie Campbell, as we say, will also race through. There is Sophie Campbell in the number 90, who can be very, very pleased with that run on the KR chassis with the Aventus power provided by Fusion Motorsport.
Great shot of her there, about to go into the scales. I love the pink helmet.
It's great.
Yeah, as a girl, I love it.
And it's great for commentators as well. We can spot it from a mile off. So there is the number 82, Henry Clark. Happy with that. I like that. A repechage fist pump. Yeah, got the race win. That is good to see from Henry Clark. So that brings us to the point at which we're done with the repechages. I think there will be, I've had a note from timekeeping that says there will be a final start delay of 15 minutes. So that will mean for the Water Swift restricted final, that will now run from 16:40 local time, 20 to 5. The Junior X30 will go off from 16:50 plus 20 minutes, 17:10. The senior final will go off from 17:35, and the Water Swift final will go off from 6 p.m. 1800 on the clock there. So if you are noting any of those on your phone, on your alarms, do just reset those for those 15-minute delays. So yes, there we go. That is all to come up. I'm actually just going to recalculate those because I think I've got them wrong. Yes, I have. 16:40 for Water Swift restricted. 17:05, apologies, for Junior X30. 17:30 for Senior X30. 17:55 for Water Swift. Apologies, I had another 5 minutes delay on there, which was completely unofficial. This is where I remind you, commentator is not an official, only timekeeping are. Anyway, down in Parc Fermé, good to see. Congratulations with the driver and some happy faces. Henry Clark, as we say, will race through into the final. Gives a little celebration to the camera there as well. Keep your comments coming in. Out on circuit right now, if you can hear a little bit of noise in the background, we will keep you up with the news It's a timed qualifying session, so you're not missing any racing for the Tillotson T4s. They will be out tomorrow, though. David Whitehouse has suggested that I could be a wild card for World Championships. Well, if you do want someone to be 4 seconds a lap off the pace and his neck to give in after about 4 laps, then yeah, I'm your man.
You and Henry should start a little team.
A little team?
Yeah, and you should both put an entry in.
Get TJ in as well. Get Anthony Jordan in on the mix. Get yourself in as well. Just have a commentators team. That's how we should do it.
Yeah.
Hello to Kevin Winfield, who's cheering on drivers. I've just reminded myself that Aidan Mitchell had a very good point earlier about potential drop down. So I'm just going to investigate and see if we have had any changes in results from the repechage results. I think we have got one for X30 Junior. Iliff, Kelleher, Forrest, Canini, Cachet, and Holmes. I think that still might be provisional because of course we have the mechanical flag for number 24. We'll catch up with that scenario. We have seen penalties though. Aidan, you were right. Archie Lovett got a +5 second for a nose cone, so that's changed the top 6 in the repechage for juniors again. Joey Brown we already knew about. Drew Waltz also had a penalty in that one. Have we got the senior result? We haven't got the senior result yet in a full and complete fashion. We are going to take a short break here on the commentary after that exciting few repechages. We'll be back with some interviews from earlier in the weekend after these short messages.
We're in the Croc Promotions tent here at PF, first round for the IAMI classes in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Taylor Orridge, great to see you again, back for 2024. We thought you were retiring last year. What instigated the change?
I'm not really too sure. I thought we just might do another year. That's about it, really. Not really too sure why we've done another year, but we're going to try our best this year. Hopefully it's going to be a bit better than last year.
Hopes for PF, a circuit you know very well, won here at Kart Masters in 2023. What are the hopes for the weekend?
Obviously, we're always looking for the win, but the main thing this season is going to be the championship. That's what we're going to be going for.
How do you tackle that mindset at the start of the year, especially this weekend when there's a lot of wildcard runners with things also running here at PF later in the year? How do you play that in terms of the strategy for this weekend?
All the European boys are over here, so well, I just don't want to get a drop early. I want to have some good points, and I want to come away on the front foot instead of being behind everyone.
Do you relish it as a challenge as well that some of those Euro boys are over here, that you can test yourself against them?
Obviously, they're obviously going to be up there. They're all good drivers, but we just need to keep plucking away and hopefully we'll be near the front.
And race again with Croc this year. What's it like being
working with these guys? Is some of the best in the world when it comes to Miami.
Yeah, it's just, we always have a good laugh as well. It's just a nice environment for us to be in. They're always supportive, and if we're ever like down or anything, they're always there for us.
How do you prepare for a round such as this? How do you get what do you like to do during your downtime?
What, like today or like yesterday?
Yesterday, today, whenever?
Yesterday I went to school, then I went for a bit of golf. I just got home and just kind of sat on my phone for a bit, you know what I mean? Had some food at golf, and then just got into bed, sat there for a bit, watched a film, and then just went to sleep.
Today, practice day, track looked quite rubbered in when I had a walk around it yesterday. What will be the main aims of today? What will be the fine details that you're focusing on?
Obviously, we're going to look to be quick, but it's not all about being quick on today. We're just testing, you know what I mean?
As I say, you're back this year, you kind of put the thoughts of retirement to side. Going further forward, do you think this is going to be your last year, or do you want to carry on and maybe go up into the seniors in the future?
Yeah, we could do a year in senior. I'm not really too sure yet.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Taylor, for this weekend. I know you'll give it your all, and good to see you out there again.
Yeah, thanks.
Welcome back to PF International here in Lincolnshire, event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and not too far away from the finals here this afternoon for the first round of things for the IAMI categories. IAMI Water Swift Restricted, IAMI Water Swift X30 Junior and X30 Senior. If you've missed any of the action so far today, don't worry, you will be able to watch it back in full here on the Motorsport UK platform of channels, including the new Karting UK YouTube channel, the home of all things karting there on the YouTube platform. Here were some of the beautiful drone shots from earlier in the week on Thursday when we were having setup day here at the Premier Kart Circuit in the UK. It looking absolutely resplendent in the May sun. Perfect conditions for racing, dry, rubbered in after the club round last week. Not too hot for the drivers to deal with out there on track. The grids have started filtering through for the finals. I've had one given to me for the senior final, and you know what, I've had one for the Water Swift final as well. So starting to get that information coming into us here at the circuit. Do hope you're enjoying the day. We're back tomorrow. We do it all again for round number 2 for the IAMI classes for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It'll be the same format, 2 heats for each driver. Repechages for those who don't quite make it through into the final directly from those heats, and then of course the finals again, issuing full championship points for them. And we'll be joined by the Tillotson T4 series, their one event qualifier for places at the T4 Nations Cup later in the year in Valencia has just had its timed qualifying that sets the grid for the races tomorrow. Philip Rawson on pole position provisionally with a 65.05 second lap time there. These are all, I say, provisional results right now. Bradley Beavers, great to see Bradley back out on circuit. P2. Aaron Coogan, the first of the Irish drivers there in third place. Anwar Marul Smith in fourth place ahead of Mike Coppin, Matt Wildman, Jason Bradbury, George Townsend, Chris Alcock and O-plate holder Owen Roberts all in the top 10. But as I say, that's all for tomorrow when we'll see the T4, the Tillotson T4 Senior class in action. For now, though, we're getting ready for race number 16 on the schedules here today. It is the Miami Water Swift Restricted Final, and you can see the drivers and their mechanics starting to emerge from the pre-grid area onto the race circuit itself for this walk. We always like to do these walks at PF International for our finalists. And all of our drivers who've raced through 2 rounds of heats earlier on today can be very proud of their achievements so far today. It will be 12 minutes plus 1 lap for all of our finals here this afternoon. In saying that it's the first round of the season for all of these drivers, for some this could be the longest race they've done so far in their young careers. Drivers as young as in the year of their 8th birthday, so some of them even could be still 7 years old, having their 8th birthday later in 2024, out there on circuit. And yeah, some great talented drivers will be taking part in this one. On the front row of the grid, you can just about see the number 46 of Alfie Davidson on the front row, a first and a second place earlier on this afternoon. Took a pole position as well in time qualifying. For now, though, let's head down to the grid. I believe Nicole Sutherland is going to be talking to some of the drivers.
We're down on the grid ahead of our first final of the first round of the Miami British Kart Championships. Just going to quickly catch up with Fusion Motorsport driver Ethan. How's your weekend been so far?
Good, but I've had about 5 crashes in 1 race.
So you've been on the move then, making lots of overtakes. And so this weekend is a double header. You get to have finals tomorrow as well. Does that change anything you do for this race?
Not really.
That's great. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on, and good luck for your race. We'll just head up to the front row of the grid. So throughout all of the heats, we've seen our pole sitter and second place pretty much replicate the races. We've seen them follow each other through the whole race, and then moves on the last lap will just go past Daniel Ferguson, who is sporting the Ram Racing graphics. As you can see, blue and yellow, very bright. Probably one of my favourite liveries this weekend. We'll just catch up with Alfie. Alfie, what are you thinking for this race? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. You just have to keep your mind in the game, because people will throw moves on you if you don't.
And we've seen in the races so far, you've had a battle on the last lap. It's pretty much been you've been leading the whole race, and then it's gone to battle at the end. How have you managed to keep your head strong and keep confident?
Well, you just have to look at your mechanic once and again down the straights, and they tell you if to defend or not. So, yeah.
Great to hear from you, and good luck for the race. Great to hear that even though these drivers are very young, they know the protocol of what they have to do. They know that they have to listen to the mechanics and the teams even when they're out on the track. They've got a lot to think about. Also catch up with James Roots. So James and Alfie were equal on points, heat win each. James, how's your weekend been so far?
Pretty good.
And ahead of this race, what kind of advice has your team been giving you?
Just keep cool and do the best that you can do.
That's great. Best of luck to you, James. Have a fantastic race. Just going to clear the grid now so that the race can head off, and we'll go back up to the comms box. Andrew will introduce the race.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, ready up here in the commentary box for this first final of the year for the Miami Water Swift restricted category here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Dan Ashton at the front of the field there, just directing proceedings. The time board has already been up in the air. The yellow lights flashing on there to indicate less than 30 seconds to go. We're getting ready for the first final here today at PF International. It's Miami Water Swift Restricted up next. Time to find out who's going to be our first round winner of the year in Miami Water Swift Restricted. Alfie Davidson starts the final from pole position. James Roots alongside on the front row. Daniel Ferguson and Alessandro Sala start on row 2. Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman, winner of the Bambino Championship from last year, start on row 3. Chester Fawkes and Oscar Kenny start on the 4th row of the grid. Ethan Robertson and Harry Fable starts on row number 5. Henry Algar and Ilyas Sami will look to move up through the order from row 6. They're ahead of Reggie Chandler and William Crombie on row 7. And it's Louis Williams-Mabs, the privateer, on the Intrepid, completing the 15 runners in this field. So the drivers on their formation laps here. Good number of rookies in this final as well. First time runners in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, 10 of them. For them, this will be the first time they've had a final at this level. So far today, a winner piece in the heats for Davidson and Roots. It's Davidson who has the advantage from pole position, having been the fastest driver in timed qualifying earlier on today. Into the tram lines for the first time today. It's 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's underway and go. Great start from the outside for James Roots. Is going to take the lead in through the Bruno Ferrari S's for the first time. Through the tunnel, under the bridge, round the bowl. Here we go then. All 15 drivers have made their way through. Defended to the inside, it's Ferguson. Daniel Ferguson has come through from 3rd place on the grid to take the lead, but he's immediately under the challenge yet again. Down into the first hairpin, it's Davidson back to the front. Well, what a start. 3 leaders in the space of 5 or 6 corners. But it's the pole sitter Alfie Davidson who's come back to the front. Can he work now with Daniel Ferguson? Can they break away from the rest of the pack? James Roots is still there in 3rd place. It's been a good start as well for Mason Hibbert in the green and blue helmet there. The black details is up to 4th. Started 5th place on the grid. William Crombie trying to make progress as well there in the number 16. And the all-green livery suits and helmet. Round to complete lap number 1 then here of the Miami Water Swift Finals. There may be problems for Reggie Chandler there at the back of the field. It's Davidson, Ferguson, Roots, Hibbert, Fawkes, Salas, Kenny, Chapman, Sammy, Crombie. News from race control. It was a good start for James Roots. Was it too good a start for James Roots? Plus 5 second penalty doesn't absolutely remove the chance of a win away from James Roots, but he's now got to get 5 seconds down the road from the rest of the order. He's got to get into the lead first to set about that. We have seen it done in Wera Tools British Kart Championship finals before, but in a category such as that's going to be a tough ask for James Roots to break away to that extent. He has got through past Daniel Ferguson into 2nd place though. 10 minutes remaining in this one. Great start for Chester Fawkes as well. Is up to 4th place. He's had a torrid day so far through the heats. Had a tough time in other categories so far this year as well, but seems to be back on form. The kind of form I'm familiar of seeing Chester Fawkes in. It was great in timed qualifying, and there you can see him in the yellow detailed number 38 kart, 4th in line. Is really starting to put Daniel Ferguson under a lot of pressure now. 9.5 minutes remaining. We're on to lap number 3. Alfie Davidson trying to break away from the rest of the pack. Very difficult to do in this form of racing, but right now he is doing. He's 0.4 clear of Roots and the rest of them behind. Chester Fawkes at the back of this group had a little look down the inside of Daniel Ferguson, but elects to just stay there. That's a sensible choice. These 3 work together. They can pull the race leader back in. We should say as well, we've already had some championship points awarded from the start of today. Those 2 rounds of heats for being top of the intermediate classification, that has given 65 championship points already to Alfie Davidson. So right now in this position of winning this final, being first in this final, it would be a perfect score of 130 from the first day of competition. Remember, we've got round 2. We do it all again tomorrow here at PF International. Over the line, end of lap number 3. Davidson leads. Roots has caught him now. I think the best hope for James Roots now has got to be work with Alfie Davidson. He knows he's got that plus 5 second penalty. He's got to push Alfie Davidson now and break away from the rest of the pack. The likelihood of being able to get a win today is quite short, if I'm being honest right now. But if he can work with, let the rest of the order fight over 3rd, 4th, 5th and everything behind, they could in theory break 5 seconds clear of the rest of the pack, and at least he would be able to hold 2nd place. 8 minutes to go in this race. Who's made nice progress so far? Well, we talked about Chester Fawkes there, last of this quartet at the front of the order. He's gained 3. Ilyas Sami has also had a good start. The number 26 for Jamie Green Racing, also up 3 to 9th place. William Crombie, we saw having that fast start, is up 3 as well to 11th. Has just lost a position though to Henry Algar. Algar now up into the top 10. Also moving up the order from the start, Oscar Kenny and Louis Williams Mabs. So into the middle phase of this race now. Chester Fawkes has the lead. Apologies, Chester Fawkes has the fastest lap of the race, I should say. 66.14 last time around. But Davidson still at the front of this order, still leading, and will look to just get into the rhythm of this race now. He's quite happy for these 4 drivers to push him along. It's a position he's familiar with. Through into Bobby Game corner then. No changes in positions. You see a little bit further back there, Mason Hibbert in 5th place. It's the head of Alessandro Salas there in 6th place. Oscar Kenny trying to join that group as well. It very much is part of that group, actually, only half a second behind Salas. So they're in 7th place. End of lap number 5. Pace at the moment being set by James Roots, 66.09 seconds. Some good pace from these drivers. Lap record for the Water Swift restricted category is a 1 minute 5.57. That was set in June last year. You never know with the pace going down here. We did see some lap records going in other categories last weekend at the Trent Valley Kart Club meeting. Could be some more going here today or tomorrow, in fact, especially as the track continues to rubber in. No rain so far this week, quite un-British. Very, very big difference from 3 weeks ago. We had cold conditions at PF International for event number 1. Alfie Davidson starting to break away a little bit from James Roots. A good last lap there from Alfie Davidson. It's not much of a lead, but a lead nonetheless. End of lap number 6, a new personal best from the race leader, 1 minute 6.05. Fastest driver of this quartet, though, is Daniel Ferguson, 1 minute 6 on the nose. All 4 of them covered by a 1/10 of a second in terms of their lap times. They are dropping drivers behind. The others are all in the mid 106s. The gap is 2.5 seconds. Back to Mason Hibbert. Here goes Ferguson. Ferguson wants 2nd place, and he's got 2nd place. Should have the inside line on Roots going into hairpin number 2. If Roots can get his run off of hairpin 2 right, there could be a switchback, and there is going to be a switchback. Good racing there between Ferguson and Roots. Roots back down the inside, retakes 2nd place through the Fullerton S's. Very entertaining stuff. Great news as well for Davidson round the outside. Roots holds it. A nose was shown down the inside there by Ferguson. That was well dealt with by James Roots. Not to panic too much there. Use his experience coming through the cadet classes. Raced for many years in the Bambino categories as well across the UK. And a very accomplished racer in his own right. can be happy with that. What that has done, though, is down the inside again. Ferguson attempting running into the banking, round the bowl and onto the bridge. I think that time that was a better move, a more secure move that has given Ferguson second place as they come back down the hill. Yes, it has given Ferguson second place down the hill. What this is doing, though, this is great news if you're Alfie Davidson for Fusion Motorsport in the number 46. He is now nearly a second clear of the rest of the pack. The work is not done yet. 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining on the clock. But he can start to get into a rhythm now, not have to think about defending, not have to think about going off the optimum racing line. He can start pushing on now and letting the rest of them fight over second place. If you're just joining us, it's Davidson from Ferguson, Roots, Forks, your top 4. James Roots does have a 5-second penalty. From what we understand here in the box is a start infringement, possible jump start at the, of course, at the very start of the race from pole, from the opposite side of the front row to pole position. So that's got to be considered as well for Roots right now, that 5-second penalty would drop the number 21, I reckon, down to 7th place, would just be ahead of Henry Algar once that time has been added. Changes further down the order. Henry Algar has got through past Harry Chapman for 8th place. William Crombie has continued progress, is back up to 11th place, has got past Harry Fable in all of that. Oh, a bit wide there for Ferguson, out of the Fullerton S's. Got away with that one. Carried good speed towards the Mike Wilson complex. Here is the battle between the number 32 and the 26. This is the Harry Chapman, Ilias Sami duel. We had a good chat with Ilias Sami in the Paddock show yesterday, about yesterday lunchtime. Said he was loving driving this circuit. Big smile on his face and having a good scrap at the moment there with Harry Chapman. If you're at the circuit as well, there will be a Paddock show being filmed tonight after the podium ceremonies. Stick around, say hello, invite us into your motorhome. Just make sure that it's yours. People from round 1, event 1, will know what I'm talking about on that one. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Davidson and Ferguson still first and second, with James Roots there in third. James Roots working with Ferguson right now to clear Chester Forks. Chester doing a great job here. This is a great recovery. He's had a difficult start to 2024, has Chester Forks. Oh, now this is a fight. This is William Crombie down the inside of Harry Fable for 11th place. And Crombie's made it work. Good move there from William Crombie. It's there with the kind of grey background on the number board on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screens. That's to denote drivers who are rookies. This is their first time racing in any class in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Fable's going to come back down the inside of here of Crombie, but Crombie's got the speed to hold into turn 1. All the ones with the Wera Tools green background, those are drivers, same machinery, same formula, but have raced in other classes before. Harry Chapman being a good example of that, champion in the Bambinos less than 12 months ago. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Fable's having a look down the inside into hairpin number 1, but Crombie's good on the brakes and holds on to 11th position. Championship scenario right now, still very early days. 8-round championship, of course. 2 scores from each of the rounds, 1 for the intermediate classification, 1 for the performance in a final. And it's the worst 3 results that are dropped across the course of those 8 rounds. So of course, still very early days, but right now, Alfie Davidson would be taking an 8-point lead into tomorrow's second round, ahead of James Roots. Daniel Ferguson would be third, separated on a tiebreaker there with Roots. Mason Hibbert is looking good as well. 5th in this final at the moment, scoring a good haul of points from day 1. We are on the final lap of this final, which at the moment is looking very good for Alfie Davidson. Clear at the front of the field. This is the fight for second place. Ferguson defending from James Roots. Roots trying to find a way once again, trying to do that switchback that he did early. He's going to have a chance here, side by side towards the Fullerton S's, and he's got through. Really good work there from James Roots. The 5-second penalty that he got earlier in the race isn't, it's going to mean he's not going to be on the podium, but that could still result in some extra points depending on where others finish on the road. But for Alfie Davidson, a brilliant day, first day of the season, and a victor here at PF International. Alfie Davidson takes the first round in this year's IAMI Water Swift Restricted category here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in a brilliant display. 2 seconds, nearly 2 seconds clear of James Roots. Daniel Ferguson will inherit that position virtue of Roots' 5-second penalty. The podium will be completed by Chester Fawkes in the number 38. But what a day for Alfie Davidson. Twice on the podium. Last year was 7th in the category, and now is a winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Has looked on top form throughout the whole day. Took timed qualifying pole position earlier on this morning. Took the first heat, second in the second heat, and the win in the final. And yes, that is going to be one happy driver who will go into Sunday's round 2, your championship leader. 130 points from a possible 130. Job done on Saturday for Fusion Motorsport and Alfie Davidson. Let's run through the rest of the provisional classification for that final. Davidson from Roots, Ferguson, Fawkes, Hibbert, your top 5 on the road. Oscar Kenny P6, Alessandro Salas 7th, Henry Algar 8th. Should note, where does Roots' penalty drop him down to? It drops him down to 7th, so Henry Algar will remain in 8th place. Harry Chapman 9th, Ilyas Sami raced well there through into the top 10 ahead of William Crombie. Harry Fable in 12th, Ethan Robinson 13th, Louis Williams-Mabs 14th, and Reggie Chandler finishes in 15th. Well, the drivers will go through all the procedures at the end of that final. For Alfie Davidson, after 12 laps here of PF International, he can say he is a winner in the British Kart Championships. Finally, as I say, he has had some great performances last year. I was on the podium twice. Well, I had got top 3 scores twice, I should say.
We are over
Let's head
here.
down to the goal.
We are over here in Parc Fermé with our provisional final winner of the day, Alfie. Alfie, how was your race? Can you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, just at the start you had to keep your head because you just could go in for any move. At the start I was in second and I thought I need to go for the move. So I went for the move and then we just pulled away then.
And obviously tomorrow you get to do it all again. It's the same setup as today, heats and a final. How are you feeling about that?
Very confident, just like the same. Hopefully we can do the same but win the second heat.
Congratulations, Alfie. Provisional final winner. Very well done. We'll catch up with you probably tomorrow at some point. And then we'll just go up to some highlights from our highlights from the race, and then back over to Andrew to introduce the next race of the day.
Indeed, let's have a look at the highlights. This was a key point of the race. James Roots getting a great start, but we reckon in the box too good a start. A plus 5-second penalty would come early on lap 2. We'll confirm that was for a jump start, but didn't see any other problems for James Roots out there. So it would be a change at the front though. Daniel Ferguson would have a really good run up onto the bridge, take the lead of the race. Davidson would retake the lead, though, down into hairpin 1. So a number of drivers at the front of the order there across the course of the first lap. It would be a top 4 breaking away at the front of the field of Davidson, Roots, Ferguson and Chester Fawkes. This was a good attempt down the inside. Daniel Ferguson going for second place there. Back with us here at PF International. That is all done for the day for Miami Water Swift Restricted. But 3 more finals to come here in Lincolnshire, starting with the Junior X30 final. That will be next up out on circuit for their 12-minute final. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's ready and waiting for the drivers ahead of this next race.
So
Nicole,
we're going to walk onto the grid with Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, you've had a great weekend so far. We've seen you have some brilliant results in Rotax. You've come over this weekend to do some Miami at PF. Yeah. How are you feeling about the weekend so far?
Yeah, feeling really confident. We've been managed to adapt to the kart quite well, and we've been able to keep with the front runners and even drop them a few times. So yeah, hopefully we'll keep up for the final and do the same.
And obviously you were our winner at the Rotax round 1 here. How's that helped you going into this weekend, confidence-wise and mindset-wise?
Well, it's really boosted my confidence because now I know how to run at the front and I know how to manage with situations like this. So yeah, now going into this kind of situation again, it's a bit easier for me.
What do you find is like the differences between Rotax and Miami? How do you find that you swap between the two and continue being so fast?
Miami's got a lot more grip, so you have to kind of adapt to the grip levels of the Miami. There's also a lot less bottom end, so when you're coming through a few different corners, it's a bit more flat out now. So yeah, we've had it last weekend then here testing, so now yeah, should be on the pace again.
Great to hear from you, Harrison. We'll let you concentrate and we'll go up to the front row of our grid. I'm going to go and catch up with Harrison Mackie. Harrison, great success last weekend at French Quarter. Were winner, very successful and big moves made. We've said a few comments this weekend about your sunglasses, which you haven't got on this at the minute. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Oh, obviously we had the speeds at the start, obviously all weekend, but we put it where we should be and just hope to do the same as we did in last week.
And you've got your brother Lewis on the tools for you this year. We've seen Lewis in this championship before himself, but racing with the same team with Fusion Motorsport. Any clashes between you and your brother, or does the dynamic work quite well?
No, we argue a lot, but once we sort it out, figure it out, we put it all back together and we're fast. So
I suppose when you win as well, it's probably like a little bit more exciting, that like family team kind of thing.
Yeah, all the love and emotion comes out and all the tears and everything. So.
Well, great to hear from you, Harrison. We'll let you get on. Best of luck to you for this race. We'll also go and catch up with Morgan Moore. Morgan, premium karting team, breaking up the grid of Fusion karts. Nice to see premium up at the front. Morgan, can you tell us a bit about your weekend so far?
Yeah, it's going well. Nice quali, and then made up positions in the heats, so we're happy.
And so for obviously today and tomorrow are completely separate. Nothing that you do today really affects tomorrow. How does that adjust the way you drive today?
It doesn't. I'm just going to go out every single time and just give it my best.
Well, very best of luck to you, Morgan. We'll head back up to Andrew to introduce our X30 Junior final. Thanks very much, and don't miss any of the action.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yeah, this is sure to be some race. If you're just joining us, if you missed the heats, they've been quite some races. A lot of action. Very, very high quality standard grid here this weekend. As Nicole mentioned, we've got our winner from Event 1 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in Harrison Whitcomb at the junior level, starting alongside Harrison Mackie, who took a magnificent victory last weekend in the Miami Euro Series in this category, in X30 Junior. Mackie will have the advantage of pole position, but well, the races that he had last week, very strong through the heats, finished second in his super heat, but then had a really, really tough final. Was in fact all the way down to 7th place in that final against some of Europe's finest, but fought his way back like a lion, and an almighty move around the outside on turn 7 at Franciacorta gave him the victory. It was a win or bin moment. This start of a championship, the things are a little bit different for him today. It's all about just getting some points on the board, I think, for all of these drivers. But that being said, you've got a lot of drivers from Europe in this race, racing this weekend in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, very much with an eye on later in the year when, in the 30th year of PF International, the FIA Karting World Championships come to this circuit. A lot of the OK Junior drivers who are regulars in the European Championships are here this weekend. You've got to keep an eye on the likes of Ian Crailing, starting on the 4th row of the grid, and others. More of that to come, because the X30 Junior Final is next. Let's take you through the grid then for the X30 Junior Final for round 1 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2024. Harrison Mackie on pole position. Harrison Whitcomb alongside on the front row. Riley Cranham and Morgan Moore go from the 2nd row of the grid ahead of George Edgar and Aston Sharp on row number 3. Arjen Crailing, the first of the Europeans, is there on row 4 alongside Jesse Phillips, the winner last year in the Miami Water Swift category. Kenzo Craigie and Sam Branston go from row 5 ahead of Alex Dodds and Leith Khan. Leith Khan very impressive racing through the heats. Rocco Leon Shenton and Harry Walsh start on row 14. Aaron Richardson starts alongside reigning junior world champion, 16th on the grid for Dries van Langendonk. He's ahead of his OK Junior rival in the European Championship this year, Nicholas Schaufler. The Austrian starts on row 9 alongside Archie Owen. Nat Johnston and Jarrett Clark are on row 10. Thomas Minspearing and Jacob Backler start on row 11. Rocco Coronel, 3rd in the FIA European Championships a few weeks ago in France, starts on row 12 alongside Zach Green, who ran very strongly last weekend in Miami Euro Series in Italy. Lewis Islin and Iskender Sulfikari start on row 13 alongside Mayan Patel. And Taylor Orridge, who won here last year at Kart Masters, Jack Arliff and Daniel Kelleher on row 15. Monte Junior Canini on row 15. It's a 34 kart field for us here at PF International. Eyes on those lights. Are we good for a start? Yes, we are. Lights out. 12 minutes of frantic racing here in X30 Junior. There's already one kart off towards the back of the field and has got back onto the circuit, but not a completely clean start there in Junior X30. Kenzo Craigie already trying to fight his way through the order. I think it might have been, well, Adam Holmes hasn't taken the start. There's a spin on the bridge. Mayan Patel is involved. 3 wide as they go into hairpin number 1. It's the number 12 that's also out of this race. That's Lewis Islin. Lewis Islin, who was so fast here 1 week ago for the club round in preparations for this meeting. He's going to have to do it all again tomorrow if he's going to take silverware from PF this weekend. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, the Argentis fighting there. Crailing loses position to Craigie. Through has gone Whitcomb as well. Whitcomb didn't have the best of starts in that one. At the end of the first lap, it is at the front of the field, your pole sitter, Harrison Mackie, George Edgar P2, Riley Cranham, who's been strong so far in the Miami Euro Series this year as well for Fusion Motorsport. He's there in 3rd. Whitcomb, Craig and Crailing, the top 3 Argentis in this race so far, 4th through 6th. Mechanical flag, the number 86, Rocco Leon Shenton is out of this race in terms of anything to write home about for today. Will have to come into the pits, having been shown, I think it's a chain guard that's off for the number 86. Move for 4th place. Kenzo Craigie is through past Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison Whitcomb, this is quite baffling at the moment, had great pace in the first round of heats. It seems to have all disappeared midway through the second heat now. Here's a big fight down the inside ahead of Dries van Langendonk there. I think that's Sam Branston, Morgan Moore and Alex Dodds all getting involved with one another. 2 minutes gone in this one. End of lap number 2. Mackie leads about the same gap that time back to George Edgar. There's a warning for Morgan Moore in the number 16. Round onto the bridge for the 3rd time. Who's looking quick? Gotta say, Riley Cranham's looking quick at the moment. Fastest driver out there, 58.79 seconds. About half a second quicker than those ahead. Craigie heading up the Argenti train at the moment. With Whitcomb and Crailing in line. Aston Sharp's had a decent start as well, is there in 7th place. Had a strong run at Wera for round 1 of Miami Euro Series to kick off his season. Mick Barrett Racing would love a result here today after all the hardships that they've had over the past few months. It'd be a very popular result as well in this paddock. Sharp's doing nicely at the moment. Flying the flag for them solidly in the top 10. Still a long way in this race to go. There's Jesse Phillips, seeing the white and red helmet. Kart's number 26, stepping up to X30 Juniors. This will be a different kind of race for him that he's not experienced before in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but he's holding his own very nicely right now, 8th in the order. Who's coming through the order? Monda Junior Canini is flying through the order. Came through the repechage, has gained 14 places, is up to 17th right now. Sky Parker doing similarly, is up 12 spots to 22nd. Also coming through is Dries van Langendonk, up 5, 3 wide into hairpin number 2. There is Dries van Langendonk as down the inside. Whitcomb on his teammate for this weekend, Arjen Kraling, wrestles his way back into 5th place. This is one of those races, ladies and gentlemen, where you don't take your eyes off it for 1 second. Don't go for a cup of tea right now before the seniors, because this is going to be 8 minutes of pulsating action here at PF International, and this is only the first day of the season. On to lap number 5. Cranham, new fastest lap of the race, has closed into the back of George Edgar now. Now he's got a situation. George Edgar, we should mention as well, of course, racing for Mick Barrett Racing. He's, in fact, the top running MBR at the moment. But he's in a bit of a Fusion Motorsport sandwich now at the very front of the field. Dries van Langendonk's gained another position. Is up to 11th spot now, as out of the race is the number 12 of Lewis Islin. Not what the Jade Racing team would have expected at the start of the day. 1 week on from Islin setting the lap record round this circuit. Change for second place. Riley Cranham through past George Edgar. Great move there from Cranham. Now he can set about working with his teammate Harrison Mackie. Two drivers who know each other very well, of course. Have both had strong starts to their 2024 IAME seasons. There is a quick look at further down the order. All around 15th, 16th place. New fastest lap of the race for Harrison Whitcomb, 57.71 seconds. So they're in 5th place. What can the Argentis do right now? They've got a good formation going, but right now they haven't got the pace to close down on the top 3. Plus 5 second penalty for Morgan Moore, where we'd already seen a warning for Morgan Moore. That is now plus 5 seconds for Morgan. There's also been plus 5 second penalties for the number 30 of Jack Iliff and the number 38 of Iskender Sulfikari. Tough days for both of those drivers. They'll come back for more tomorrow, of course. Halfway stage of this race then. Just over 6 minutes on the clock to go. New fastest lap from your race leader, Harrison Mackie. That's immediately beaten by Aston Sharp there on the Gillard chassis, which has been working nicely so far in 2024, wherever Mick Barrett Racing have taken it. And in fact, Sharp has got through. You just see him there. The back of Shot has got through past Kraling and into 6th place. So keep an eye on Aston Sharp. There's enough time here for Sharp to do one of those drives that he's become very well known for, back through the field. Similar power units, of course, for the drivers at the front. Aventus power for Fusion and for Mick Barrett Racing. With the Argentis in the middle there, running S-Sports tuned engines for this IAME X30 category. 5 minutes and 10 to go. No changes of position in that top 7. Right now, you've got to say it's going to be one of these 7 who's going to take the win here today. So that's Zach Green's coming through the order as well. It's up to 15th place and has just set the fastest lap of the final so far, 57.28. Down the inside, George Edgar looking for second place. I was about to say I thought he was just going to sit there in 3rd, but no, he wants to get himself back between the Fusions, disrupt their plans perhaps. That was a nice move past Riley Cranham for that position. I just wonder as well, what is the pace looking like for Kenzo Craigie behind? Not bad at all for Kenzo Craigie. 57.51 seconds. Was another driver out at Franciacorta 1 week ago, racing for George Gibbons Motorsports on that particular weekend. Back with the familiar surroundings of Argenti Motorsport for this weekend, and is honing in on the top 3. Went fastest of anyone through sector number 2. And that's quite impressive considering he's not fully in the tow yet. Kenzo Craigie's got a chance here, a real chance to get on the podium. It's got to be around a second off the back of these three, but the question is how much is he taking out of the tyres? It's a long race, this. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. There's been a change further back as well. You just saw Aston Sharpers down the inside for the lead. Goes George Edgar. George Edgar takes the lead on lap number 9. That is a big, big move from George Edgar. Mackie wants to go straight back down the inside, retakes the lead. Well, this has got scenes of 6 days ago once again for Harrison Mackie. He's cruised through the heat. He's got a much bigger fight now in the final. George Edgar has showed his cards, showed he's not afraid to go for the lead here at PF International. Craigie has now caught them. Craigie has now caught them. It's a pack of 4. Craigie's looking down the inside of Riley Cranham. He's got 3rd. Great move from Kenzo Craigie to take that position. Down into the first hairpin. There's a proper race on here for the first round of the season. Round the outside is looking George Edgar. Surely there's going to be no way round there. Side by side with Kenzo Craigie off of hairpin number 1. Towards hairpin number 2 is Harrison Mackie. Going to do one of those jobs. Oh, very close there. Craigie onto the dirt. 3 wide for a moment and back through comes Cranham. Well, Harrison Mackie 1 week ago did a lot of defensive work through his heat. He was controlled. He was quite happy to soak the pressure up as George Edgar is now going backwards, back behind Harrison Whitcomb, into the clutches of Arjen Trailing now. But we saw 1 week ago in Italy, Harrison Mackie quite happy to go, come on, give it all you've got, rest of the X30 juniors. I will soak up this pressure. If you overtake me, I'll go straight back down the inside of you. He likes controlling these races from the front of the field. And that backing up of everyone has just disrupted the flow of everyone but his own teammate Riley Cranham. They're all now a good 2.5 seconds off the back of the leader with less than 2 minutes to go. Crailing down the inside of George Edgar for 6th place. Alex Dodds is coming through as well. Keep an eye out for Dodds. Back down the inside goes Edgar on Crailing. Returns the favour. Edgar back into 6th place. Dodds has also potentially got some help from Dries van Langendonk behind. There they are in the background. Dodds in the red suit and the white helmet. 1.5 minutes to go then. Mackie continuing at the front of the order. Momentarily lost the lead of this race, but crucially, at the end of lap 11, he's got it by 0.5 seconds clear of his teammate Riley Cranham now. Are Mackie and Cranham on for a Fusion Motorsport 1-2? Are Mick Barrett Racing going to get a podium here in the shape of Aston Sharp, who's brilliantly moved his way through this order? Has got Kenzo Craigie for company there, who surely is just going to sit there right now. There's not much to be gained from going for a move down into the first hairpin. You've got to catch those leaders. There is something to be gained if you're George Edgar going down the inside there for 5th place, and Harrison Whitcomb, who's now side by side with Ian Trailing for 6th. A bit of a thumbs up there from Whitcomb, knowing there's still time here. Still could be happenings up front. There are the chasing pair, Sharp and Craigie. They're going to have 2 more laps to get on top of things here and break up this Fusion Motorsport 1-2 at the front of the field. Out is Whitcomb. Oh my goodness, Harrison Whitcomb is out. Mechanical failure on his number 66. The winner in Junior Rotax in Event 1 will not see the checkered flag here for the first IAME Junior final of the year. And that is a real surprise. He will have another go tomorrow, of course, but that's not how he wanted his round one to finish. Craigie's down the inside for 3rd. He's got it. What a move by Kenzo Craigie on the brakes. Aston Sharp fought that one all the way, but couldn't do anything about Craigie's persistence down the inside. Now Craigie is free. Has he got enough time to close in? We saw him hitting purple fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap in his 2nd heat earlier on today. Question is, has he got enough sectors? He's only got 1 lap to close in and maybe take 2nd place away from Cranham. Final lap board is out. Mackie is in full control here. 0.79 of a second ahead of Riley Cranham. Is he going to take another victory? Last week he did it with a spectacular round the outside overtake in Italy. This week back home here at PF International in the UK for the first round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He has got it all in the palm of his hands. He's ticking off these corners now through hairpin 2. Surely Craigie's going to have a go here at Riley Cranham for second place, potentially into the Mike Wilson complex. Mackie checks over his shoulder. Craigie thinks about it. He thinks about it, but he knows that this is a good result today, fighting back from the 5th row of the grid. But Harrison Mackie, he is the talk of the town in X30 Junior. Harrison Mackie wins round 1 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Junior X30. He continues the form that he has showed in Europe across the course of 2024 so far and shows he is the man, he is the driver to beat here in PFI this weekend. A fantastic run, comfortable in the end by 0.8 of a second ahead of Riley Cranham. A fantastic result for Fusion Motorsport. 1-2 on the podium. Huge haul of points from this first day of the championship, and plenty to go on ahead of round 2 tomorrow. Kenzo Craigie fights through to take a podium for Argentine Motorsport. Great efforts as well for Aston Sharp and George Edgar, 2 Mick Barrett Racing drivers in the top 5. Arjen Kraling, the first of the guests in a way, the first of the international drivers there. Great effort from Arjen Foot into 6th place, 7th for Morgan Moore, but remember he does have a penalty which will promote the likes of Dries van Langendonk, Zach Green, Alex Dodds, all up spaces. They all finished in the top 10 on the road there. 11th for Sam Branston, 12th for Jesse Phillips in his first X30 Junior final for these British Kart Championships. Ahead of Nicholas Schaufler. That's a great result to go home with here, but a decent result for Schaufler. Good learning, of course, for the job of several of the European drivers here this weekend and what they're looking at for later in 2024. Aaron Richardson, Monda Junior Canini. Canini up 16 spots in that race. What a drive from Canini into the top 15. Rocco Coronel, the first of the rookies. He is a rookie. He's not raced in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships before. P16, Jack Iliff, 17th ahead of Thomas Binspearing, Taylor Orridge, and Daniel Kelleher. Jacob Backler, 21st ahead of Sky Parker. Great drive from Sky, up 12 spots in that race. Ahead of Nat Johnston, Archie Owen, and Laith Khan, who I think can be content with the race pace that that's been there in the number 78 today. 25th place, deserved more, but again, there's always tomorrow. Monty Brathwaite, 26th ahead of Jarrett Clark, Iskender Solfikari, some work to do perhaps with the Forza Racing drivers overnight. Harry Walsh and Man Patel were the last of the 30 finishers. 4 retirements in that race. Harrison Whitcomb, 3 laps on the end, having been riding high there in the top 10. Lewis Islin we lost early on, as well as Rocco Leon Shenton, and Adam Holmes was a did not start. But your winner, let's head down to him in Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland. So have a chat with our winner, Harrison Mackie.
We're just going to catch up with Harrison Mackie, race winner. We caught up with you on the grid as well just before. You don't even look like you've broke a sweat out there. How was the race?
Definitely tough. We just had to make sure we stayed in front. Obviously, when Edgar went in front, I feel like it was a bit fast. So I was like, I'm going to have to go back in and just make sure I led the race. So that's what I did.
So win last week, win today, win tomorrow?
Well, let's try our best, but we'll see when we come across the line tomorrow.
Great, and obviously it's completely different, you know, new opportunities, new heats. Again, what's your mindset? Like, how do you approach that?
I feel like we try to do the same as we did today. Maybe instead of the P3 in the first heat, try to get P1, but as long as we do the same today for tomorrow, we'll be right.
Great to hear from you, Harrison. Good luck for tomorrow and congratulations. We'll head back up to Andrew, who will introduce the senior IAME final for today, and we'll catch you on the grid shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, the Senior X30 final is up next, and this promises to be another fantastic race here today for the opening round for the IAME classes. in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. A number of regulars and also new faces and returning faces as well, all to enjoy coming up next. Let's have a look at some of the replay highlights, though, from that Junior X30 final, controlled by Harrison Mackie at the front of the order. There was dramas towards the back as well. I think that may have been Iskandar Sulfikari having a bit of a problem in the early stages. Problems there for Mayan Patel and Lewis Islin. Patel would rejoin the race. Islin will be a retirement after 2 laps. Jesse Phillips in his first race at this level for a final in the British Kart Championships would valiantly fight through and take a 12th place in the end. But it was all about these 3 drivers at the very front of the order. 2 Fusions and a Mick Barrett Racing entry. George Edgar trying to get in between the 2 teammates there and successfully doing so in the middle of the race ahead of Riley Cranham. He'd then go on the attack, some ways quite unexpectedly, getting past Harrison Mackie through hairpin number 2. Mackie, though, in typical Mackie fashion, would bolt back down the inside, retake the lead of the race, saying, no, I'm the man to control these. All this fighting, though, brought Kenzo Craigie back into the equation. Has been having some great pace so far this weekend as Kenzo Craigie. He would go through into 3rd place ahead of Riley Cranham and then set about trying to get past George Edgar. George Edgar, in terms of delivery to the end of the race, may have regretted a couple of decisions. This was a very close moment between Craigie and George Edgar. George would slip back a bit and eventually fight back into 5th place. But in terms of the lap chart, it was a bit up and down. He'll look to deliver with a bit more efficiency tomorrow, but knowing that the race pace is definitely there. Aston Sharp was fantastic. He came through the order as well, got ahead of Kenzo Craigie before the quite dramatic retirement of Harrison Whitcomb. Imagine looking down there at the engine, that is power unit troubles for the winner in Junior Rotax during event number 1. Craigie down the inside. That was a brilliant move on the brakes. Fair play to Aston Sharp as well, giving him the racing room through hairpin 1. But there was simply no catching Harrison Mackie, who takes his first win of the season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and really does set himself up for a great season. Karts on the grid, we'll be down with them in a moment. Up next, it is the Senior X30 final.
We're down on the grid with Cian Geraghty. Cian starting 11th for this race. I know you said earlier to me in the day you're not quite happy with that. Can you explain to us a little bit about what happened today?
Yeah, we've had a few issues with the kart throughout the day, so we're not starting where we want to be. We're going to try a few things for the final now, so any time will tell how that's going to go. And then we've got a few more things, if not, we'll try tomorrow.
And I know I can see by your livery and your suit, you and your dad have set up Geraghty Motorsport. Can you tell us a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, so it's a new team we set up at the start of March. We had a few good results out in Europe with it so far. 3rd at Wera in the first round of the IME Euro Series. The second round hasn't quite gone our way and today hasn't, but I think with the things we've tried now, we might be able to get something out of it.
Well, great to speak to you, Cian, and very best of luck. We'll catch up with you a bit later on in the weekend or even after the final. We'll also just try and catch up with Noah Wolf, who is a bit further up the field. Noah, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on in the stream, partnered with Van Amersfoort Motorsport. He is racing with Jade this weekend. Noah, can we grab a quick word? How's your weekend been going so far?
Pretty average, if I'm being honest. We've got a lot of pace, I just got to use my head a bit more.
So when you say average, obviously everybody's definition of that is a little bit different. Yeah. Can you tell us about what yours is?
Obviously we want to be fighting for the top 3, but top 5s is decent.
That's great. Great to hear from you, Noah, and very best of luck for the race. Also head up to the front row. We've got Gus Lawrence and Finn McLaughlin on our front row. We saw a great battle between them two earlier on in the heats. Both very, very quick drivers. Finn, Irish driver, and Gus obviously partnered with Paul Fletcher himself. Catch up with you, Gus, quickly. Let you concentrate, though. Gus, how's your weekend been? How are you feeling about the race?
Yeah, we've been quick in practice and had a sensible day today, starting 2nd rather than 1st throughout the heat, so yeah, see how we go.
Very best of luck to you, Gus. We'll speak to you a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Great, so we'll head off for the Senior IAME final and we'll go back up to Andrew in the box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We are ready and waiting for the start of the Senior X30 final. Here is the grid for it. Finn McLaughlin, representing Ireland, racing for Fusion Motorsport, starts on pole position alongside reigning champion for the last 2 years, Gus Lawrence. Freddie Lloyd and Oscar Repetto start on row 2. Aaron Brown and Fred Green go from row 3. Noah Wolf, back in the UK, starts on row 4 alongside Henry Gregory, Oliver Stilp and Lewis Bird from Paul Croc Promotion row 5. Cian Geraghty and Joseph Smith start on the 6th row of the grid ahead of Hayden Eldridge and Australia's Lewis Francis on row 7. Ty Stansfield and Archie Tillett on the 8th row of the grid. Freddie Housley and Guy Albag on row 9. Oliver Rands and Alfie Gallagher starts on row 10 ahead of Dominic Simic and William Smith on row 11. Josh Palfreman and David Marshall starts on row 12 ahead of Harvey Roth and Jimmy Elias on row 13. Alistair Cresswell and Michael Gray go from row 14, and then it's Rylan Ekberg, winner of the repechage, through on row 15 ahead of Harry Ewell. Ava Anagnostiadis and Dayton Coulthard go from row 16. It's Dylan Briley and Tony Cazugel of France completing the 34 kart field. Well, we saw a brilliant battle at the start of the day between two drivers in this category, reigning champion Gus Lawrence and Finn McLaughlin. On that occasion, the Irishman was able to catch up to Gus Lawrence, hunt him down, and to the surprise of us here in this box, overtake Gus Lawrence at his home circuit. This is an opportunity, you could say, for Lawrence to return the favour, but if there's something we know about Finn McLaughlin so far in 2024, he is a fighter. We're ready for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Green lights, away we go for the start of the final in X30 Senior. Good start for McLaughlin's, good start for Lawrence as well. All of them are through. Under the tunnel, one driver off, and there's a bit of chaos in the second half of the field. Saul got a little bit, I think the number 18 of Alistair Cresswell was half round there on the run up towards the bridge. But it's McLaughlin and Lawrence off the front of the field straight away. Freddie Lloyd, who had a good race himself with Gus Lawrence in the second round of heats, is there in third place. They're all quite strung out for the start of, for a first lap. There is a yellow flag out towards the bridge. Two karts have only just got going. I think it's William Smith and Josh Palfreman. Both of them haven't come through sector number 1. Back at the front though, McLaughlin is being hounded now. It's roles reversed. Gus Lawrence wants his lead back here at PF International. End of that first lap. It is McLaughlin by Lawrence by a 10th. Lloyd, Repetto, Brown, Gregory, Wolf, Bird, Green and Geraghty. That is your top 10. Interesting to hear that Cian Geraghty wasn't too happy at the start of this race, as there's a change for the lead. Gus Lawrence goes through, takes the lead away from Finn McLaughlin, but here comes Finn McLaughlin back down the inside. This is where he's strong on the brakes. Yet again, notch it on the post. That's another overtake from Finn McLaughlin in hairpin 1 this weekend. He's been so good under braking, overtaking anyone and everyone he has the opportunity to pull a move on. It's keeping things close at the front though. Lloyd is there in third place. Lewis Bird down the inside of Henry Gregory. That is for 7th place. The number 24 for Croc Promotions. Moving up through the order. 10 minutes to go. End of lap number 2. McLaughlin leads. Lawrence, Lloyd, Repetto, Brown is your top 5. Well, if they have made some changes, they're working right now. Cian Geraghty there in 9th place from the father and son team of Geraghty Motorsports. As I said, has had some great performances so far in 2024 in the Spanish rounds of the IAMA Euro Series. Not so much luck in Italy 1 week ago. Oh, poor Henry Gregory's being forced out wide there, and is surely going to lose a number of positions in the mix of all of that. Who's gaining spots out there? Well, up 4 places so far is Archie Tillett. Great to have Archie back racing in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The number 26 is up 4 to 12. Also on the move for TWM, Harvey Roth is up 8 spots to 17th. Rylan Ekberg, the winner of the repechage, has also gained 7 spots and is up to P22. New fastest lap of the race. Noah Wolf for 57.48 as down the inside goes Lawrence. Lawrence for the move. And this time he's been followed through by Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd has a little look coming off the bridge. But it's Gus Lawrence time. Back to the front of the order. McLaughlin down to third. Here goes Lloyd down the inside for the lead. Well, how about that? Freddie Lloyd takes the lead and they're all ganging up on the champion now. Down to fourth, down to fifth. Through goes Repetto. Wolf's on the grass. Round the outside has got through. Lewis Bird's now down the inside. It's all gone wrong for Gus Lawrence. He's down to 7th place. It could be 8th place. He points Cian Geraghty through. I think that's quite a wise move right now. He's got to get back in the order, get back in the train of momentum. But what a lap. He went for the lead into the bridge. It worked initially, but the move from Freddie Lloyd down the inside into hairpin 1 blew things apart. And now the reigning champions down in 7th place. 8 minutes remaining. It's a Fusion 1-2 at the front again, as we saw in X30 Junior. Fight between Wolf and Geraghty there is going to open the door for Lawrence to get back down the inside of Geraghty and take another position. Oliver Stilt's involved in there. Round the outside attempts Cian Geraghty, but there's no grip out there on the outer line of hairpin number 1. He loses a part of that. Fred Green's also on the scene, up to 8th place. My goodness me, what a frenetic race again here in Senior X30. Wolf's checking over his shoulder, seeing Gus Lawrence there. Is this as a Britain versus Britain fight that we're going to see later in the year here at PF International? We'll wait and see on that one, but right now, here today, for the first round of the Senior X30 British Kart Championship, it's all about, can Freddie Lloyd hold things from Ireland's Finn McLaughlin? New fastest lap of the race for Lewis Bird. This is the kind of race that Lewis Bird can win, I feel. He's been getting on quietly with his work so far this year. You can see him there in 4th place, trying to close in on Oscar Repetto. Repetto racing for Jade Racing Team this weekend. That's a move from Oliver Stilt down the inside, getting himself further up the order and into the higher reaches of the top 10. It's been a change at the front. There has been a change at the front. McLaughlin has taken the lead. So McLaughlin back ahead of Freddie Lloyd now. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Is this an opportunity now for Oscar Repetto, the man from Monaco? Normally races for DPK Racing Team, but here this weekend, another driver thinking later down the road. Also thinking that this is a great opportunity to get some FIA International Karting ranking points on the board for this weekend. They're in 3rd place. We've got less than 6 minutes on the clock. We're into that calmer phase of one of these races in Senior X30 now. We've had some drivers, unfortunately, retire from this race. Darren Marshall and Lewis Francis are not circulating. They were out on lap number 1. William Smith looks to have had a problem as well. Is circulating, but some 30 seconds off a main pack. The top 31 drivers are covered by less than 15 seconds. 5 minutes and 20 seconds of this one remaining. This is definitely not done. End of lap 7. McLaughlin, new personal best, 56.85, but it's not the fastest of anyone. It's Noah Wolf, very wide there. There's a problem for one of the drivers. I think, is it Fred Green? Is it Fred Green? The number 51 is in trouble, has had a problem under the bridge. That was well avoided by Noah Wolf. But for Fred Green, that is him out of this final. Noah Wolf defends now. This is ahead of the number 54 of Henry Gregory. Cian Geraghty's in this group as well. Through the Fullerton S's once again. 4.5 minutes remaining. Henry Gregory down the inside. That's a lovely move on Noah Wolf. Cian Geraghty's going to follow through as well. Oliver Stilt gives in a little bit of an assist. Is he going to be able to take advantage now? No, I don't think so, because Archie Tillet's right there in the number 26 on the Charles Leclerc chassis this weekend. Another new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. Here comes Tillett down the inside. Has got ahead of Gregory. Joseph Smith is also going to try and get involved as well there in the red helmet and the black and white victory lane machine. Fred Green is confirmed as unfortunately out of this race. 4 minutes of it remaining, and there are battles everywhere you look out on this near 1.4 kilometre circuit. That's a nice move from Joseph Smith down the inside, gets through and back ahead of Hayden Eldridge. That's for 12th place. And Joseph Smith's got some work to do here. Eldridge is fighting back. They both give each other racing room through the Fullerton S's. Here comes the number 19 of Guy Albag, another one of the victory lane karts, and Albagino is on the move. That's him up to 13th place. Right, let's take stock of what this all means. Right now, Finn McLaughlin is looking at a perfect 130-point score. Freddie Lloyd there in second place. Gus Lawrence, new fastest lap of the race, will be third in the points. Fairly academic, though, at this stage of the championship, not just because it's the first round, but again, we have so many drivers who are effectively wildcards this weekend, won't unfortunately be with us for the full course of the 2024 season. But whilst they are here, this is thoroughly enjoyable karting at its best to enjoy here at the home of British karting. 2.5 minutes to go. McLaughlin comfortable at the moment by nearly 0.4 of a second. We're having a look at Cian Geraghty trying to close in and find a way past Henry Gregory for 6th place. I think this is about as good as it's going to get for this group here today, because they're some 3.5 seconds back from Gus Lawrence there in 5th place. That's all as a result of how fierce the fighting has been out there. Ryland Ekberg's continued to progress through the final. Well, we said earlier that he would have an extra race on his tyres, but sometimes a repechage can just get a driver into the groove of running quickly. He's gained 15 places as Ekberg and is now up to 14th. Similarly gaining positions, Jimmy Elias is up 8 spots to 18th, has just got past the fast starting Harvey Roth, who as well is moving up the way. Ava Anagnostiadis has gained 6, as has Dylan Briley. Into the latter phases of this one, though. Freddie Lloyd hasn't given this one up, I feel. He's just closed the gap at the front, down to 0.31 of a second. Here are your race leaders. Reckon they'll have 3 more laps here. McLaughlin from Lloyd, Bird, Repetto. 99 times out of 100, it's going to be one of these 4. But if you're Gus Lawrence, you'll bet on the 1 out of 100 opportunity that there's still going to be a chance for him here. He's setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Here is that fight once again for 6th place. Gregory and Geraghty around the outside. Geraghty's going to run a bit deep. Oh, that was a good attempt from Cian Geraghty, but he just loses out to Noah Wolf on that occasion. Wolf round the outside of hairpin 2. Surely that's not going to work. He's going to try and make it work, and in the end, Henry Gregory holds on to 6th place. This has been a very entertaining battle, got to say. Here is the battle for the last spot on the podium. Repetto and Bird, Lewis Bird, getting stronger as the race goes on. 2 laps to go, around 30 seconds on the clock as they came over the line. Finn McLaughlin does the new fastest lap of the race. Here's the 6th place battle. Gregory Wolf still and half of Lincolnshire seemingly joining in on this one right now. With 2 laps to go, as we say, in the X30 senior final. Still McLaughlin at the front of it. Wolf's got to go down the inside. He has attempted it. Do you know what? That's a brilliant move from Noah Wolf. You don't see many moves coming off the bridge work like that, but Noah Wolf is the kind of driver who can pull them off. All sorts going on behind, involving drivers from all over the world, quite literally. Time has expired now. Joseph Smith runs a little bit wide out in the background. Noah Wolf is defending this 6th place as if it's for the race win right now, but there's no hope of them catching up to the driver's head. There's some 9 seconds behind the top 5 right now. We are onto the final lap, though. Finn McLaughlin. Oh, there's a problem there. That looks to be Rands in the number 27 and the number 22 of Ty Stansfield. They were in that battle in the mid-pack. Finn McLaughlin has got full control of this race. Well, I've seen some pretty spectacular performances from this young man from Ireland so far this weekend, but this today has been one of the best and just shows why everybody in the international karting world needs to keep an eye on Finn McLaughlin. He's raced all over Europe so far in 2024. He's come back here to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships and has only gone and won it in Senior X30. Finn McLaughlin wins at PF International from his Fusion Motorsport teammate for the day, Freddie Lloyd. It's another Fusion 1-2. Who knows who's going to finish in the top 10 here? Throw a dart at them, pick a driver. It could be any of them over the line. What a race there for what was 6th place. Noah Wolf does hold on to it, but it's McLaughlin's day from Lloyd. Lewis Bird on the podium as well for Croc Promotion. A stunning drive from all three of those, and as well for Gus Lawrence, showing again that's the kind of champions drive sometimes on a difficult day where it could be one where you fall out of the top 10. Gus Lawrence fights back through to take 4th place ahead of Oscar Repetto there in 5th. Noah Wolf will never have fought harder for a 6th place in a final, but fought hard he did, and he got it ahead of Oliver Stilp. 8th for Cian Geraghty, 9th for Henry Gregory, and 10th for Archie Tillett. There is a very happy pair of drivers for Fusion Motorsport this weekend. Finn McLaughlin, you see, in his VDK racing suit, VDK being the team, of course, that he races with in the IAME Euro Series and in his FIA OK race as well. That was a determined Finn McLaughlin today. We asked the question at the start of the day, could someone beat the king of Senior X30, Gus Lawrence? He's won this championship the last 2 years. It is his home circuit, of course, here at PF International. He's one of the most experienced drivers in the 30-year history around this place. Well, the answer was yes, and his name was Finn McLaughlin. He'll go through the procedures now to ensure that he's above the minimum weight. All looking good, and then he'll turn right towards the P1 board. Set out here for round winners in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And Finn McLaughlin, to say, I've seen this young man win a lot of races so far this year. I can just tell by the body language that means a lot to him. Let's get his thoughts with Nicole Sutherland, who's down there in Parc Ferme.
Fantastic race from our Senior X30s race winner, Finn McLaughlin. We'll just catch up with Finn really quickly. How was your race, Finn?
Good, it was tough. Definitely it wasn't what I expected, but it was a nice, enjoyable race.
And obviously we saw a big change for the lead between you and Gus. Can you tell us a bit about how that happened?
Yeah, Gus went for the lead, and as soon as he went for the lead, I went straight back in because I knew if I didn't do this, Gus would have got away for a few laps, so it made it easier if I'd done that.
And obviously you've been out in Europe for a little while. You've been with VDK. You've come back to Fusion just for this weekend. How are you liking being back in the UK?
Yeah, it's good. The weather's nice, so it feels like Europe at the minute. Feels good.
Great. Well, the very best of luck to you for tomorrow's race. We'll catch up with you tomorrow at some point, most likely. We'll head off for the last race of today. It's been fantastic action all day. We'll throw to some highlights of the Senior X30 that just happened just now, and then we'll catch you on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Indeed, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that senior final here in X30. It promised to be an exciting race, and it definitely delivered. Finn McLaughlin from pole position alongside Gus Lawrence. Would the reigning champion be able to get the win back after having lost full control of the class through the heats? The early stages, the answer was not quite. McLaughlin had a good start, led through the first couple of corners. There was a bit of drama towards the back of the field. That cutting across the grass was Kart Republic's Lewis Francis, racing for Argentina Motorsport, of course, this weekend. On the first lap, we would lose the number 61 of Lewis Francis and number 41 of Darren Marshall from the race. Continuing on, Gus Lawrence would take the lead. Through as well would come Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd would then go on the attack with a McLaughlin-esque move down into hairpin number 1. It's one of these that just seemed to come from miles back. Lawrence saw it coming, This was a point where it really was quite difficult for the reigning champion, falling down to around 7th place. The field fragmented as well. There was definitely a top 5 and then everybody else. And it looked like Henry Gregory was going to be able to hold on to that 6th place in the early stages, but back would come this strong international field of drivers here this weekend. This was a good scrap involving Joseph Smith and Hayden Eldridge. Eldridge taking the upper hand at that stage of the race. Noah Wolf trying to go around the outside of hairpin number 2. He nearly made this work, but good defence from Gregory on the inside there. And once he got to the front of the order, there was no stopping Finn McLaughlin. He has been in superb form in 2024. And that, I think, is one of the most animated victories that I've seen from him so far this year in all the racing, all the race meetings that he's taken part in. That was a pumped-up Finn McLaughlin who takes the race win and will return tomorrow for round number 2 to, for his perspective, hope to do it all again. We've got one more race to go here at PF International here on Saturday. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland on the grid, who's with our drivers getting ready for the Miami Water Swift final.
Thank you, Andrew. We're over on the grid with George Clark. George starting 21st. George, how's your weekend been going?
It's been all right, but it's been a bit rough because first heat we had 4th on track, but then after penalties 18th, and then second heat 9th.
And you've been out in Europe recently. You've been doing a lot of work out there. How's that helped you when you've come back to your home turf, back to the UK?
It's helped me quite a bit because the racing out there is a lot more experienced, and you've got to be a lot better, obviously, to race there.
Great to hear from you, George. Very best of luck for your race. Hope to see you make up some positions. We'll just take a quick walk up the grid. We'll also speak to Austin Newstead. Austin, you're a bit out of position. We normally see you probably a lot further up the front. What's been happening this weekend?
So in the first heat, it was a bit unfortunate. I was quite good until on one of the last laps. I had a little bit of contact with George Clark, which ended up me dropping back and not being able to finish the race, ending up in a DNF with 24 points. And then I started at the same place again in the second heat, and then made my way back up all the way to 3rd.
And how are you feeling about this race? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, hopefully I can get as many positions gained, as obviously there's a big grid ahead of me, so I just need to get as far front as forwards as I can.
Best of luck to you, Austin. Great to speak to you, catch up with you later on this weekend. Also just want to catch up with Finley Lines. Finley, we've had quite a few chats already this season. You've been up the front a lot. We caught up over in Park Ferme earlier where you had a bit of bad luck. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, it's a bit of a 50-50 incident we had at the second hairpin where I got driven over. But we won the first heat, which was quite strong, and we're just hoping to get as further as we can to get as much championship points as we can in this race.
Like you said, won the first heat, so feeling strong, feeling confident. Best of luck to you for the rest of the race. We will make our way up the grid as well. This weekend as well, you might notice we've got a lot of drivers from a lot of different countries. We've also got quite a few Irish drivers joining us this weekend, one of which is Christian Kobe. If Christian is happy to catch up with us quickly. Christian, how's your race weekend been going? How's your first round of the British Kart Championships been?
It's good, but it could be better. I'm quite happy with the weekend, but I definitely think I can improve in this final.
Great, well, very best of luck to you, Christian. That's all we've got time for ahead of this race, so we'll go back up to the box with Andrew, who will introduce. Looking forward to seeing the action.
Absolutely, last race of the day, last race of the first round for this season's first round for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 1 minute board in the air, clear the grid instruction as well. To all personnel on the grid, and again a really strong group of drivers getting ready for this next one. 34 of them on the grid. 28 who qualified directly from the 2 rounds of heats for each driver earlier on today, and the 6 who drove through from the repechage earlier on this afternoon. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Tom Coronel. His son Rocco is, of course, racing this weekend. A couple of questions as well. Where's Bishop and Hunter? Well, Kai Hunter staying focused on the road tax categories this year, and Macaulay Bishop not racing either. We'll be back very shortly. Next up, it is the final for Miami Water Swift. Green flag in the air. It's the formation lap for the Water Swift final. Here is your grid. Will Green on pole position. Harry Williams alongside on the front row. Jonathan Sayer and Sukhmani Kira on row 2. 4 drivers very strong in French Quarter a week ago. George House and Colby Patterson were there as well. They start on row 3. Harley Musk and Grayson Wortley go from row 4. Teddy Porter and Freddie Wood complete the top 10 there on row 5 ahead of Jensen Ackerman. And Austin Gibson, the restricted class winner from last year, moving up here in the Miami ladder. Max Mason and Mason Brooks go from row number 7 ahead of Christian Kobe and Blair Smith on row number 8. Row 9, John T. Restrick and Finley Lyons. Charlie Clough and Austin Newstead will look to move up the grid from the 10th row of the grid. On row 11, it's George Clark and Knight Measures. Row 12, Zednek Babicek and Ian Carey. Row 13, Arian Singh and Callum Graham. Cooper Snedden and Aryan Naya go from the 14th row of the grid ahead of Henry Clark and Luca Narroway on row 15. The first of the drivers through from the repechage. Joining them from that true repechage, Xavi Fonge and Pato Medina. James Nolan and Sophie Campbell complete the 34 runners in this final. Well, 1 week ago in the Miami Euro Series, the X30 Mini category was dominated by drivers here who call the Wera Tools British Kart Championships home. This is going to be a European quality level of race for the Miami Water Swift final. Are we good for a go? I think we're going to be going round again. Yes, the yellow lights are still on the start gantry. Race director Nigel Edwards not satisfied with that to be good for a race start. So they will go round again for another formation lap. Hello to Kevin Winfield again. He's cheering on Henry Clark, number 82. Henry, one of the 6 drivers to race through from the repechage early this afternoon. If you have missed any of the races, if you're just joining us here on this beautiful Saturday evening in Lincolnshire, don't worry. You can watch all of the racing from today back, whether that be on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, the Motorsport UK, the Wera Tools Motorsport channel as well, new for this weekend, and also, of course, the Karting UK YouTube channel at our Karting UK. Do make sure that you subscribe to that, because that's where all the extra bits are, like the Paddock shows and the interviews and the features and the behind the scenes. That's all over there as well, in addition to your live broadcasts for 2024. Hello to all of our followers on Facebook as well at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships page. Hope you're all ready for this last race of the day before we move our focus to round 2, which will be here tomorrow. We do it all again on Sunday. Green and Williams on the front row. Sayer and Kira row 2, ready for racing once again here at PF. And away we don't go. No, we don't go away, because it's another false start. And it'll be another formation lap. That gives us enough time to just talk through, of course, the Virtual Championship, which is quite simple. It is the grid order. 65 championship points have gone the way of Will Green already for his efforts through the intermediate classification. Second to Harry Williams on 62, Jarlath Sayer on 60, and then a point down from each position down. So Sukhmani Kira there on 59 points. So for Will Green, really did find a cutting edge last week. We saw him race out in French Court. If you were with us for that broadcast with some DDMM commentary, thank you very much. He took that final win, and I think has had a big boost of confidence as well. A lot of eyes on him, of course, his family background, and also being the runner-up in this championship in this category last year. A lot of drivers, a lot of teams, a lot of people watching it would make him the championship favourite, but that counts for nothing in terms of championship points. He started his championship well through the first part of this first round. Can he continue it here in this final? Are we good for a go this time? Yes, we are. Lights out. 12 minutes have begun. Good start for the number 44 of Harry Williams. Through into the lead of the race from the outside of row number 1. Well, that is perhaps not what Will Green would have expected. Two karts a little bit further back off the main pack as they go through over the bridge for the first time, heading down towards the first hairpin. Green moving to the outside there of Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani Kira's had a good start. Is up to second place. The driver who's just signed an extension on the Alpine Formula 1 race her program. There's two karts out of the race. One of them is the number 23 of Xavi Fonge. Oh dear, for Fonge after coming through from the repechage will go no further. I think Aryan Singh might also have not come through the first sector. Yes, the number 27 is out of this race, also delayed. I think Teddy Porter's had problems at the start, possibly Ian Carey as well. They're both delayed through sector number 2. Harry Williams is under investigation. The leader under investigation, I can see on my timing screen in the commentary box. Again, we're only on lap 2. You would presume that is for the start. Meanwhile, change for the lead. Will Green to the front of the order ahead of Harry Williams. Sukhmani Kira there in third and Jarlath Sayer fourth. I would not be surprised at all if that top 4 break off the front of the order right now. It's going to be down to Colby Patterson to get that second group organised, to chase them down. Grayson Wortley is there to help in 6th place. And Colby Patterson, been really impressed with Colby so far in 2024. Another driver who seems to be building with confidence, building with speed. Can he convert that newfound speed into results here in Miami Water Swift for 2024 in the British Kart Championships? That remains to be seen. We've got 10 minutes to go in this one. Number of drivers with big improvements from their grid positions. For example, Mason Brooks up 7 spots so far. Has gone from 14th to 7th. Blair Smith as well, who had a very difficult start to the day. Had to start from the pit lane in one of his heats. He's up 7 as well. There's a change for second. Through goes apologies, no, it's Sayer who's come through. So Jarlath Sayer is up to second place now, ahead of Harry Williams. Jarlath Sayer, another driver who's had a very good 2024 season. Hasn't just been racing in European level series. Has had a go in the Italian Championship as well. Won one of their rounds on a guest appearance, similar to what we're of course seeing this weekend with the junior and senior categories. Right now, though, in Miami Water Swift, this is the best of British. This is arguably the best of Europe in this formula of racing, and it's got Will Green at the front of it. Oh, that was a bit wide, though, for Sayer out of the final corner. Harry Williams is not going to need a bigger invitation than that to step down the inside and retake second place. Mason Brooks is going along very nicely, though, in the number 84 driver who finished third in the championship in Miami Water Swift Restricted last year. This had a bit of a quiet day, has Mason Brooks, but right now he is setting the timing screen alight. Fastest of this group of 5, and it is now a group of 5. Watch out for Mason Brooks here. This could be a very good final. We do sometimes see this with drivers, that they work their way through the heats. They maybe have a bit of a compromised time qualifying. We don't really see them coming through and blooming until the final. But right now, Mason Brooks is going to be patient. He's caught this quartet at the front competing for the race win, but doesn't want to throw himself back out of it with a rash move, perhaps. There's a little thumbs up from Sukhmani Kira there in 4th place. As down the inside for the lead of the race. Harry Williams wants to take this one from the front, and he's made it work. He's got through. Sayer has followed through as well. Green down to third place. And here goes Charlotte Sayer for the lead of the race. Into hairpin number 1. Spot on. Absolutely spot on from Charlotte Sayer. He knew that'd be a great opportunity to pounce, but that's even better from Will Green. Will Green back down the inside, retakes the lead. Went from first to second to third to second to first in the space of one sector of this circuit. But look at this. This is bringing everybody back into play down the inside. Mason Brooks makes a move for third place. Has got past Sagmani Kira. Has now got past Harry Williams as well. But what has this done? It's brought the whole field back into play. Colby Patterson back into play. Blair Smith, Freddie Wood. What a race this would be for Freddie Wood if he could come back through. Had a little chat with him on the aftermath of things last weekend, and it was a question mark, of course. Had a retirement from his race in Italy. He's done brilliantly to fight back here and even take part in this round, and has a chance here. Sagmani Kira is looking down the inside of Harry Williams there. That's a good move from Sagmani Kira. She's up to fourth place, but back comes Harry Williams. Good racing, as we have seen a lot so far in this formula of racing in 2024. It's great to have it here as well in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. It's the first time we've seen it on British shores for 2024, but these drivers who already know each other very well are putting on a racing clinic right now, including Finley Lines. Finley Lines, who started in the middle of the pack, of course, started 18th, is up to around 8th place now. End of lap number 6. Green, Sayer, Brooks have broken away. There's been a very quiet, very, very efficient couple of laps from Green, Sayer and Brooks. They have now got themselves the top 3 positions, and the rest are going to have to fight 4th, 5th, 6th, a little bit what we saw with the Junior X30s earlier on this afternoon. Down the inside, though, Sayer wants that race lead. He also wants his teammate coming through into second place. Mason Brooks is fighting for that one. Will Green's going to have to concede and slips back down to third place. Well, this time, can Charlotte Sayer control this one? The big question is, Mason Brooks' pace in this final has been phenomenal. Right now, I think you'd say Mason Brooks is the favourite to win this race if he picks his moments in the correct manner. This is a tough stage for Will Green. He's going to have to dig deep now. He's dropping off the back of those 2 Fusion runners. He could drop back into the pack of Patterson, Kira, Smith, Lines, Williams, Newstead, Austin Newstead coming through the order as well. Paddock goes all the way back to Zednek Babacek in 15th place. Four minutes remaining on the clock. There's Austin Newstead gaining another spot. That's 8th place past Harry Williams through hairpin number 1. Finley Lines, likewise, has just taken 6th place away from Blair Smith. 3 3/4 minutes to go. I think Green's best hope right now is to use that group of drivers, Kira, Patterson, Lines. It's almost a launch pad to try to catch back up to these top 2, but that's the different story. If it was Sayer or Brooks out on their own with 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock, you would back the chasing pack to keep closing in. The fact that you've got 2 drivers and 2 teammates clear of the rest of the order does make it a much harder prospect for everybody else behind, especially now when it's a 1-2-3 for Fusion. Sagmani Kira's got through, got past Colby Patterson about a lap ago, and has now got past the winner of round 2 for the IAMA Euro Series last weekend in Italy. It's been another great weekend. It's great to see Sagmani Kira continuing to build and get quicker and quicker, and the racecraft get better and better as well. A driver who's raced up through the cadet categories, had some time in on the karting pathway in Club 100 cadets as well, stepped back into the owner scene, and is delivering at the moment on a lot of promise and a lot of support from the family based in Walsall in the West Midlands. 2.5 minutes of this one to go. Sayer still leads from Brooks. Then it's the chase trio of Kira, Green and Lines. 3rd, 4th, 5th. Harry Williams still there in 6th. Austin Newstead. Could he have one of his characteristic charges through the field in the last few minutes of a race? There down the inside for 3rd place. That's Will Green going back through past Sugmani Kira. Finley Lines just holding there in 5th place right now. Lines down the inside for 4th place. Chopping and changing all the time. It's great racing. It's very entertaining to watch. But it's not the kind of move that's going to close in on Sayer and Brooks at the front of this pack. Through into the 3rd sector then. This is the part of the circuit that really tests the skills of a driver. Corner into corner into corner. But as we say, these are some of the best, if not the best drivers with these engines in this formula of Miami 60cc water-cooled, water-swift engine racing. And it's still Jarlath Sayer at the very front of it. It's Finley Lines fought through to 3rd. Finley Lines has fought through to 3rd place. Makes the move. Well, we saw a bit of that in event 1 3 weeks ago back here at PF International, and that is another great piece of driving from Finley Lines down the inside. Harry Williams and Austin Newstead going side by side. And Will Green, I think, has been shuffled all the way down to around 8th place. Yes, he has. Well, Will Green, who started this race from pole position, this is not the race, based on the form book for the last few weeks, that I was expecting at all. And Will Green is going to have to really fight for his championship points now. Still very early stages of the championship, of course. But right now, he's losing his very early lead in the championship stakes. It would be Jarlath Sayer taking the advantage. Green slipping to 2nd place. There he is now in 7th in this race with 2 laps to go. Sayer and Brooks still out front, but I just feel with Mason Brooks, he's just biding his time. He's just keeping himself within striking distance going on to the last lap, and we're not quite there yet. 3 wide as we go down into hairpin number 1. That's Zdeněk Babicek in the Czech colours there. The white, the blue and the red. Kart's number 35. Not for that unfortunate incident with Finley Lines earlier on today. Oh, very close there between the number 44 and the 71. That's Harry Williams getting involved with Max Mason. Drivers competing because there's all championship points all the way down to 34th place, of course, in these finals. Every position counts for a championship point, and you never know how crucial those points could be at the end of an 8-round championship. We're on the final lap of this one now. Jarlath Sayer and Mason Brooks have done a tremendous team job so far. Could it be another 1-2 for Fusion Motorsport on what's been an amazing day for Fusion Motorsport to kick things off for their Wera Tools British Kart Championships? Sayer's going to move to the inside. Brooks will look to the outside, maybe a switch back in the run to hairpin number 2. Brooks has got his nose ahead, he's got the lead. He's got it done. What a brilliant piece of driving by Mason Brooks. He didn't go too deep. He didn't go for the outside. He went for the cutback, got the chute out of hairpin number 1, has got the lead. The corners are ticking on by. Mason Brooks, who started this race 14th on the grid, is heading through the final couple of corners now. What a drive. Mason Brooks has arrived in Miami Water Swift and is going to win at PF International, take the first round of the year in the Motorsport UK Wera Tools British Kart Championships by 0.2 of a second ahead of Jarlath Sayer. Sayer will take the early lead in the championship, and Sugmani Kira is on the podium. It is a podium lockout for Fusion Motorsport. What a performance from all 3 of those drivers. Finley Lines in 4th, Blair Smith in 5th, Zdeněk Babicek in 6th, ahead of Harley Musk, Will Green, Harry Williams and Freddie Wood. That is your top 10. Christian Kobe raced well, home to 11th place. Austin Newstead in 12th. Colby Patterson 13th. 14th for Max Mason. Grayson Wortley completed the top 15 ahead of his teammates George Clark. Jensen Ackerman, Teddy Porter, Austin Gibson and Henry Clark all inside the top 20. Great drive there from Henry Clark, through from the repechage, up 9 positions. Luke Arroway 21st. John T. Restrick P22. Cooper Snedden, Knight Measures, Callum Graham, Arian Nair, James Nolan, Ian Kerry, George House, Charlie Clough, all in the top 30. Sophie Campbell, the last of the finishers, in 31st ahead of Pata Medina, Arian Singh and Xavi Bonch, all retirements. But what a drive! Mason Brooks, we haven't talked about him all day. Started 14th on the grid in this final and has only gone and won it. A big haul of 65 championship points for Mason Brooks, but more importantly, a win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He has won a round of the British Championships and can be delighted with that. And hopefully do it all again tomorrow. It'll be a big confidence boost ahead of round 2 for Sunday. If you have enjoyed the racing here today, do make sure that you're back with us. Tomorrow we'll be kicking things off with the heat races from, well, the first race goes off from 11:50, so we should be on the air 11:45 to do it all again. 2 heats for every single driver, and we'll have, of course, the Tillotson T4 series as well to enjoy for their Nations Cup qualifier here this weekend at PF International. Mason Brooks, from his body language, it's one of those of like, what have I just done? What has happened there? The brilliant, which we saw from the early stages. He charged through the field, had the race pace, great setup work as well. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who's going to get the thoughts of our winner, Mason Brooks.
What an absolutely fantastic race from our mini class. It's a Fusion Kart lockout and 1, 2, 3. Absolutely fantastic to see. Mason, firstly, congratulations, you're our provisional winner. I don't believe we've seen you win a final in this championship so far.
Yeah, I did win in GYG last year, but that was in the restricted class.
It was absolutely amazing to see you up at the front. And how are you feeling about the race? Can you talk us through it a little bit?
Me and Charlie got away from Will, so I just pushed instead of battling and bringing the pack towards us.
And is there anybody you'd like to thank for your win? Obviously, you get to do it all again tomorrow, but who would you like to thank?
Jarlath for not defending, my dad for mechanicking, my mum and sister for supporting me, and my whole family, and Fusion and Grice.
Oh, one more?
Grice, yeah.
Well, congratulations to you, Mason. Best of luck for tomorrow, and you can go celebrate with your dad now. We'll just go catch up with Sukhmani there. Sukhmani, absolutely fantastic race for her. 3rd position, with great battle with Finley Lines on the last bit of the race. Sukhmani, how are you feeling about the race?
Really glad that I managed to get first.
And are you feeling confident going into tomorrow? Obviously, you get to do it all again. Just mentioned that to Mason. You feeling like you can do the same again?
Definitely, yeah.
Best of luck to you. We'll speak to you a little bit later on in the weekend. We'll just throw up to some highlights of that race now, which I think there's going to be a fair few of them. So we'll go back up to Andrew, who will run that through.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at, as you say, some of the highlights from that final for Iami Water Swift. The start, Harry Williams did get a 5-second penalty. Apologies, I don't think we noted that. But there was under investigation, and a minute later came through that we reckon was a jump start in the commentary box. But we do know that there was a plus 5-second penalty for the number 44. Early stages, Will Green fighting in there, looking to repeat the P1 that he had from the intermediate classification. And back through would come Williams. But it was the Fusions who really came to the fore in this one. Down the inside, Jarlath Sayer going for the move there in the number 8 with some great support from the likes of Sukhmani Kira and Mason Brooks behind. To say Mason Brooks' first 5 laps just tore through the order, got himself across a gap that had formed. That top 4 had broken away in the early stages, and he raced across that gap and just kept going and going and going. There was a key move, getting past Will Green for second place. Unfortunately for Will Green, he would fade across the course of that race. Maybe a bit of setup work to think about for tomorrow. It should be similar conditions here. But that was a beautiful move from Mason Brooks. Sayer went defensive. You see many times drivers trying to go round the outside through hairpin number 1. There's not a lot of grip on drivers left, and he just held himself back, knowing that there'd be a good chance for him on the run down to hairpin 2. And that is how Mason Brooks, on his first run here in Miami Water Swift, took the win in the final. Great day here at PF International. Do hope you've enjoyed it. We'll be back tomorrow to say 11:45 for round number 2. We'll do it all over again. But for now, let's head down one more time today, down to Nicole Sutherland in Parc Ferme.
So an absolutely action-packed day here for the first round of the Miami British Kart Championships. We've seen returning drivers like Noah Wolf and Finn McLaughlin come back to the championship and really show us what they're made of. It's been fantastic to see some drivers who have made improvements throughout the winter season come up to the front. Mason Brooks, fantastic result for him to take the win in the mini category. We will join the action again tomorrow. Same setup. It's a double header, so the drivers that missed out on a good result this week, today, will get to do it all again tomorrow, and the drivers who have had a fantastic day get to do it again tomorrow. So double points for this weekend, 2 bites of the cherry, or sun's out. I said it to Andrew earlier, 2 bites of the ice cream. It's been fantastic to be with you. Thanks to my co-commentator as well, Andrew Mather, for all of his fantastic insights. Don't forget to join us again tomorrow. We'll see you there.